Hello YouTubers, it's Dillin, and I'm back. I had a cold for a while there and I lost my voice. It was really fucking horrible. But like I promised, I'm going to continue doing Sonic Month. This video is the top 10 list I made right when I started my YouTube way a while back. It's top 10 Sonic fan characters, so I hope you enjoy this one. First, I will start off with someone who made it on my last list, Red Hot Sonic. He's basically a red version of Sonic, and he runs around with his friend Tails, who only has one tail and a fucking jetpack. Like I said last time, I really love the difference between Tails and this Tails, who has a jetpack. There isn't really much difference to his universe. He's appeared in two fan-made games, Red Hot Sonic and Red Hot Sonic 2, and that's pretty much all you can say about him. Other than that, he's just a red Sonic. The personality hasn't changed any. He's still the same taunts. And he's just a basic fan character recolor. We'll see more recolors as we go on in this list. So let's move on to my next one. Now, a while back I did a video about how Sonic does not rip off Dragon Ball Z. But if Sega would have went with this choice, Sonic would have ripped off Dragon Ball Z. And there'd be no denying it. This is Super Shattuck. When Sonic and Shadow had to fight Nazo in a fan-made event called The Return of Nazo and Nazo, they had to fuse together. I really don't get how. I never really heard them mention that before. To turn into Super Shattuck to fight Nazo and eventually kill him. And with this, Vegito would be suing, because there's literally no difference within the personality of the hero and the anti-hero fusing together. It's basically Vegito. And that's why I really don't want to give a lot of love or shout out to this character. I actually kind of don't like him. You'll see more from that event as we go on in this list, but let's move on. And our next derptastic character is Sonic. Sonic appeared in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and he was a kid's fan drawing of Sonic. Someone took this and then made it into the derp character that parodies Sonic today. He's appeared in many memes and lulz throughout the years, and there's been several fan-made Sonic games. Sonic is literally the perfect parody of Sonic, with his catchphrase "gotta go fast," and with his friends Pingus and Nipplesy the Enchilada. He will continue to make us laugh for years to come, and will continue to be a parody seen all throughout YouTube and the internet. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Well, this character sure the fuck doesn't. Another internet-made character, this time a creepypasta one, is the Tails doll. The Infinite doll character is not actually a fan character. He is from Sonic R, but his creepiness and his dark side, which is the one that hunts you down and kills you if you play the game, is. Fans have made creepy stories about this character for years on the internet, including trollpastas and creepypastas. And as for me not really seeing it that scary, a lot of people do. He's a rival to Sonic.exe and a friend to Sonic Fear. There's a lot of stuff I could go on about this character, but that's just the basic gist of it, because I plan on doing a video later on. So I'm just going to move on to the next character, which is Nazo. Nazo is a rumored character that was supposed to have been in Sonic X. No one could actually tell because he never made it past development stage, and he might have actually just been Sonic's hyper form. No one will ever know that because the character was not ever seen in Sonic X, but fan animators picked him up and then put him into Nazo and Nazo Unleashed, where he fought Sonic and Shadow for the Chaos Emeralds and control of the world. This character has been used promptly throughout the internet, and even though there hasn't been stories quite recently about him, I doubt if he's actually gone. Nazo is a strong villain-type character that only wants to destroy Sonic and Shadow and achieve his perfect form. Sounds familiar? He is the knockoff of Cell, or at least in this animation he is. I give all tip of the hats to the people who made this, but you and your Flash engine cannot deny you stole a whole arc from Dragon Ball Z. So enjoy. But I do recommend you to watch this just to get a good laugh out of it, or if you like it. I'm sorry if I offended you. Let's move on. Now with this next one, I know what you're thinking. Dillin, he's an actual character. He's appeared in the comics. Well, he's appeared in Sonic the comic, not the actual comic, so I'm going to count him as a fan-made character. And how many of these totally original characters can you have until it's just continuity to the game, so I'm counting him as a fan character. If you don't like it, you can suck it. This character is Fleetway. Fleetway is an evil Super Sonic. Fleetway is a demonic form of Super Sonic, which happens when Sonic goes under stress or is exposed to pure chaos energy. Fleetway enjoys bringing pain into others and even sometimes killing people, including his friends. Fleetway is a threat to himself and everybody else around him. He is the result of the exposure to the Chaos Emeralds, which gave Sonic his normal super form. He is the dark energy that Sonic holds inside of him, and Sonic eventually learns to control him. This is actually the publication of the UK Sonic comic, so it's not even canon to the normal Sonic comic that you're used to reading to by Archie. So, since you know about Fleetway now, let's move on to our next character, which is all the human forms of Sonic and Friends. These have been popping up on the internets for years, mostly from deviant artists who draw Sonic as a human form, most usually with the hedgehog ears and blue hair still. I would assume if there was ever a story written, they would still have the same personality, but be like the My Little Pony Equestria Girls thing. There isn't much to say about this, rather than go on DeviantArt and check it out. Sometimes it gets a little bit weird. So this one's a little bit shorter, and I'm going to move on to the next character, which is actually pretty good. This next character is another derp character the internet created. His name is Evil the Hedgehog, a parody of Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic. When Sega tried to appeal to the American audiences, they went to the extreme. This character is to mimic that. His mom is Angelina Jolie, and she sends him out on a quest to kill his brother, but first he must kill him. She orders him to kill her. Then Morgan Freeman, who is God, tells him to move on and kill his brother, which actually turns out to be Sonic. He ends up killing Sonic, and his stupid story comes to an end. You could call this a game, but there isn't really any gameplay. It's mainly just a troll game. You can go play this game if you want to, or watch the Let's Play on YouTube. But I'm going to move on to the next character because I really don't like him. This next character is the most famous creepypasta Sonic character, and that is Sonic.exe. Sonic.exe is a being that takes the form of Sonic from a parallel dimension who travels to our world through a disc. He tortures the players of the game by showing their favorite characters being tortured, hunted down, and killed. These characters include Eggman, Tails, Knuckles, and now Sally, Amy Rose, and Cream. And even in one case, Shadow, Silver, and Espio. This being feeds off your fear, and it will hunt you down and kill you if you dare to play its game, and even sometimes watch its videos on occasions. This one has been a troll pasta and creepypasta for years to come, and he's been strong since 2012. The last known Sonic.exe story was Sonic.exe 2. The last popular one was Sally.exe. There's a lot of really good ones out there, and I've done at least 2 or 3 Sonic videos already explaining this character. You can go watch them, and I plan on doing a few more. So let's move on to our next character. This is my last one, and if you are friends with me on Facebook, then you know that I'm a member of a lot of Sonic groups. And the most popular Sonic fan characters I see are the recolors. Either their hair are partly changed, or their clothing is completely changed. These characters each have their own personality due to the person designing them, and it really gives you the chance to show off your own Sonic fan character creatability. Some are cheap and knockoffs, and some are totally original, and I really like them. Now, there's a lot of Sonic groups on Facebook that I can recommend you to go to if you message me on Facebook, Dillin Hart. You can message me anytime you want to, give me suggestions for new videos. I'm going to go this to the end slate because I'm done with this video. Bye. Hello everybody, this is Dillin, and I'm doing a top 10 worst Sonic games in my own opinion. This top 10 will be ending Sonic Month. It was a great Sonic Month besides that whole hacking fiasco yesterday. And I just wanted to thank you guys for supporting me through this. So, let's get started. Now you all know this one's going to be on here, so I'm just going to get it out of the way. We will start with Sonic 06. Usually people will save that one for the middle or the end of their list. I just want to get it over with now. Yes, I know it's a bad game. Yes, I know it's glitchy. And yes, I know the plot is ridiculous. There's just so many problems with this game. You can go on forever. The spins, you can get stuck on the wall. That fight with Silver where you just keep getting slammed, and it just never ends with all the endless lags and glitches you can find. This didn't just make a bad spawn in games, it made a bad spawn in Sonic that Sega's tried to work off ever since. And sadly, Sonic Boom, which is not on this list, has brought that back. My next one took place 3 years before Sonic 06. It took place November 16th, 2003. It was supposed to just be a port of the classic Sonic the Hedgehog 1 for the Sega Genesis. They tried to improve it, they added a spin dash, but the problems were automatically noticeable. Now this is the Game Boy Advance, so it's a 32-bit system, but it's slow, laggy, and the chop screen really prevents you from seeing a lot of the obstacles. It just kind of cheap shots you when you're playing. I can't stop thinking to myself, Sega Genesis did, and that was a 16-bit system. This is 32 bits. You could have just ported it and barely improved the graphics and make it be better. But instead, you try to do whatever it is you tried to do and horribly failed. And it's just amazing to see what is just supposed to be a port not be as good as the original. Moving on, the next game I've picked is Sonic Drift 2. Now this is a Mario Kart-like game released in November of 1995. Now the problems with this is that it's a 1995 game, which means that it came out after Mario Kart. But it plays like 1980s pole position, and all you really gotta do is just turn when the signs tell you to turn, which I know Mario Kart outdid, and a lot of other GBA racing games outdid. It just feels like this one was kinda outdated from the start. Yeah, they had more characters than Sonic Drift 1 did, but that didn't save it. It was just already too late, and America didn't even get Sonic Drift 1, so I really didn't see the market besides people who already had Mario Kart. Now this one is Tails' first solo game. It was released in September 22nd of 1995. This is Tails' Adventure, not Sonic Adventure, because that's actually a good game. The problems are is that you don't get enough health, and you level up way too slow, and the first level is way too hard to just be thrown into. The enemies are annoying, and you have this little bomb that you can throw, and you can only throw it at a certain arc. And it's just like the Angry Video Game Nerd says, that arc will fucking torture you. You can fly for a little bit, but I couldn't really get why the momentum of the flight was so small. Not to mention, this game, Tails waddles like a freaking penguin. Now, in Sonic 2, he wasn't as fast as Sonic, and Sonic 3, he wasn't as fast as Sonic, but never was he this slow. I thought Sonic games were supposed to be all about speed, momentum, and platforming. This game is just underwhelming at most. It's not necessarily horrible, but it's a dull, bland experience with a lot of brown colors and just a boring plot altogether. Now this game is the bane of my existence. I spent $15 on this game when it was still practically new. I popped it into my Wii. I had just gotten a Wii 2 months beforehand, and then here comes the problems. Not only can Sonic only run forward and not turn around, he's freaking impossible to control with this Wiimote. It's just so difficult, and the most mundane task, like just flicking the Wiimote up, seems impossible. You have to have perfectly charged batteries, you have to have the right you have to have like a certain brand of Wii remote. Those off-brand ones won't work. The way they made this game, I can understand why the Storybook series didn't last. Like, literally, you're just endlessly running forward and swinging the Wiimote like an idiot, swinging what you can call a sword. Oh, you didn't know Sonic had a sword? Well, this was one of the Storybook games. Storybook games was when Sega completely ran out of ideas and decided, fuck it, we'll put them in well-known stories. They did Arabian Nights, and they did Camelot. They were going to do a third one, but this series didn't last. You can obviously understand why. Just give it a playthrough. I really advise it. People say that Sonic 06 is hard to play through. I had easier time getting through Sonic 06 than I did this game. I'd have an easier time drawing Sonic with a blindfold on while strapped to a rocket flying to outer space being gnawed at by sharks than I do playing this game. This game is awful. Not only was the idea of this game stupid, the story of this game was stupid. Sonic just gets warped in by this Merlin chick because an evil King Arthur, corrupted by his sword, has taken over her land, so now Sonic's duty is to stop him. Sonic has no right to stop him. She just popped him out of nowhere and said, "Do this. I don't know you, girl. I don't care about you." And that's just how I see the whole storyline. And other Sonic characters get brought in because I guess just happening. Kind of reminds me a lot of Sonic X in ways, because they just end up popping in the same place with hardly any explanation besides, ooh, a magical portal. I need to move on from this game before I rant for too long. The next one I won't go into much detail because it was just a Happy Meal toy, but I still expect a little bit of quality from a Happy Meal toy. These are the 2003 to 2005 Happy Meal toys that Sega released. Now, a lot of times it's just a cheap sports game or Sonic running forward and you just have to press the jump button. I had these growing up and I remember how bored I'd get of them just playing that one game. But because I didn't have money for getting an actual Genesis, I just dealt with it. And I really advise for no one to just deal with these. They're a neat little trinket to pick up and collect, but other than that, they're not really much playable. They're just those little simple click games that you got in cereal boxes, and they were all over in the early 2000s. They're nothing to really hate on, they're just not original at all, so I'm just gonna move on. Now for this next one, I'm gonna take you back in time. Not actually because I'm not a wizard, nor do I have a DeLorean hid somewhere. Instead, I'm just gonna have you imagine it, because I'm broke. Pretend like it's the late 90s. Nintendo has just come up with the Donkey Kong Country series. Now this is catching on big. It has 3D digitalized graphics, which is kind of revolutionary for its time. Not that many games did have that. Now Sega, they have a 2D platformer, Sonic the Hedgehog. You need to find a way for him to jump to 3D. Now they couldn't do this on their own, so they got Traveler's Tales to poop out this mess. Sonic 3D Blast. It's used a weird angling system, and it's just always awkward. Sonic is always running around. He kind of has like tank controls, you could call it, where you can't just turn him left and right and expect him to do that. You have to angle him in certain ways in order to get him to do things. The only saving grace to his controls is when you get a fire bubble, because temporarily, until you get hit and lose it, you get the homing attack, and the homing attack makes killing enemies way easier. You don't have to use the spin dash to try to get them, or try to awkwardly jump on them by turning left and then right. Oh, it moved again. Turn a little bit left, and then you finally just get hit and lose your rings. You get to actually just log on and attack them. These are the parts of the game where I find it most enjoyable. And the level design is kind of bad. Like, they tried to make it look like a maze, but a lot of times you just end up getting lost because everything looks the same. The checkered patterns are really just hard to look at, and the music isn't really nothing special either. I did like the idea they use in special stages. You can give your rings to one of your friends that are on the map. Sometimes it's Knuckles, sometimes it's Tails, and they'll hold on to them. So if you take damage, you can still have your rings that can get you into a special zone. That's kind of unique for its time, because a lot of times they didn't have save points on purpose. Sega's just like that. But the rest of this game is really forgettable. The 3D design isn't really truly 3D. It's just trying to mimic that as 3D, and in the end, they kind of fail. They're no Super Nintendo when it came to this one. And looking back on it now, it really does show. Now, Sega wanted to make a portable version of this for their Game Gear, and it came out November 1996, and I didn't call it Sonic 3D Blast because they knew they couldn't do that on a mobile system at the time, so they called it Sonic Blast. Now this game has the worst sprite work I've ever seen done. They tried to do the 3D rendering thing, but just with a 2D like Donkey Kong actually does do. Now this ended up looking like a horrible clay or cardboard cutout, and it just moves slow, and the levels are so boring. They look like they're cardboard cutouts too, but this isn't charming like when Nintendo does yarn stuff. This just gets in your way. There's lots of times where I don't even know where I'm going in this game, because everything looks the same per level. This is your stereotypical green hill zone, your stereotypical desert, your stereotypical ice place. And they try to be so clever with their design, but really it just comes off lazy. This doesn't even look like an official game. This looks like someone's freaking ROM hack. This looks like a fan-made project. This doesn't look like something actually paid for by Sega. This doesn't look like something someone put their work into. You can just see, but this doesn't look like a finished product. Now, speaking of boring level design and slow gameplay, this game is Sonic Labyrinth. This game was made for the Sega Game Gear as well in 1995. And this game is so slow, but this time it's actually the gimmick of the game, you know, because Sonic's supposed to run fast, but in this game, Eggman gave him a pair of shoes that makes him walk slow, and dear God, they want to show you constantly in this game that he is slow. The spin dash barely helps you get through it. Basically, you're just hopping from one easy platform of 2 to 3 killable enemies, and then hopping to the next one. You're getting these keys, and you can unlock it to go to the next part. It's just so repetitive. But at least usually in a bad Sonic game, they have decent music. But no, this one has ear-grinding music. This music just isn't bad for a Sonic game, it's bad for a portable game. It's bad for any game. Listen to the music of this game. It's just awful. It's like they wanted to torture people. Now this next one is more opinion-based, so I didn't write any problems underneath it. This one is Tails Sky Patrol. Now this one was released April 28th, 1995. This was Tails' second and last solo game. You fly around with this ring picking up objects and smacking enemies, but so many random things just pop out of nowhere to smack you, and I cannot do both of these things at once. Now, like I said before, this is more of an opinion thing because I suck at this game. I tried to pick up on it, but it just seemed really weird. Like, the controls are very strange. It's by no definition terrible, and hell, even the level design looks good. It's just something I wouldn't play a second time, but let's move on to the final game. Now, usually the problems with a bad Sonic game is that it has slippery controls, a very bland level design, or feels unfinished or glitchy. This one is all three. This is Sonic R. It tried to capitalize on the Mario Kart genre yet again. Now, this one was released on November 18th, 1997. And dear God, if you can barely play this, I'll give you a congratulations, because I could not get through any of this. Now, it's basically just a racing game where you just run to the finish. But have a good job staying on that track, because Sonic and his friends control horribly. They like to run around just wherever they want to go. Like, they slip everywhere. Every time I've had one of my friends play this game, they've gotten lost. The only character that makes this game barely playable is Knuckles, and the only way you can unlock stuff is by gathering the Chaos Emeralds. But you have to know where the Chaos Emeralds is, go find them, get them, and win the race, because if you don't win the race with the Chaos Emerald, they'll take the Emerald away from you. That is the cheapest thing ever. And you'll have a hard time getting through this game, because each level has these little doors you can open up with if you have enough rings. But everybody's always constantly stealing the rings, and everybody knows the level design and you don't. And no matter how many times you spend wasting on this game, you never really get much better. It's more luck than it is skill, I swear. This game is why I blame the Saturn for failing, because all they had in the Sonic category was this game and yet again Sonic's 3D Blast. Sega's made a lot of mistakes throughout the years, and maybe I'll do another top 10 soon. This has been Dillin, ending Sonic Month. Thank you guys, goodbye. Hello everybody, this is Dillin again, and I'm doing a top 10's list. It's been a while since I did one, and this top 10's list is top 10 forgotten Sonic characters. Okay, this one's Tiara Buboski. She's from a canceled Sonic game called Sonic Extreme or Sonic Mars, depending on which model you're going on. She was supposed to be Sonic's potential love interest, and she was supposed to add some romantic tension to the Sonic universe. She was spunky, and she was supposed to be able to match up with Sonic's attitude, but not be as fast. She would do 2D play styles, but they realized how similar her gameplay was to a recent game that came out at the time called Clockwork Knight, and she was canceled because of it. Now, she was going to be involved in 3 canceled stories, but I'm going to choose the best one out of all 3 in my opinion, called Sonic Boom. You can look up the other ones if you want to. Dr. Robotnik gets sick with a deadly virus that he can't find a cure for, so he infects Sonic with it, and he kidnaps Tiara just so then Sonic would go out and look for the cure. Now, it just so happens that Tiara's father is the scientist who can come up with the cure. He ends up curing Sonic and Robotnik, and everybody gets okay. But what I mainly focus on is when I was reading it, what they said Robotnik did. Like, I'm used to him doing some slapstick here and there, like, just silly stuff. He never does anything right. But it said, and I'm going to read this exactly, chain her to a wooden platform above a bed of spikes. Damn, shit got real. This is Robotnik we're talking about. He never does anything. Like, seriously, he has a little wrecking ball and the little drill on the front of his car. He's a joke. Why would he do something like this? Why would Sega allow him to do something like this? But then again, I do remember when he had a gun in Sonic Adventure 2. Throughout the years, Sega's added plenty of cast to the Sonic roster, and unfortunately a lot of them go on to be forgotten. One of them is our next one, Bark the Polar Bear. His games include Sonic Fighters and Fighters Mega Mix. He was also in the comics, but he doesn't have that much of a personality, so he wasn't really in there that much. He's a tough powerhouse with really strong punches, and I hate fighting against him in the game. So that's all I can basically say about this guy, because he didn't really have a personality. He was just an arcade character. Speaking of personality, our next character is full of it. He's Manic the Hedgehog. Although he's never been in any games, he was in the Sonic Underground TV show and the Sonic Underground comics. He was a crook, and then he ended up changing when he found his brother Sonic, joined his band, and ended up teaming up with his sister Sonia to take down Robotnik, who had taken over the world, and he wanted to find his mother. And it's all fun. You get to see him. He's always cracking jokes. He was also voiced by Jaleel White as well as Sonic and Sonia. And dear God, don't make me remind you how bad of an idea it is to have Jaleel White play a girl. I would say more, but I really don't want to spoil anything, 'cause soon I'll be doing a review of the whole Sonic Underground show and voicing my opinions on it, and I don't want to give too much away right now. So let's move on to our next character. Getting back onto the topic of forgotten characters, Fang the Sniper, aka Knack the Weasel, was a treasure hunter looking for the Chaos Emeralds. I guess you could say a non-slutty version of Rouge. I guess I can understand why they got rid of him. Who could argue with that character? I mean, just look at her. Wonder why Sega would replace him with her. Well, I have no fucking clue why, but we need to get back on to talking about Fang. Now, every Sonic character just about has one thing that makes him unique, one thing that separates him from all the other characters. In the beginning of his process, he had a revolver, but Sega said it was too edgy and took it away. Man, someone really should have told him about Shadow the Hedgehog, but it got turned into a court gun because of 90s censorship. We're used to that because of Mortal Kombat and other games, but I really think that's why this character didn't catch on. He had so much potential, but because of his censorship, he only got to be in 2 games. Unfortunate. Our next character is another Sonic the Fighter's character. His name is Bean the Dynamite. He's a green duck and he throws bombs. He's based on a 1989 game called Dynamite Ducks, also made by Sega. And he was only in Virtua Fighter and Sonic Fighters. There isn't much to say about him except for in the game he loves to spam his bomb attack. And that's basically all I can say about him because they didn't give him personality and he was in no other games. So we're gonna have to move on. And our next one is Metal Sonic. Wait, what is that? It's not Metal Sonic? He's in Sonic the Hedgehog 4? Sonic Generations? The fuck? Oh, I read it wrong. Metal Knuckles. He's basically the exact same damn thing, but made by a least popular Sega character, Knuckles. And he was only in Sonic R and barely made a mention in the comics. In case for you guys who don't know, Sonic R is a crappy racing game trying to take the style of Mario Kart, and it horribly failed. So, as I said before, this character also failed. And our next one is Ray the Flying Squirrel. He was only in one game, no TV shows, and he's not really that important. The only game he was in was Sega Sonic, and that was an arcade game not released in America. He's only came to the public recently because of fan-made games to where he can actually be playable. He reaches his arms out in the air and he can glide. Other than that, it'd be more useful to have Tails than him around. He soon became outdated, along with Mighty. But he is seen in Sonic Generations as a missing poster. I think that's the closest he will get to having a full-length 3D appearance. And our next character comes from a game that I never played when I was little, so excuse me if I'm not that good on his detail and don't give a lot of information about him. He is Jet the Hawk. He is a 14-year-old leader of the Babylon Roads, aka the legendary Windmaster. He is the master of extreme riding. He's cocky, bash, and arrogant, and prideful of his skills. He slacks off and doesn't take his role seriously. He wants to be rich and he hates losing, which makes his personality seem to clash with Sonic. And maybe one day I will play the Sonic Riders games, because that's the series that he's from. Other than that, I don't know much else about him. He's Green Hawk guy. That's all I know. So, sorry, but I'm gonna move on to the next one so I don't embarrass myself anymore. And our next one is Red Sonic, aka Mighty the Armadillo. I call him that because he is basically the swapped version of Sonic the Hedgehog put into Knuckles Chaotix, because Sega was afraid that the game was going to flop and it would ruin Sonic's reputation. Someone should have really told him that before they did Sonic 06 10 years later. Mighty is an explorer and a longtime friend of Sonic. He was even once thought to be the idea of the mascot for the Sega company, but only being in 2 games and Sonic stealing his spotlight, he soon became a mystery, disappearing from Sonic games altogether. People want him back, but I say what's even the point? We already have fucking Sonic. That's really one thing I get pissed about, is that there's these basically palette swapped characters and they're supposed to be all new characters. We get Silver and Shadow, and I like Shadow as a character, but when I first saw him I just called him Black Sonic. Call me racist if you want to, I don't care. I don't see color like that. I'm just saying, you can't just keep swapping palettes. I don't want Scourge, I don't want any other knockoff Sonics, I just want original characters. Use that brain you had, Sega. Try. Just try. Anyway, I'm going to move on, for this pisses me off too much. Speaking of palette swamps, there's Eggman Nega. He's a descendant of Eggman from 200 years in the future in another dimension, and he battles Blaze and Silver. If Silver's your arch nemesis, I feel sorry for you. He was a prominent villain throughout the Sonic Rush series, but after that ended, he only became a Mario and Sonic Olympics character. And after that, we haven't seen him since. Maybe they'll do another Sonic Rush for the 3DS. Who knows? Till then, he just remains gone, and we might not get to see him again. He has fallen into the list of forgotten Sonic characters. And we are at the end of the video with the most forgotten character. And this one, in case you might be shocked, is Caliburn from Sonic and the Black Knight. He's an annoying British sword, and I just got tired of him. I got tired of that whole game. The motion controls were shitty. You could only move frontwards and not backwards. Rings were almost completely pointless. They focused more on battling than even platforming. I could go on for hours about this piece of shit game. But to even it out, I'll just let everyone have their way and say that that game's not for me. It's not for anyone, really. Caliburn, you need to stay forgotten. Sega, throughout the years you have forgotten a lot of characters, and maybe I'll do another list of your forgotten characters. Till then, this has been Dillin from DHT, and I'm signing out. Bye. Hello everybody, this is Dillin, and today I'm going to be doing a top 10 list, because I haven't done one of those in quite a while. I know I say that a lot, but sometimes these categories take a while to make, and I don't always have the time to do them. But today's top 10 will be top 10 characters I want to see in Sonic Boom. So, let's get started. Now, the first character I'd like to see is Silver the Hedgehog. Silver the Hedgehog was last seen in Sonic Rivals, and I think it would be quite a good thing to see him again. Now, he doesn't have to necessarily play a big part. You could just make him come back from the future to say something, and you can just even have him as a joke character if you want to. He isn't that high up on the list because I don't feel like he really would change things that much. I just like his design, and you could do anything you want with him, really. Now, next on my list is similar to Silver because she's from the same place as him, and it's Blaze. Now, I would want Blaze slightly more because you could do a lot more stuff with Blaze. You can make her have some really cool powers, make her race with Sonic, even though Sonic doesn't move that fast in that show. You could just come up with anything. She doesn't even have to be from the future because sometimes Sonic Team does that for some reason. She's already in the main stuff, so you might as well just put her in Boom. It'll make it a little bit more fun. Now, my next choice is Mina the Mongoose. She was Sonic's love interest in the comic, and I think you could do the same on Boom. No one knows her that much, none of the main people, so the new fans won't even mind seeing her on there, and old fans would like it that you included her. So I just think that it would be good. You can make her have like a thing against Amy, or Amy have a thing against her, and then go with that. That would work. Have a little love triangle thing going on. The next character I think should be in is Rouge the Bat. Now, they've already shown some concept art of her, and if it's real, then I don't really mind the new design too much. It ain't that bad. I get that you're trying to make her look attractive by today's standards, so I understand why to change her design. I think that she could work good as a love interest to Shadow or Knuckles, and I think that could work. And if you're going to introduce Shadow soon, which I think you are, you could introduce her with him, and it could work out like that. Now, the next one I'd want to introduce is Cream the Rabbit. Now, Cream the Rabbit could be a potential love interest for Tails, but I wouldn't even say that because of the age difference, but you changed Amy's age, so you could change hers too if you wanted to. Now, it would just be nice to have her back as a supporting cast because she always brightened up Sonic X, and I liked her. And plus, it gives you a good chance to introduce the Chows, and the Chows could play a big part in Sonic Boom. It could actually help sell the games, if you know what I mean. I don't know why everyone loves those little Chows, so maybe you should do that, Sega. I don't really care though. Now, the next one I say is Bunny Rabbit. Bunny Rabbit in the comics is half rabbit, half robot, but because Robotnik doesn't roboticize in this series, it'd be hard to explain her. But she is funny, she's one of those tough characters who's always out there in the action, and I would love to see her personality portrayed in Sonic Boom. And you know what? You can even add some bandages. Boom. Next one I'm saying is the Chaotix. Now, the Chaotix are usually detectives or crime solvers who are trying to make a quick buck. I don't even have to bring up how this could work with comedy because they are the kings of comedy. Even made Sonic X funny. And that's hard to do because Sonic X is very cheesy. Now, if you want to, you don't have to include Mighty the Armadillo. You can just take him out. Just give us them. They're pretty funny. My next choice is the Echidnas. Now, the Echidnas are Knuckles' ancestors. Introducing them could be a good arc in the series. You can either make them all as dumb as Knuckles, or you can make them all resent Knuckles because he was so dumb and he couldn't be a guardian because of his dumbness. So yeah, that could be a good time for him to prove himself to his ancestors, and I think it could work well. Now, with my next one, I'm going to be a real fanboy and say Sally Acorn. Now, I know tons of people are saying this already, and there's tons of designs for her out there. I would just like to see Sally Acorn. I know you're trying to hook him up with Amy in this universe, and I don't even care. I just think it would be cool to see a love triangle between them. It would be funny. Plus, I like Sally's character, and I don't think they're going to be doing another Sat AM show anytime soon. It'd be nice to see her come back. And now, my number one thing that I'd like to see in Sonic Boom is super forms. Now, I would primarily like to see Sonic go super, because that's been a mistake of a lot of shows. Underground didn't make him go super. Sat AM didn't make him go super. As far as I know, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog didn't make him go super. The super form is probably the best thing of Sonic. Now, I know this series is going for more of a comedic tone, but I feel like the super form could be used against a villain who's more serious, like Lyric. That would have been a good time to use the super form. Or you can make him and Shadow fight in super form. And you know what? You could even have Sticks the Badger be super. Hello everybody, Dillin here, and we're doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is top 10 Sonic fan creations. Now, this will count for series, movies, and just projects that fans have worked hard on. So, let's get into this countdown now with number 10. Now, I'm cheating a little bit with this one because it's technically not a series yet, but just from what I've seen, it earned its spot at least as number 10. Now, this is from Tails channel. It's called Sonic Misadventures. If you've seen any of the advertisements of the animation, it looks beautiful. I've heard the remixes, and I have every belief that they are going to do this. I'm really interested to see what take the story goes on. It looks like it's going to have somewhat of a similar modern take onto Sonic Heroes, and I'm just really excited to see it. Now, I know this one isn't really fair because it's not out, but it's my list, so Sonic Misadventures is number 10. Number 9 is Blue Core Studios' Sonic the Hedgehog the Movie. Bringing Jaleel White on this was an amazing idea, and the movie shows off a lot of effort. Now, the special effects are iffy, but it was what he had to deal with at the time, and this movie is pretty old now. So, I'm looking at it story-wise. It has a self-contained story basing off the cartoons, the video games, and other sources, and I don't have any problem with it, really. Now, I know people get all mad about the effects and how Sonic looks like, and yeah, he does need to fix how Sonic looks like, but if he was to do a sequel, I would watch it. It was actually a really good movie, and it caught the feeling of how Sonic used to act in the cartoons. It really is something for Sonic fans to watch, and if you're not a Sonic fan, just watch it for all the YouTuber cameos. Ego Raptor, Angry Video Game Nerd James Rolfe, and the Nostalgia Critic appear in this movie, and much, much more. You just gotta watch out for it. So, let's move on to our number 8. Number 8 is Son of Sonic, made by Ultimate the Hedgehog 123. I just found this one this year, and so far, it's only had 3 episodes, and the episodes it's had is great. The animation is good, but you can see that he's improving still. The storyline is very interesting, seeing that it's a future where Sonic was killed by Robotnik when Robotnik went crazy, and now the son of Sonic has to rise up and save Mobius after being taken over by a now insane Dr. Robotnik. It has an interesting plot in that feeling, and Amy Rose isn't really annoying, so I believe that in that reality, her and Sonic could have got together, and it just pulls off that Sonic Sat AM feeling. If you like Sonic Sat AM and want a more serious Sonic, I'd really advise you to go watch Son of Sonic. It's actually a really good show. Now, if you're expecting it to come out quickly though, this guy has a tendency of not releasing for a while. But if you don't mind waiting, it's a really good show. Check it out. For all of you DBZ fans out there who wants to watch a mixture between the Cell Saga, the Boo Saga, and Sonic the Hedgehog, this one's for you. It's Chakra X, Nazo Unleashed. Now, Nazo Unleashed is about a new character who is from, supposedly, Sonic X who never got to shine. He's come to Earth looking for the Chaos Emeralds to obtain his perfect form. Now, Sonic and Shadow must team up to beat him, but that's not going to be enough, so they fuse together to make Super Shattuck. Now, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but you should really go watch this one. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, really. Like, they don't explain how Sonic and Shadow fuse, and if you like Dragon Ball Z ripoffs, this is the one for you. There's not much to say about it rather than go watch it to make fun of it, or yeah. There's supposed to be a second part to it, but they never really finished it quite right, and I don't think it ever will get finished. But it's one of those rare odysseys that someone actually made that's 30 minutes long, and it's all animated, so I'd say go check it out, at least for a laugh. Now, next on our list is surprisingly a Sonic.exe cartoon. Now, Sonic.exe cartoons are hard to come by and rare, especially if you find a good one. And Teenage Bratwurst has brought us a good one. There has been 2 parts, and one comes out every year. And it's just entitled Sonic.exe. It shows the murders of Tails and now Knuckles. They're short and really well animated, and I'd say go watch it, especially for Halloween. And our number 5 choice is Sonic Prologue, made by Sonic Prologue the movie, ironic name. Now, this movie is about how Sonic and Tails met all those years ago. It's beautifully animated. They got the CG just perfect. It's clever, and it's just a new take on the origin story of Sonic and Tails. It's about 30 minutes, so I'd say go watch it right now. Like, you can pause my video and just go watch it, and then tell me what you think of it, because I loved it. Now, there's a second part I've heard, but I haven't watched that one yet. And when I do, I might do another one of these lists and add that to it. So, let's move on to number 4. Now, I know stop motion CG has caught on with a lot of people, especially people who use Gmod, but Tails and Friends is something really to go check out. It's about Tails, and he deals with his friends being annoying constantly. Like, one of my favorite characters of the show is Cream. Cream is fucking psychotic. She is always just shooting a gun and doing crazy, depressive shit. Now, unfortunately, Silver is annoying, but you can just fast forward Silver, so it ain't that bad. Amy's also a crazy bitch, and Shadow is wonderful. So, Tails and Friends, made by Miles Guy, is a definite check out. Now, let's move on to our number 3. Now, this is when making the list became hard, and I really hated that I had to put this one at 3, but there were so many good ones that this one had to be at 3. Made by Dillin Productions, it's Sonic Zombies. Now, Sonic Zombies is a result of a 14-year-old being high on meth and messing around with Gmod. Or at least that's what I hope he was going for, because it is insanity. But I love every last second of it. Now, basically, it's what if a zombie apocalypse happened, and how Sonic and Friends would react. But these are not the normal Sonic friends. Sonic is instead a douchebag who's obsessed with Pizza Hut and Starbucks and Hummers. Rouge is just basically a hooker. Shadow is a crazy Russian guy obsessed with guns. Knuckles is Eddie Murphy. Cream is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I could keep going on. It is pure insanity. Oh yeah, not to mention, Tails is a Mexican stereotype who will go crazy and kill you for tacos. Enough said right there. Now, I would go on for hours upon hours talking about how much I enjoyed this show, how much I love this show, but we only have about 10 minutes to make these videos, so I'm just gonna leave it up to you guys to go watch that one. There's a bunch of them, some got deleted or put on private, but there's still a lot, so go to Dillin Productions to check out Sonic Zombies. It's now over, so all of it's there. Yay. When making this list, number 2 and number 1 were the hardest ones to decide, but I finally figured I could live with myself if I put Sonic for Hire at number 2. Now, Sonic for Hire is about what if Sonic wasted all of his money on Dreamcast stocks and was now stuck having to look for a job. Tails, the person who screwed him out of his money, always helps Sonic get a job. It's being a bike rider, a prostitute, working for Dig Dug. Tons of video game characters appear in this, so many that I can't even begin to explain them all. But I'll say the main cast. There's Tails, Sonic, Eggman in his underwear, who's probably the best character of them all, Shaniqua, Sonic's mutant brainchild made by Mother Brain, and Earthworm Jim. Oh yeah, and Kirby. And Kirby loves to murder things. He is lovely. Now, this show is long as fuck, and it went on for a good year before it finally ended. So you can go watch all of this show at Machinima. Now, on to our number 1. I bet you've been waiting for this one. Now, our number 1 is so obvious that you probably already know it if you watch my page at all. You can't make one of these lists without having this somewhere on the list, because it basically helped permanently cement Sonic fan animation into YouTube culture. It's Sonic Paradox's own Sonic Shorts. The Sonic Shorts were made about 2009-ish, 2010-ish, sorry if I'm wrong there, and they were just made by random YouTube artists trying to show off their love for Sonic. Now this spun off to be the Summer of Sonic and much more. These are all just random robot chicken like skits about Sonic the Hedgehog, and if you're a Sonic fan you will really enjoy every second of them. Right now they're gone, but there's at least 8 seasons for you to go watch, some being up to 20 minutes long. Now, these will make you laugh for sure, no matter who you are. So I say go check out Sonic Shorts, my #1 pick for Sonic fan creations. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Today we are doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is another Sonic one, and it's going to be top 10 Sonic transformations. Now I have a lot of good ones on here and a few obscure ones, so let's get right in. The top 10 Sonic transformations. Let's start it off. The first one, number 10, is Dark Spine Sonic. Dark Spine Sonic comes from Sonic and the Secret Rings. He's purple and white and furious as all hell. After his genie friend is murdered by the main villain, he transforms into this using the world rings. This has only been seen in one game, but it was awesome enough to at least get a 10. Mainly because my favorite color is purple. So let's move on to number 9. Now, number 9 is from a game I don't quite honestly like myself. It is Excalibur Sonic. This is from Sonic and the Black Knight. Now, you guys already know that I don't like this game, but I will admit when something badass appears, and Excalibur Sonic is badass. He is a golden knight with a badass sword and a glowing transformation of pure awesomeness. It's like Cooler, but a Super Saiyan. So yeah, this one's automatically gonna get on the list. It just sucks that it only appeared once and in that awful game. But I'm just saying, it's my opinion. I think the game's bad. Anybody else who thinks it's good can say it's good. But let's move on to number 8 before I get people mad again. And now our next character comes from one of the most underappreciated Sonic games, Sonic Unleashed. It's the Werehog transformation. Now, aesthetics alone, this one looks pretty good. It's just the unfortunate level design surrounding him and the stretchy arms that really made him kinda awkward. His fighting mechanics were good, and I quite honestly don't get mad at some of his levels. It's just more the final levels toward the end of the game that I got annoyed with. But the spikes on his shoes, the claws, the fact that he's just a werewolf, it could work with me, but I can't understand why some people didn't like it. Especially because Link turned into a wolf a few years beforehand. It really made Sega look desperate, but I like the Werehog transformation. And he turns into this by absorbing Gaia energy, so it's not totally a knockoff. People just need to give this one a shot. If you haven't played Sonic Unleashed, go ahead and play it. The Werehog is a good feature, but you're more than likely just going to be there for modern Sonic. So enjoy the day stages if you do like just the day stages, and maybe you should give the night stages a shot again sometimes. He's not that bad. Anyway, on to number 7. And number 7 comes from one of my favorite Sonic games of all time, Sonic Colors. When you absorb this little alien, you turn into a giant rage monster, destroying and eating everything in your path, and it's just so fun to wreak havoc with the Frenzy Wisp. It's a really fun addition, but some people don't like it. I like it mainly because it's purple and it's just a raged monster. Anyway, let's move on to number 6. And here comes Fleetway appearing on yet again another top 10 list. This time he's on here for his transformation alone. In Sonic the Comic, the British comic, he is a dark transformation of Super Sonic, and slowly he becomes his own independent being. I love this idea of a darker Sonic, and I love his crazy eyes. Just his design alone is fun, but seeing how the character redeems himself and the way Sonic's character is affected by it is just really cool. And if you haven't read the comic, give it a shot. Fleetway is definitely a reason to read it, and he deserves the number 6 spot. Let's move on to number 5. Now, number 5 is the best thing to come out of Sonic X. It is Dark Sonic. After seeing how his friends was treated by the Meta-X, Sonic turns into a dark, chaotic form of himself. Now, this is possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen. I really wish it'd be brought over to the games. It's basically Super Sonic, but made purely of dark chaos energy. And it's just sad we never get to see it again, but in one episode of Sonic X. Anyway, that was Dark Sonic. On to number 4.
Now, number 4 is one you guys probably haven't heard about. It's the elemental supersonic transformations. Now, first I'm just going to give you a little bit of a backstory on this, then I'm going to explain each transformation and how they were made. Now, Nate Morgan, a character who is a scientist in the Sonic Archie comics and who looks like Morgan Freeman, created a Super Emerald and a bunch of rings that Sonic used to obtain these transformations. So, let me get into these, each one. Now, the first time Sonic was running around the Earth, he ran through the polar ice caps. Now, this caused Polar Sonic to be made. His supersonic transformation changed with the type of environment he was running through, giving him ice powers, as you can see down below. This would have been a really awesome thing to see otherwise, but it only appeared in this one issue along with the other elemental transformations. So, let's move into the other two. Solar Sonic is a brown supersonic who was also affected by running through the desert. And finally, Eco Sonic. Eco Sonic ran through the rainforest and turned into a green Sonic. He is probably the lamest of all of them, because really, who would want the powers of nature? But whatever. So, created from this Super Emerald were 3 transformations: Polar, Solar, and Eco. And after that, he managed to go into his perfect transformation, which will be brought up later. After perfecting those 3 super forms, he turned into the best and perfect form, Ultra Sonic. Created from that Super Emerald, created by Nate Morgan, Sonic's new form is basically his base form, but he is made completely of magic aura. And I would love to see this Sonic come into play in any of the video games. Just those rings surrounding him and the stars, it reminds me of when he hits an invincibility box in the original games. It just looks so cool. I'd really advise you to go read this comic. It's made before the Super Genesis wave though, so you might have to look it up. We might talk about this guy later on in my other videos. So let's move on to number 2. Now, like with all of these, the hardest ones to pick is always 2 and 1. Now, these 2 are honestly my favorite transformations, but in the end, only one can be the number 1 spot. So number 2 is Hypersonic, premiering in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. This is what happens when Sonic collects the Hyper Emeralds and transforms into this Rainbow Caesar-inducing form. He can destroy almost any enemy on the screen as soon as you tap the A button. He's completely invulnerable and can breathe underwater. He was Bliss in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. And I really advise you to go play that game. He was only used in this one case in the video games, but it was a good way to go out. Now, on to number 1. And now, number 1 is Supersonic. If it wasn't for Supersonic, none of these other guys would have existed. Yes, taking some influence from Goku and Dragon Ball Z, Supersonic is the golden transformation first introduced in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and he's been a staple for almost every other game since. This has inspired many people to debate about it. It has inspired many people to unlock it. You have to get all the Chaos Emeralds in order to unlock this form, and it's been the plot of almost every single game Sega's made. To not put Supersonic at number 1 would be a major crime for this top 10. Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT, and today we are doing a video requested by you guys, or at least you guys commented enough for this video to be made. This is another top 10 forgotten Sonic characters, so if you see your character on this list that you commented, give yourself a pat on the back, because we can have this video without you guys. This is another top 10 forgotten Sonic characters today. Now, the first 2 on our list is Sleet and Dingo. Sleet and Dingo are from Sonic Underground, the comic book, and the TV show. Sleet is the more disciplined, strict guy, and Dingo is the goofy sidekick relief character. They are bounty hunters hired by Dr. Robotnik to hunt down Sonic, Manic, and Sonia. Now, Dingo can turn into a bunch of different things, like screwdrivers, cars, boats, just things that you wouldn't expect a giant monster dog thing to be able to turn into. It's insane some of the stuff he can turn into. These guys were only used in this cartoon and never really appeared anytime else, and I don't hear a lot of people talking about them. The next ones are Scratch and Grounder. We're getting the couples right out of the way. These 2 were created by Dr. Robotnik to hunt down Sonic and Tails. They are from Sonic They are from the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and this is probably the only reason why you know them, because of their meme status. They were incompetent, stupid robots that could never catch anything, and basically they scream and ran around. I already had a rant about this in a different list. So let's move on. The next character we have is Eclipse the Darkling. Eclipse the Darkling is a character created by the Black Arms to be the super soldier of their race. They're equivalent to Shadow the Hedgehog. Some people even call him Shadow's brother / rival. Now, because Shadow went rogue and turned against the Black Arms, yes, this is canon, you have to deal with it, they needed their own ultimate life form, so they created Eclipse to be the ultimate alien. Now, if you don't read the comics, you don't know who this guy is, because he hasn't appeared in any of the cartoons or any of the video games. So, enjoy. Our next character you may recognize if you had a DS, but if you don't know who she is. Marine the Raccoon. She is a character from Blaze's world and is from the Sonic Rush video games. She's energetic, talkative, and she always likes an adventure. Now, the thing is that they say that her new equivalent, or her different world equivalent, is Styx the Badger. So if you like Marine, then you at least get her in Styx. So at least she carries on somewhat. But yeah, the only time I've ever seen her used was in Sonic Rush. So after that, she kind of faded into obscurity. Only people who were fans of Rush really recognize her. And she wasn't even in a lot of the Rush titles. She was in like maybe 1 or 2. She's a sailor, and she has like different types of boats that she likes to go around exploring the waters with. I actually didn't really like those segments too well. But anyway, yeah, that was Marine the Raccoon. Our next character is Honey the Cat. Now, a lot of you might not know who Honey the Cat is. Honey the Cat appeared in the HD re-release of Sonic the Fighters, and that was the only game she ever appeared in. She wasn't even in the original Sonic the Fighters or the one that was released on the GameCube. Now, in Sonic the Fighters, she has no story because there's no real character development in that game. But in the comics, she's a CEO of Honey Clothes Company. So at least she gets that. Other than that, she's not really a major character in the comics, and they don't really build on her character that much. So yeah, we're just gonna have to accept there's not much to her, and she never really appeared that much again, so she kind of fell into obscurity. Our next character is Shade the Echidna. Shade appeared in Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. Now this is a non-canon Sonic RPG game. Yeah, for those of you who didn't know they had Sonic RPG games, go buy it today. But she is from the Marauder Forces. She is a member of the Marauder Forces, and she takes her job very seriously and serves to please her Dark Lord. She have lived with the others in the Lost Clan within the Twilight Cage for over 4,000 years. Now, this character was only used in this series and didn't really build on anything there, so if you really want to learn about her, read the comics. Now, she's tough, noble, and fights for what's right, almost like an opposite Rouge the Bat. She is really deadly in battle, and her main thing is fighting, like all echidnas do. If you really want to learn more about her, I say yet again, read the comic books, because they build a lot more on her character, and way too much for me to just keep rambling on about her in this video. But yeah, other than that and her few appearances in the comics, she's really kind of obscure in her own right, which is a shame because I really like her as a character. Now, our next character is Tikal. Tikal is a 4,000-year-old spirit and a former member of the Knuckles clan. Her father was a destructive man and she always opposed him. She befriended the local Chow of the Chow Garden and Chaos. Chaos is the guardian of the Chow. Well, one day Chaos went on a rampage and tried to destroy her father, so she sacrificed herself in order to stop him. And later, when the Master Emerald was broke,
she was set free and she helped Sonic and friends stop Chaos once again. After that, when Chaos calmed down, her and Chaos left and she was never seen again. So if you didn't play Sonic Adventure, which I know a lot of people still haven't, you don't really get a chance to know who she is. If you didn't play Sonic Adventure, a lot of you might not know who Tikal is, so go play Sonic Adventure so you can learn about this character and her story. Our next character is Sonia the Hedgehog. Sonia the Hedgehog is from the Sonic Underground comics and cartoon show. She is just a generic girl stereotype character who doesn't really have much to her. She has a slight attitude. She likes to flirt with boys and all that stuff. Interesting enough, she appeared in a really good hack called the S Factor, and if you want to play that game, you can go ahead and play it. She has a really cool redesign there. Another thing is, she appeared in the Sonic Sega All-Star Racing game for the Wii, only as a card in the casino level. So if you look, you can actually see her picture on the card. This does not mean she's official. It was actually just a slip up by Sega. They wanted Amy's photo, but they accidentally got Sonia. So that's a little bit of interesting information for you there. She was voiced by Jaleel White in the cartoon, which I still think sounded weird. And that's it about Sonia. Now this character is a character I wish I could forget. I really do wish I could forget her. But there is a lot of people who haven't played Sonic 06. But chances are you know who this is. It's Elise. Elise is the stupid little princess who couldn't go 10 minutes without getting kidnapped in Sonic 06. Her and Sonic are more friends than a relationship in my opinion, but even with knowing that in advance, it's creepy. I don't like Sonic 06, I don't like the kiss Elise gave to Sonic, and her whole purpose in the plot was pointless when everything got reversed in the end. So Elise, you're kind of forgotten because people want to forget Sonic 06, and really people want to and should forget you. So let's move on to our final character. Now, our final character is one you probably never really would have guessed because she didn't appear in any of the games. This character is Madonna. Madonna was going to be Sonic's equivalent to Princess Peach for Mario. Now this character is going to follow him around, kind of like Amy Rose does in later games. She is a human, pretty tall, with blonde hair, kind of taking a Jessica Rabbit-esque relationship idea and giving it to Sonic. But the thing is, when Sega tried to pitch the idea, they said that it would be bad for localization in America because it would be creepy. And the thing is, yeah, I think it would have been creepy. Unless you're like a fan of cartoons, like the Roger Rabbit thing, it could have worked, but I just don't see it working. Because later on, Sega would try this with our previously mentioned Elise, and it came off creepy. But who's to say Madonna couldn't have worked? Now, I hear that a character inspired by Madonna made it into the comics. So if you want to, you can look that up. But Madonna, you are my #1 forgotten Sonic character. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now, like I told you at the beginning of January, we're going to be doing remakes of older videos. So I'm going to remake one of the most popular videos on the channel. Top 10 Sonic fan characters remake. So let's get right into it today on DHT. And now, starting off this time at number 10 is Hyper Shattuck. Now, Hyper Shattuck appeared in Nazo Unleashed and Nazo's Revenge, a fan project that was never finished. This is the result of Sonic and Shadow fusing, and just like last time, if Sega would have actually done this, they would have ripped off Dragon Ball Z 100%. This character is OP, they fused for no reason, and I really see no point to his existence. I am glad that this is only a fan character. Number 9 is Evil the Hedgehog. Now, Evil the Hedgehog has Morgan Freeman as his god daddy, and Angelina Jolie as his mom. He kills Angelina Jolie, and then he's sent off to kill Sonic the Hedgehog. If that doesn't sound ridiculous enough, just look at his design. He's a purple hedgehog with an eye patch, spiked bracelets, and a gun. He's literally the stereotype of what people saw Shadow to be when he appeared in Shadow the Hedgehog, first carrying a gun. So, let's move on to number 8. And now for number 8. Number 8 is a relative newcomer, which is why he is so low in this list, but not too low. It's Sunky from Sunky the Game and Sunky.Impact. Sunky and his friends love to adventure and dance, and he is basically one of the newer, funnier troll parodies of Sonic. Unlike Sonic, he isn't too over the top. He's more down to earth with his humor, making obscure pop culture references and just being totally random. So if you haven't heard of Sunky, you might want to go check him out, but I think just looking at this image alone, you can tell Sunky isn't your average Sonic parody character. And number 7 is recolors. Now, if you don't know what a recolor is, you might want to go on any Sonic fan page forum. Now, these are just Sonic characters with slight tweaks, like sometimes they have different clothes on, they have cowlicks, they have longer hair, but most of the time their fur is recolored. Sometimes even their skin is recolored. It started up the trend of original the character, do not steal. So these guys have earned their place in the Sonic fandom. So let's move on to number 6. Now I'm going to make myself more clear on number 6 this time. This is Nazo from Nazo Unleashed. I know that there was a Sonic design for Hypersonic for Sonic X. I know that that's what it started out as, but I'm talking about the fan-made version, the one that can transform into this red guy, the one that came back as a cyborg, the one that's evil. So, Nazo comes to Earth in order to take the Chaos Emeralds and achieve his perfect form, totally ripping off Perfect Cell and Omega Shenron. He gets defeated multiple times, he comes back as a cyborg, and then is finally killed for good. So, if you want to check him out, you can watch Nazo's Unleashed and Nazo Revenge. So, this is number 6 then. Now, number 5 is Shaniqua from Sonic for Hire. Now, in Sonic for Hire, Sonic needs money, so he ends up prostituting himself to Mother Brain. They have sex multiple times for a lot of money, and in result, he has the kid, the glorious wonder Shaniqua. Her only word that she really speaks is avocado, and she runs around eating just about anything. When I say anything, I mean people, bombs. She's a psychopath. People even call her Psycho Guacamole Monster. So yeah, this is Sonic's daughter from Sonic for Hire at number 5. Now number 4 is the demonic entity known as Sonic.exe. Almost every popular Sonic creepypasta rips off Sonic.exe. Sonic.exe is a demonic, red-eyed, black, crying with blood Sonic, and he runs around killing all of his friends. If you don't know what Sonic.exe is, you're basically living under a rock, so go look it up. But anyway, on to number 3. Now yet again, we had problems with my number 3 on the last list. People can understand the difference. Yes, I know Tails doll was in Sonic R, but I'm not talking about that Tails doll. I even put the haunted Tails doll, the cursed Tails doll, or whatever. So, number 3 is the Cursed Tails doll. Now, this Tails doll is a demonic entity that is in Sonic R. Now, this isn't real, of course, but basically, if you do a certain amount of steps, you'll hear, "Can you feel the sunshine?" in reverse, and then the Tails doll will come and kill you. This Tails doll is evil. It's not the one from Sonic R. This is the one that starred in the creepypasta, the Tails doll creepypastas. If you haven't read them, go read them. You can find them really easily. So now, on to number 2. Now, number 2, everyone knows pretty well. It's Sonic. He's accepted in the MLG community, the parody community. He's been on every version of this list that I've made. He is the over-the-top Green Hill Zone running guy. He's this little kid's fan drawing that people took, made into PNGs, and now used for every Sonic parody out there just about. You have to know who Sonic is. Sonic is over-the-top and insane. So now let's move to number 1, and number 1 might just surprise you. And number 1 is Sonichu. Now, Sonichu was recently brought up in Sonic Honest trailers, so I thought I would mention Sonichu in this list. For those of you who don't know what Sonichu is, it's basically a fan comic created by a guy named Chris Chan, someone who's not really brought up in the fan community, so don't ask about him. It was created by Chris Chan. Sonic was powered up with the Chaos Emeralds in his super form and bumped into a Pikachu, and the Pikachu mutated into Sonichu.
Sonichu is a mutated Pikachu that looks like Sonic. He has super speed and electric powers. He goes on a bunch of adventures. It's horribly offensive, it's crude, and I wouldn't suggest any kids to read it, but for people who are curious about it, go check out Sonichu. And I'm gonna have a link down to D-Stex's page. He did a whole big 5-year-long review on Sonichu. It might have been longer, but I think it was 5 years. 5-year-long review on Sonichu. So you can go watch every issue. He'll read them right then and there. He'll tell you everything you need to know about Sonichu. But Sonichu is my #1 fan character of Sonic because I had so much fun reading Sonichu and reading its ridiculousness and reading the parodies of Sonichu, learning about the trolling, the Chris Chan stuff. It's just all awful, but yet fascinating. And I might be doing some more stuff about Sonichu later. So yeah, Sonichu gets my #1 Sonic fan character this time. Hello everybody, Dillin here today. There's been plenty of good Robotnik sidekicks or Dr. Eggman sidekicks throughout the years. Some very clever and creative, and some not so much, and some you just wish would go in a corner and die. Today we are going to be talking about my top 10 of those. So let's get into top 10 Dr. Robotnik / Eggman sidekicks today on DHT. Number 10, coming straight out of Sonic Sat AM, the cartoon show, Cluck. Cluck is more of a pet to Dr. Robotnik. Dr. Robotnik has him on his shoulder. Cluck sometimes try to peck at Snively and other people who break into Dr. Robotnik's lair. Cluck is the chicken that appears in Sonic Spinball that flies around and tries to damage you. Cluck is menacing and doesn't really do much to the show, but it's always kind of funny to see him hopping around doing mean stuff. So let's move on to number 9. Number 9, they've been on here before, Scratch and Grounder. I'm just gonna say they're from The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, they're annoying, blah blah blah, let's move on. Number 8. Sleet and Dingo. Sleet and Dingo are Dr. Robotnik's hired goons in Sonic Underground. Dingo can turn into just about any man-made object he wants to, like boats and possibly even a chainsaw if he wanted to, with making him probably one of the most deadly things that Robotnik has working for him. And Sleet is a sly, cunning, manipulative type guy, and he'll catch you off guard and try to trick you every bit of the way. These two are very interesting from character designs to their attitudes themselves, and they're fully fleshed out characters. I think they deserve this spot at number 8. Number 7, getting higher than the other ones, number 7 is Coconuts from The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. A little bit more competent than Scratch and Grounder, he's actually made better attempts at killing Sonic and Tails. He made a giant machine that could fire cannons rapidly and is disguised as a chili dog booth. He's a little bit more competent than those two losers from before, but just like the other two, he's completely useless and hardly ever does anything useful and is also annoying. So we're just going to wrap that up with him. Let's move on to number 6. And now from Sonic X, Deco and Boko. Deco and Boko is basically Scratch and Grounder improved. They're less annoying, they're actually helpful and care about Dr. Eggman quite a bit, and sometimes they could even be seen as kinda good guys. Number 5, also from Sonic X, Bokoon. Now, this guy is freaking hilarious. I don't know how Dr. Robotnik made him, I don't know what he's supposed to be, but every time this guy appeared on Sonic X, I laughed. He was always bringing around messages to the people from Dr. Robotnik, and then when the messages were done, they would blow up. And there was this hilarious whole episode where he was acting sad to befriend the maid of Chris, a character that I absolutely hate. And the second he befriends her, he blows her up with a bomb anyway, and then she chases him with a freaking jet trying to kill him, and he's just running around screaming everywhere. It's hilarious. So he was a comic relief character, he was a comic relief villain, and I really liked him. I would actually love it if he would get into the games, but I guess he was good enough in Sonic X. If I had to point out a character I really loved in Sonic X, it would have to be Bokoon. Even though he would turn on Robotnik in a second, he's still a really good minion in my opinion. So let's move on to number 4. Speaking of minions who will turn on you in a second, Snively is one of them. He is cunning and manipulative. He acts like he's weaker than Robotnik and very dumber than Robotnik, but he is actually way more deadly when he wants to be. He is the minion to Dr. Robotnik in the Sonic Sat AM cartoon show and in the Sonic Archie comics. Now, this guy has his time to shine a lot. Sometimes he's way more effective than Dr. Robotnik at getting Sonic and friends. And when Robotnik dies in the comics, big spoiler right there, sorry, I always do that. Snively full-on takes over, and he did a way better job than Dr. Robotnik. He may not look as threatening, but dear God, watch out when Snively's around you, and I think he earned his spot at number 4. Back on the comic relief characters, we're going to Cubebot and Orbot. Now these two were in Sonic Colors, they've been in the Sonic Archie comics, and now they're in Sonic Boom. So whatever you know them from, you can count them for there. But these two are freaking hilarious. Orbot being the more rational and sensible one that actually gets things done, and Cubebot being the more comical one and the dumber one. These two are always playing and goofing around, always causing Eggman more trouble. But then again, if he's ever needing them, they're always there to help him, kinda like Deco and Boko earlier. But these two are way funnier, and sometimes they make the scene in a game. Like, there has been scenes where Cubebot lost his voice chip, so he was running around all in Sonic Colors with a bunch of different voices, like he was a pirate. It was just freaking hilarious. I really hope to continue to see Cubebot and Orbot, and I think Sega's gonna keep bringing them in, so they earn their spot at number 3. Let's move on to number 2, and I think 2 will shock you, but not as much as 1. For all you classic Sonic fans out there, this is the number 1 classic Sonic minion. If I was going on just classic Sonic games, the Genesis era stuff, this guy would definitely be Robotnik's most deadly minion, and it is Metal Sonic. Now, Metal Sonic was created to be as fast as Sonic, as strong as Sonic, and smarter than Sonic. So you know he's gonna be deadly, and that's what you get in Sonic CD. He's constantly taunting Sonic, kidnapping Amy Rose, and in the end you have to race him. He's been back a couple times, and in Sonic Heroes he was actually a major menace. He was the main bad guy of the game. He's been reduced down to lower in the more recent games, but he's come back in Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Sonic Generations, and Sonic Boom, so it's glad to see that he's still a mainstay sidekick in today's shows. So let's move on to number 1. And number 1, he's been possibly one of the most deadliest Sonic foes since Sonic Adventure 2, it's Shadow the Hedgehog. Now, he may have not been Robotnik's minion or sidekick for long, but for the little bit of time that he was possibly the most deadly and overpowered thing in existence. His mastery of chaos control makes him definitely an admirable foe to Sonic, and the fact that he can almost move as fast as Sonic makes him even more deadly. And he doesn't mind killing people. That's where a lot of these other Sonic villains are less effective because they're more lighthearted. Shadow will fucking kill someone. There is no playing around with Shadow. Now, unfortunately, after Shadow the Hedgehog, he was turned into a complete good guy. So he works for the government now. Every now and again he'll help out Eggman, but he's not really on Eggman's side. He's more of Sonic's friend. The only reason why he gets on this list is he's went back to being Dr. Eggman's minion in Sonic Boom. Hello everybody, Dillin here today, and last time I did my top 10 least favorite Sonic characters. Now, some people took the video a little bit personally. I was just mainly doing the video to get my opinion out there. I don't hate any of the characters. They were just characters I didn't like so much. Well, this time I am doing my top 10 favorite Sonic characters, and the same disclaimer can be put here. I'm not saying that you have to like these characters, they're just my favorite characters. So let's jump
jump right into my top 10 favorite Sonic characters today on DHT. Now number 10 is my favorite out of the Chaotix. It's Vector the Crocodile. Now Vector the Crocodile is a sly con man who just wants to make money. He's not really a good guy, he's not really a bad guy, he's on whoever's side that's paying, and that's why I like him. He's an annoying character, but not too annoying. I like that he's always rocking headphones and not even really paying attention to anything. He wasn't in a lot of games, but the games that he was in, I really enjoyed him in, and he never stayed around too long, meaning that he was a comic relief character, but not an annoying one. That's how you do comic relief characters. So let's move on to number 9. Now, number 9 is a character you don't really expect me to like, but I do. It's Amy Rose. Now Amy Rose, I like her as a character. She's always trying to get with Sonic. She's like Sonic's fangirl, but we all know she's never gonna get with Sonic. But that doesn't deny the fact that it's really cute that she tries to, and sometimes her being psychotic and chasing him actually helps him out, like when he gets trapped somewhere and she just so happens to be there to free him because she was stalking him. I like the little thing they have going on where he runs away from her and she keeps chasing him even though he doesn't like her. I wouldn't want this to change anytime soon, and I really want her character to have a bigger role in games, because it seems like since Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes, we haven't really had her as like a main role. She's only just kind of been there. And one thing I always noticed about her is she never really knows who Sonic is. She just tackles any hedgehog nearby. Like she tackled Shadow, she tackled Silver, and she even tackled the Werehog, which is Sonic but looked nothing like him. So yeah, I think she earned her spot at number 9. Now number 8 is one of my favorite Eggman sidekick-like characters. He is Metal Sonic. Now Metal Sonic was just originally supposed to be the counterpart to Sonic, just the robotic doppelganger, and there had been other robotic doppelgangers before him, but he is the first one to actually show off a personality, show off an attitude, and as the games went on, we find out that he literally thinks that he's Sonic, so far to even want to prove to people that he is the real Sonic. It is through this that he actually becomes a full-fledged character. We get to see the struggles he goes through, the fact that no one sees him as a hero and that he's only a metal monster. It's through this character development that really made me like him as a character, and I think the peak of his character was in Sonic Heroes where he was the main villain. So I hope we get to see more Metal Sonic, but till then he's earned his place at number 8. Now number 7, you probably wouldn't expect him to be this low in the list, but I just don't like him as much as everybody else does. It's Tails. Now, Tails is a really good Sonic character. He's been there since Sonic 2, being Sonic's friend and always helping out, and he's contributed major things to the plot of every Sonic game. It's just I feel like his character has taken a toll from just being Sonic's best friend and helping out to being more of a wisecracking smartass who always has to point out how smart he is. This is mainly shown off in Sonic Colors and Sonic Lost World, but it does add some more development to their friendship. Like, it shows that their friendship is more real world friendship. Like, they argue sometimes, but they're still best friends. It's just sometimes I can find him annoying, and him not being a playable character that often, it really makes me start to not like his character that much, because I would really like him to be playable, but it's just the fact that he's not really exposed to being a playable character. The last time we got him as a playable character was in Sonic 4 Part 2, and I really liked that game because the teamwork mechanics work perfectly and actually make him useful. So, Sonic Team, I say make Tails useful again, bring him back in some games. He doesn't have to play a big role, he just has to be a playable character. Because if he's not a playable character, what's even the point of keeping him around? Now number 6 is what I think Tails should be. He should be more supportive, more out there, more fun going, and he should really just be like a real close friend to Sonic. It's Chip. Now, Chip was only in Sonic Unleashed, but he had major development throughout the whole game. Chip ends up just starting out as this little comic relief character who likes ice cream, into being revealed at the end of the game that he is a literal god, and he even sacrifices himself to imprison Dark Gaia and start the whole cycle over again and save Sonic. Their friendship was majorly shown off in this game. It was shown off how he just bumped into him and was scared, and then slowly got to know him as a character.
So he really grew on me, and it's just sad that he only showed off in this one game, but he really doesn't need to be in any more games. I feel like Sonic Unleashed opened his story and closed it good enough to where we wouldn't need him to come back. So, just because of how much I liked him as a character, and I always like comic relief characters who know when to crack a joke, I think he deserves a spot at number 6. Now, number 5, I brought them up before in my top 10 Robotnik sidekicks. It's Orbot and Cubot. Now, these two are the two comic relief sidekick characters for Dr. Eggman in the newer Sonic games, and I really like them because they always want to help out and they genuinely care about Dr. Eggman, but they also mess up and they're also complete idiots at times. He gets annoyed by them, but he always wants them there to help him out because they are useful and they have contributed quite a bit. Now, yet again, like I said before, a comic relief character can be overused like Charmy B, but I feel like Orbot and Cubot only stay around long enough to get off their joke, then they go away. And in small dosage, I can really like them. And hell, they're probably one of my favorite parts of Sonic Boom. So Orbot and Cubot, stay around because I really like you guys as characters. And I think you deserve your spot in number 5. Now, number 4 is Knuckles the Echidna. Now, since Sonic 3, I thought that this character was a pure badass. Now, he just started off like all the other characters are bright and happy. He's sitting there frowning, ready to punch something. And that's one of my favorite character aspects about him. Sonic could run fast, Tails could fly. Knuckles was the fighting character. And I really hate that they took this away from him in Sonic Adventure, how they just had him looking for treasure and digging underground. Because I would have really liked him more as a fighting type character. Instead of giving him that gameplay, I feel like they should have given him gameplay more like the Werehog in Sonic Unleashed. And if they do bring back Knuckles, I would actually prefer if we got some brawling sections with combos and many different stuff like that rather than the treasure hunting stages, because in my opinion I feel like the treasure hunting stages are annoying, but if you really wanted to, you could mix the two together. Either way, I really like Knuckles' character, how he's short-tempered, but he's also really smart and really powerful. He has a connection to the chaos energy and can manipulate it any way that he wants to, so if he really wanted to, he could use the Master Emerald to shut off the Chaos Emeralds. He can also turn the Chaos Emeralds into Super Emeralds, which is a very important thing and really makes him one of the strongest characters in the Sonic series. So yeah, I feel like Knuckles is a really underused character. He's mainly only been used to slap around here lately. I really hope that in the next Sonic game he gets a bigger role and they actually emphasize more on his character, his short temper, and his fighting abilities rather than just the treasure hunting people are familiar with in Sonic Adventure. Now, number 3 is Shadow the Hedgehog. Now, I was first exposed to Shadow the Hedgehog by the Sonic X cartoon show, and when I played his game Shadow the Hedgehog, I actually didn't hate it. A lot of people do, but I actually like it because Sonic has speed on his side, Tails can fly, Knuckles can glide and fight, Shadow had guns and machinery. Now, I do believe that this could have been better implemented in the games that he was in, like Sonic 06 and Shadow the Hedgehog, and I do believe they should continue it because without those he's kind of just a black Sonic, but I believe that they kind of went a little bit overboard with the Shadow the Hedgehog game. They tried to be a little bit too edgy and forgot to be more cartoony and over the top, and the swear words kind of put me off. It did give me some of my favorite memes, so I'm not gonna be too mad about it. Where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald? Fucking love that. So yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog was supposed to be like the anti-hero character, and I feel like they kind of gave up on that after Sonic 06, and I believe that they should try that again. Make Shadow be the character working for Gun, team him up with Rouge again, and just continue with that story arc. Just because Sonic 06 failed does not mean that him as a character failed. You can do Shadow some more, and hell, even give him more of a role with Rouge and Omega, because I really liked how they worked together in Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06. Just try to make him less edgy. So onward to number 2. Now, I had a long drawn out audio for number 2, which is Eggman, but the audio got corrupted, so I'm just going to tell you it in an abbreviated way so I don't have to go on and on. Eggman is my number 2 favorite Sonic character because when Mike Pollock took over, which is about when I got into the Sonic franchise during Sonic X and Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06, I found him to be hilarious, and I still find him to be hilarious, and I really hope that they continue to use him as Eggman as long as they can, because he's my favorite part in Sonic X, he's my favorite part in the modern Sonic games, and he is my favorite part in Sonic Boom. So yeah, Eggman is more incompetent villain now. He tries to be evil, but most of the time his plans are just silly and goofy, and that's why I love him. So let's move on to number 1. Now, number 1 should be obvious. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, Sonic the Hedgehog's my favorite character because he's a cocky little smart aleck hedgehog who likes to run fast. And I really believe that he was the icon of my childhood. He was the main video game character. He's always had a cartoon show out, no matter which generation you've been in. He's had several really good games throughout the years, and despite the few bad games, he always comes back on top. And I believe that Sega's really working on something to bring back his character, because even if he hasn't had a really good game recently, he still had some good mobile games coming out, and they always try to keep him out there. So yeah, Sonic, you're always going to be my favorite character in your franchise, and I hope that the series continues to make games. Hello everybody, Dylan here today on DHT, and we are doing a top 10 video. But this top 10 video is different. It's not Sonic related. Now this has been my first top 10 video in a long time that hasn't been Sonic related. So what's the top 10 gonna be on? Well, in case you didn't read the title already, we're doing top 10 failed video game mascots. Now by no means are these mascots bad in any way, and I enjoy a lot of their games. They're just mascots that didn't work out. So with that little disclaimer aside, let's get into top 10 failed video game mascots today on DHT. Number 10, it's Crash Bandicoot. Now, Crash Bandicoot was roaring off to success in the early 2000s. Crash was everywhere. He was dominating. He was rivaling both Sonic and Mario in popularity. He was the icon of Sony. But after Naughty Dog left Crash just kind of fell into irrelevancy. Like, Activision tried to make some games, and Traveler's Tales tried to make some games, but none of them were as good as the originals. And we've heard that Sony's bought Crash and is going to make a new Crash game, but until Sony does make a Crash game, right now Crash is in the rights to be called one of the failed mascots, at least number 10. And number 9 is Alex Kidd, Sega's mascot before Sonic the Hedgehog. Alex Kidd was mainly for the Sega Master System, the precursor to the Genesis, and he had about 5 games, most being on the Master System and Game Gear, and one being on the Genesis. After his one appearance on the Genesis and the domination of Sonic the Hedgehog, Alex Kidd slowly faded away. He's been in the Sonic racing games and a few other Sega spin-offs, but he really hasn't had a main title in over 20 years, and I would really like to see Alex Kidd return. But till then, he's number 9 for failed mascots. And now for number 8, we have a more obscure character if you guys are younger to gaming. He was the mascot for the TurboGrafx 16, and that might be why you never heard of him, because this console was somewhat of a failure. He is Bonk. Bonk's main gimmick is that he's a caveman who's off on adventures saving the world, and he saves the world by using his head as a weapon. So yeah, it's a baby caveman using his head as a weapon to fight enemies with. He travels throughout time. It's a really weird Japanese game. It's really fun, so if you have a TurboGrafx 16 emulator, go ahead and play this game. But yeah, after his console failed, he mainly just went into obscurity, and we haven't really seen him since. I would like to see Bonk have a comeback, but I really doubt if he will. And number 7 is Sackboy from the Little Big Planet games. Now, this is a series that was the face of PlayStation for the PlayStation 3 cycle and the PS Vita. But after the Vita and the PS3 basically went along and the new console console came in, nobody really knows who Sackboy is anymore. He's not really getting the attention of being Sony's mascot, and he's mainly only around to be in games like PlayStation All-Stars. So as a mascot, he's just not up there on the level, and I could mainly credit this to his design. He's literally just a basic brown Sackboy, and there's nothing really appealing about his design. He has a smile, but that's just about it. So yeah, Sackboy, you earn your spot at number 7. Number 6 is Vector Man. Now, I don't want a bunch of failed Sega mascots being on here, but Vector Man was made to show off the Sega Genesis's 3D capabilities. When the Super Nintendo released Donkey Kong Country, it showed off pre-rendered 3D graphics, so Sega wanted to show that they could do that. And to show that they could do that, they made a guy out of circles who is a robot, and he shoots like Mega Man, and it's kind of like a Mega Man style game. His game is really fun, and I recommend you get it if you haven't got it, if you're like a Sega Genesis collector, or just play it on ROMs. Like, it's a really fun game. But Vector Man himself, he's really forgettable. He's just a basic green color, and he's a bunch of circles. So after the Genesis went along and 3D graphics weren't that impressive for just a man made of circles, he died out, and Sega mainly just focused on Sonic the Hedgehog. He'll be the last Sega mascot on the list. Now, I'm not trying to be mean with the next one, but I dislike number 5, like really dislike him, and it's Gex. Gex is an annoying pop culture spewing lizard, but do you know what makes it worse? He's an early 2000s pop culture spewing lizard. This might be endearing for the early 2000s, but now since we're in the mid 2010s, I don't give a damn about anything he's saying, and when he makes an Austin Powers reference, it makes me cringe. He is literally the definition of a mascot that's trying to be cool and failing at it in every way. But his games are still good. If you can ignore his annoying personality, the game stories are pretty crazy and pretty wild. Like, it's pretty insane. So yeah, I would say play these games, but I don't know if they've re-released them, and I really doubt if any of you guys want to go out searching for a 3DO. I think he might have had a game on the Xbox, but I don't know. But yeah, Gex, you were annoying, and I can understand why you are a failed mascot. And now number 4 is Croc. Croc is a game made by Argonaut, and he was meant to be a mascot, but not the mascot that you think he is. He was actually meant to be Yoshi, because this was pitched to be a Yoshi game on the Nintendo 64. But when Nintendo said no, Argonaut turned it into Croc and teamed up with Nintendo's enemy at the time, PlayStation, to make Croc. Now, Croc did moderately well, and if you're a PS1 collector, it's actually a really good game. But the thing is, the character Croc is really forgettable, just like the rest of these characters that I've mentioned. He's an anthropomorphic crocodile, that's all. He's happy, he's got cartoonish features, but there's nothing interesting about him. There's no interesting backstory to him. He's not even really going on this quest for anything really important. It's just the generic character storyline. So yeah, if you like a good 3D platformer but with a generic story, go ahead and get Croc. But other than that, just let him stay dead with all the other video game mascots. Onward to number 3. Now number 3 is from a company you wouldn't expect to have a failed mascot. It's Xbox. Now, people wouldn't expect Microsoft to have a failed mascot at all because they have Master Chief as their mascot. There's a new Halo game for every Xbox console. But Microsoft actually wanted an animal character to compete with Crash Bandicoot and Sonic the Hedgehog. His name was Blinks the Cat. Now, Blinks the Cat was a time traveler who would go on saving the world. The gameplay is fun, but it's just not really memorable. Like, you're shooting this gun and it's just no. Like, they tried to mix 3D platforming with first-person shooters and it didn't really work out. And he's trying to be edgy, but he's just an anthropomorphic cat and I really don't care about him. Like, he was trying to be edgy for the 2000s, so they gave him like a sweater, they gave him some sneakers, he's wearing shorts and goggles, and he just reeks of being a poochie. But unlike with Sonic the Hedgehog, it just didn't work with him. And for our last 2 mascots, you will notice that they are also what I consider to be poochies, which is a reference from The Simpsons, and it's just a mascot trying to be way too cool and pander to the kids rather than just being his own thing. So let's move on to number 2. Number 2 is Bubsy Bobcat, made by Accolade. Now, Bubsy Bubsy was trying to cash in on the popularity of Sonic the Hedgehog, and he thought that he could be a fast-paced platformer. Now, his first 2 games did alright, even though they are god-awful. Like, don't ever play these games. The backgrounds are atrocious, the speed momentum doesn't work right, and you only get 1 hit. Bubsy's main thing is that he can run fast and glide. I don't know why gliding, but he can. But unlike with a lot of these mascots who were accidentally annoying, Bubsy was annoying on purpose. That's actually his whole personality. He spits out annoying catchphrases like what could possibly go wrong. He's always cracking stupid cat puns. Like, that's possibly the worst thing about him, is all the cat puns. And he tries to break the 4th wall, but he breaks the 4th wall in such a sad way that it's just more pathetic than endearing. So yeah, when Bubsy tried to jump into 3D though, it was the epic fail, the final nail in the coffin for his franchise. He just died out after that, possibly because the company who was making him went broke, or they just didn't want to lose more money investing in him. But funny enough, they tried to get a cartoon show out, and you can go watch the pilot still. I think they actually did sell the pilots on tape. So yeah, if you can go find the pilot, go watch it. It's pretty bad. It's very similar to the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I might be doing a cartoon review of it one day if you guys actually wanted me to. But yeah, Bubsy the Bobcat. He's annoying, he's stupid, and I can understand why he's failed, and I really hope that he never comes back. And now our number 1 is another character who tried to cash in on the popularity of Sonic the Hedgehog, but took away all the subtlety. It's Awesome Possum. Awesome Possum is so fucking stupid. Like, first of all, entitling that he is awesome already makes him not cool. You're trying to reach out to the 90s kids. Stating that he's awesome is not gonna make people think that he's awesome. You have to prove that he's awesome. Like, if he would have been riding a skateboard or something, he wouldn't have been any less cringy than what he is already. His whole main thing is that he likes to recycle. Like, you can even tell in the title screen where there's a freaking giant recycling sign. A lot of people don't catch on the environmental things with Sonic the Hedgehog, the environmental messages. With Awesome Possum, it's just shoved in your face over and over again, lacking all subtlety and just being flat out stupid. Nobody liked this character, and he didn't even have good gameplay to go with it. He is a joke amongst all of the other failed mascots. So congratulations, Awesome Possum. Your game sucked, you suck, and now you are my number 1 failed video game mascot. Congratulations. Hello everybody, Dylan here today. Today's top 10 is going to be top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog ripoffs. Now in the 90s, there were plenty of companies that wanted to cash in on the radicalness of Sonic the Hedgehog and the speed of his gameplay, and there was plenty upon plenty of knockoffs. So let's look at 10 of those today on DHT. Number 10 is Zool Ninja the Nth Dimension. Now this was made by Gremlin Graphics for the Amiga, but it actually went on to be ported to many other consoles, including the Game Boy, and it actually got a sequel, Zool 2. This is probably one of the more original of the Sonic knockoffs, but just by playing it with the speed, momentum, and everything else, you can just tell that it's a cheap Sonic knockoff. But as knockoffs come, this is probably one of the more original ones, because at least they just didn't take an animal and make it radical. So let's move on to number 9. Number 9 is Arrow the Acrobat. Now, Arrow the Acrobat, despite the pun name, is actually a decent mascot. He was made by Iguana Entertainment for the Genesis and the Super Nintendo. Now, his gameplay is totally original. You're flying around and platforming, and it's not really a direct rip-off of Sonic, but his design is. You can tell that he was made to be an edgy animal character and has direct inspirations from Sonic. The gloves, the face, the radicalness of him, you can just tell that he's trying to be an edgy Sonic knockoff. But as knockoffs go, he's still quite original and actually did do well as a game. So let's move on to number 8, where things get worse. And now number 8 is the ungodly abomination known as Radical Rex. Now, if the name in the cover doesn't hint off that he's a Sonic the Hedgehog knockoff, seeing that he's riding a skateboard and has cartoon features, when you start to play the game, you will realize that it's just a carbon copy of Sonic the Hedgehog. The only original things that he brings to the table is a skateboard, some something to which Sonic was already doing, being snowboarding on levels, and his flame ability, which I'll give him that is totally original, but other than that, he's an obnoxious, annoying character who's trying way too hard to be cool. His fast-paced gameplay is also a direct sign that he's a Sonic the Hedgehog knockoff, and he's a dime a dozen. Nobody remembered him. He just didn't connect well with the audience, because it's one thing to be cool and then it's another thing to just try to be cool, and kids aren't stupid. They can tell what's cool and what's not cool, and Radical Rex wasn't cool, and Activision, you really should have known better than to bring us this god-awful piece of junk of a game. Next on our list is returning again, Crash Bandicoot. Now, Crash Bandicoot isn't a direct ripoff of Sonic because he has a lot of original things on his own, but the Sonic influences are obvious, seeing how he has a mad scientist who's goofy and cartoony and always trying to get him. He had racing games, party games, he's a platformer, and the beta for Crash Bandicoot was called Sonic's Ass Game, so it's obvious you can see the Sonic the Hedgehog influences. Not to mention, when it came to marketing the game, Sony took the same approach that Sega did, challenging Mario and Nintendo to fights, just like with Sonic. So Crash Bandicoot, you had a lot of homages to Sonic and you did a lot of the same strategies as Sonic, but I do believe you can stand on your own. But there's no denying that you are a Sonic the Hedgehog knockoff, or at least an influence of Sonic. First 6 on our list is Oscar. Now, I'm gonna say this again with another person who's on my list later on, but Oscar tries to copy the gameplay style of Sonic the Hedgehog without realizing why the gameplay style worked. Oscar moves too fast through this level for you to even control him, and the level isn't built around speed, it's built around just platforming. Sonic the Hedgehog worked because the levels were built around platforming and speed, and you could always slow Sonic down. The reason why Oscar doesn't work is because he's slippery. Now, he's also an extreme animal, you can tell by his design, and his whole gimmick is that he goes into movies. So besides design wise and trying to be an extreme mascot that runs fast, there isn't a lot of influences of Sonic. But I do believe that if you go and play Oscar yourself, you'll be able to tell right away that he was trying to be a knockoff of Sonic. So yeah, you can go get his games. They're on the DS now. They're releasing remakes on the DS, so go get that. So yeah, Oscar, you're not so bad, but we can tell you're a ripoff of Sonic. Now, next on our list, returning again, it's Awesome Possum. Now, just ignore that he's the animal who's trying to have attitude and focus on his gameplay. He's yet again another platformer that wants to run fast but not knowing how that gameplay works, and he rips off the whole theme of Sonic. Awesome Possum is trying to save the environment. What more can I say? He's running fast and trying to save the environment. He's a fucking Sonic clone, and he's not even a good one. No one fucking likes him. Like, his gameplay is hated, and he was way too preachy with his message. If you're going to preach something, be sure to do it subtly. He did not. So that's why Awesome Possum is a failed mascot and a Sonic knockoff. Next, we have Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel. Yes, that name is exactly the way you heard it. He is trying to be an adventurer, and besides his design just being a direct ripoff of Sonic, he has the balls to not only copy his gameplay, but copy his attack style. Zero spins into people to kill them. He spins into his enemies to kill them. Like, can there be any more of a direct Sonic knockoff? If you showed me the box art of Zero and told me that he was a member of the Sonic the Hedgehog universe, I would believe you if I didn't know about Sonic already. Zero, you're just not even trying. You're probably one of the most obvious of Sonic knockoffs, but there's plenty more going onto the list. Number 3, we have made by Ocean Studio, Mr. Nuts. Now, besides his name being completely ridiculous, his gameplay is so bland and generic. Besides his design and basic gameplay style being like Sonic, he doesn't even run like Sonic, so it really makes his gameplay boring and repetitive. You can tell this one was just made to cash in on the edginess of Sonic. Other than that, he really doesn't have anything to offer. He's just a generic platformer. But I think he is enough of a ripoff to be up here at number 3. And now, number 2, Rocky Rodent. Now, Rocky Rodent would be at number number 1 if it wasn't for the fact that he has some original power-ups, and it's a pretty neat concept on its own. You're chasing after a bad guy, and you get this weird hairdo to help you projectile yourself up into the sky and land on different areas that would be normally inaccessible. But it does copy the whole running fast aspect of Sonic and the edgy attitude. You can even tell by the sneakers he's wearing. If you look at this advertisement, you can obviously tell this is a Sonic the Hedgehog knockoff. But this is a Sonic the Hedgehog knockoff worth checking out. If you were a kid who had a Super Nintendo back in the day, then this would have definitely been a good substitute for you to get. It was even advertised to be a Sonic the Hedgehog clone. So this one's really obvious, but at least it's fun, unlike number 1. Number 1, and you've probably seen this coming, Bubsy the Bobcat. Yet again, another returning one for my failed mascots list. There seems to be a lot on here. Bubsy tried to copy all elements of Sonic through his design, through his gameplay, and everything else. The reason why it doesn't work with Bubsy is because running fast isn't rewarding. You slip around and you bump into enemies, and because you die in just one hit, your journey is soon to end really quickly. And another major problem is there is falling damage. That's one thing that if it was in Sonic, it would be a really hard thing to do. There's even a hack where they put Bubsy in Sonic and gave Bubsy his gameplay style, and it is hell. Bubsy is a knockoff of Sonic, but he is an unfun knockoff. You can play Bubsy if you want to. I say go check Bubsy out, but he is awful. His gameplay is terrible. His concept is annoying. He's always spewing out pop culture references every 10 seconds. He's just really not even worth it, and I'm glad that he died as soon as he went to 3D on the PlayStation. Hello everybody, welcome to DHT Games, Comics, Theories, and more. Today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 isn't going to be in any specific order because I couldn't think of an order for a list like this. This list is going to be 10 things Sega got wrong in Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, this could be Sega of America, Sega Europe, Sega Japan. I'm counting them all as one. So let's go over 10 mistakes Sega made in Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, this first one comes directly from the US manual for Sonic the Hedgehog 1, and it's that they say Sonic's speed comes from his shoes. Yes, you hear that right. Let me read it directly from the manual. It's Sonic, the real cool hedgehog with the spiked haircut and the power sneakers that give him his super speed. See? They literally credit his shoes to him going fast. Now, I can understand why they made this mistake, because in the game you hit boxes with shoes on them to go faster. But if they would have just communicated better with Sega Japan, this mistake could have been avoided. It's only brought up in this one manual, but to think that some kids out there grew up thinking that Sonic was only fast because of his shoes. Now, number 9 comes from Sonic the Fighter, Sega fighting game. So, this one is them mislabeling Amy Rose as Rosie the Rascal. Now, I know Rosie would go on to be a character in the Archie comics, but she started off as just a little bit of a mistranslation in Sonic the Fighters. This won't be the last time Sega gets Amy Rose's name wrong on this list. Now, for those of us in the US, England, and Japan, we know that the character Sally Acorn isn't canon, despite her name being placed everywhere and Sega keep messing it up. That will be in the list too. But in Australia, apparently Australia didn't get the memo, because she was quite canon in Australia. She wasn't in any of the main series games, but she was all over promotional art, especially Sega World in Australia. Like, I'm gonna show you some of the merchandise up here. It was insane. She had cups. She even had a statue outside with Sonic. Australians really considered this character to be canon because Sega just didn't tell anybody. This was before the internet, so nobody seemed to really care. This would only be a problem after the internet came around. Now, this one, I even did a whole video on myself, and it's Sega getting Sonic's age wrong. Now, in the classic games, Sonic was 15. In the modern games, he was 15, but the thing that led me to assume that his age was wrong, besides the fact of him having a birthday, is that in a game called Sonic Jam, which is a compilation, they say Sonic is 16. I'm even showing you it now. So Sonic went from being 15 to 16, then being 15 again. Sega needs to just release Sonic's official age already and explain what happened with this little bit of a mess up. Number 6. Now, number 6 is in the US version of Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection, and I think this only applies to the US one. one because I asked my friends from the UK and they said this isn't on their box, but look on the back where it shows off some of the games, and Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is shown off, but it's labeled as Sonic the Hedgehog 2. How this one got by Sega will always amaze me, because Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and Sonic the Hedgehog 3 look nothing alike. They can't even label their own games correctly now. Now, in Sonic Adventure 2, the moon gets blown up. Then we see in Shadow the Hedgehog, the moon is back and fine. Now, they actually asked the game developers this at a convention, and they said that the moon is just turned around. If the moon did get blown in half, it would be knocked off its axis and it couldn't spin correctly, most likely. So this excuse doesn't make any sense. I prefer the story told in Sonic X where the moon was turned halfway into a robot so then it would spin normally again, because this explanation that Sega gave makes no sense and it seems like they just forgot about the moon being blown up. Now, this mistake was made all the way back when Sonic was still just a concept, and it's that hedgehogs actually can swim. When they were researching hedgehogs, they thought that they couldn't swim, so that's why Sonic sinks in underwater levels. To think that if they would have just done a little bit more research, we wouldn't fear underwater levels like we do. But there was also some goggles shown off in the sprites that weren't used in Sonic the Hedgehog 1, hinting that Sonic could have been able to breathe underwater, but the drowning mechanic was added. Now, the developers of the game said that this was just going to be a physical appearance change and actually wasn't going to impact the game. But we can see in later games like Sonic Colors, Sonic can somewhat swim, so at least he's getting a little bit back to his hedgehog roots. Now, this one's exclusive to the US again. If you're reading promotional articles for Sonic the Hedgehog 3 or Sonic and Knuckles, you may have noticed Knuckles had a Jamaican accent. Now, they assume this because he had long dreadlocks and because of the colors of his shoes. I don't know if Knuckles actually has a lot of Jamaican influences, but we can tell that when the adventure games come around, the accent thing wasn't implemented at all. And I can't even picture a Jamaican Knuckles. Seriously, you need to go online and read these. They're freaking hilarious. I would love to see a Jamaican Knuckles put into the games, but I'm glad that they decided to not go with this one. Now, number 2 is the Super Emeralds aren't canon. Now, you've heard me bring up the Super Emeralds and Hyperforms in my videos a lot. Well, it turns out that Sonic 3 and Knuckles isn't a canon game. Yeah, you heard me right. Sonic 3 is canon, Sonic and Knuckles is canon, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles and everything that happens in it is a what if. So, Hyper Sonic isn't canon, and the Super Emeralds aren't canon. I'm really wondering why Sega even gave us this stuff if it doesn't even apply to the storyline at all. Now, this one's a 2-for-1 mistake. It's that Amy was called Sally in Sonic CD, and Ricky was called Sally in Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, in the promotional art for Sonic the Hedgehog 1, a character called Ricky, one of Sonic's animal friends that he has to rescue, was labeled as being Sally. There's even some promotional toys out where Ricky was called Sally, but this wouldn't be the last time that a character was called Sally Acorn for no good reason. In the manual, the US manual for Sonic CD, it says that you have to rescue Princess Sally. When you play the game, it's Amy Rose. So I don't know how both of these happen in the US promotions for Sonic the Hedgehog, but we've seen now twice characters who have nothing to do with Sally Acorn being labeled as Sally Acorn. I don't know what Sega was doing in the 90s, but they just couldn't get a hold of their characters' names at all. Hello everybody, Dillin here from DHT Games, Comics, Theories, and more. Today we are going to be doing a top 10 list, and today's top 10 list is going to be top 10 canceled Sonic games. Now, I know you guys are going to love this list, so stay tuned today on DHT. Number 10 is Sonic's Edusoft. Now, Sonic's Edusoft was going to be an educational game for the Sega Master System, and it was developed by Tiertex. Now, this game is fully completed. It's just that at the last second, Sega decided not to publish it, probably because the Sega Master System was already dead, and the Genesis was more popular. And maybe they didn't think that an educational game would sell well. As you can see, the game is playable, and if you want to, I'm gonna leave a link down below where you can get the ROM for this, and some people even printed off their own homebrew cartridges for this game. So yeah, Sonic's Edusoft, would it have done good? probably not, but it is a game that you can play still. Now number 9 is Sonic DS. Sonic DS was a 2004 E3 demo showed off to everybody, and it just looked like a standard 3D Sonic game, and it looked pretty impressive for what the DS could do, and that was the whole point of it. It was just a demo. Some people started judging the demo and said that it looked too basic, but what do you expect? It's a demo. But yeah, elements of this demo would be worked into Sonic Rush, so this game is kind of released. Now, coming in at number 8 is Sonic Sports. Sonic Sports was a game said to be worked on for the 32X in 1995, and Sega claimed that it was going to be similar to Acme All-Stars, and it was going to be using Sega characters instead. The characters included was Sonic, Tails, and Rystar. Now, the games that were said to be on it was basketball, volleyball, and soccer. Would this game have done good? Because the Sega 32X was iffy, and Sega really hadn't done this before, I would say probably not. It would be looked back on like Mega Man Soccer. I don't think this game would have done well. But it would have been good to have another game with Rystar in it, seeing how Sega doesn't want to use him and everyone else has no idea who Rystar is anymore. Number 7 on our list is Sonic Ride. Now Sonic Ride is 3D footage created by Sega of Sonic running level to level in 1994. Now this is believed to be used for some Sega Sonic Ride that was planned to be made, but the footage went unused until it was included in Sonic Jam as part of the promotional single They Call Me Sonic. And what do I think of it? Well, for being 1994, the 3D modeling looked decent, and that part at the end where Robotnik gets squished to death was pretty funny. I would like to have seen this ride if it ever came out, but at least Sega released the footage, so we can see it now. Number 6 is Sonic Crackers. Now, Sonic Crackers is a demo for Knuckles Chaotix, back when it was just being called Project Chaotix, and it features Sonic and Tails running around level to level. Now, what makes this one unique is though it's incomplete, you can actually get the ROM and play through it, and I advise you to because it's pretty fun just to see what the concept of Chaotix was going to be before Sonic and Tails were scrapped and replaced with Knuckles and other people. So yeah, I'm going to be leaving the ROM down below. Remember that this is just a beta and it's incredibly buggy and it doesn't work properly, but I advise you to check it out if you're a fan of Sonic and like Knuckles Chaotix. And what do I think of this? Well, it looks nice, and I would have really liked to have been able to play as Sonic and Tails and Knuckles Chaotix, or maybe we could just go back to calling it Chaotix. Then maybe some people would actually remember it, and Sega would actually re-release it. Next up on our list is one of my favorite unreleased Sonic games, and Sega Sonic Popcorn Shop. Now, this was a 1993 vending machine game, which was where you fight Dr. Eggman to make popcorn. So yeah, this game has actually been dumped, and if I can find the ROM, then I'll put it in the description. But in this game, you would be helping Sonic and Tails make popcorn by spinning this little wheel, and the flavors of popcorn would include salted, butter, or curry. I would have really liked to have seen this release, and if there is a version of this game, like an actual cabinet, I would love to own this. There's a little microwave inside, and when you win the game, because of course you can't lose the game, no matter what you're getting your popcorn, you get popcorn, so that's really cool, and I would rather make my popcorn some convoluted way rather than just putting it in the microwave like everyone else. Number 4 on our list is Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme. Now this is the racing game involving skateboarding, so like Sonic meets Tony Hawk, not the other Sonic Extreme which will come later on the list. Now this game was found in an Xbox developer kit, and it was gonna be a game where you play as either Sonic and Shadow, and you're skating around this generic theme park, and you can do combos, and it looked really interesting. I would have liked to have seen this. Now, just like with one of the earlier entries, people saw this test footage and just started criticizing it, acting like this was gonna be a legitimate game. This was just footage shown to Sega. It was not a game that was being worked on by Sega. It was being worked on by totally different people. People need to quit judging this stuff. It's just a prototype. Now, some people say that this footage was to be worked into Sonic Riders later, and as you can see, some of the stuff does match up, like Sonic riding on a skateboard-like thing, but Sonic Riders goes for a more straightforward approach where you're racing forward. Meanwhile, Sonic Extreme, or Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme, was more based on Tony Hawk, where there's just like a big hub world where you skate around in. So I think there's enough differences differences between the two to where I can say that Sonic Riders isn't a direct rip-off of Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme, but you can see some of the influences in the two. Next on our list is Sega Sonic Bros. Now, I already did a theory involving this game. If you haven't watched it, go watch it right now because it's awesome. Now, this game was a arcade puzzle game, and it would work just like Tetris or any other puzzle game that you know. You line up the colors, you match up the colors, and then they disappear. In this game, you'd be playing as Sonic or his yellow brother or red brother. Now, we don't know a lot about this game because Sega never showed off footage, but recently we have found screenshots of what the game would look like. The art style is unique and colorful, and it all looks hand-drawn and it looks really nice. It has a Japanese feel to it, because it would have been a Japanese game. I would really love if Sega would release the ROM to this game so we could all play it, because it looks like a very interesting puzzle game and it's a shame that it never came out. Now, next up on our list is Sonic 16, or the Sonic Sat AM game. This was a demo made shortly after Sonic Spinball, and it was going to be released on the Sega Genesis if it was ever worked on. The footage was shown to Yuji Naka and he gave it 2 thumbs down, and it was cancelled right on the spot. This game was going to be a more slower game compared to the previous games, and Sonic was going to be focusing more on stealth. He could turn his back against the walls, he could climb up on ledges. The attacks plan for this game was going to be the standard hopping on enemies like you could in any other Sonic game. The new ones was going to be the ring toss, where you throw your rings you've been collecting at enemies to kill them, the spike blast, where you shoot out the needles on your back in all directions to kill enemies, and finally the saw blade. And the saw blade would cut through obstacles so you could forward progress in the game. These attacks are very unique, and I would love to see some of them worked into other Sonic games. The saw blade one was going to be worked into Sonic Extreme, and you'll see that when it's mentioned in the next one, our number 1. Now, what do I think of this game? Because we don't have any playable ROM, I can't really make a full conclusion on what I think of it, but from what's shown off, it looks really unique and different than most Sonic games. The fact that you're focusing on hiding and sneaking around is really interesting, and the fact that it would have Sonic Sat AM characters makes me want to play this game more, because that was my favorite Sonic cartoon growing up. So yeah, this game had a lot of unique ideas, and it's really sad that it didn't get into development at all. And finally, number 1, because I already spoiled it, Sonic Extreme, spelt differently than the one earlier. This one was supposed to be Sonic's first jump into 3D for the Sega Saturn. Unfortunately, this game went through development hell and it was cancelled. The team was cut in half several different times, they couldn't get it working properly, frame rates were crap. This game had a lot of potential though, and had a very interesting storyline where you were having to save a Princess Bobowski. I already brought her up in one of my other videos, like top 10 forgotten Sonic characters, so you can go check that out. But yeah, this game had a lot of potential. You would be running around in a weird 3D like environment, and it was shown through like a fisheye lens, and it was very unique looking. Now, would I think this game has saved the Sega Saturn? No, nothing could save the Sega Saturn. It was just poorly marketed, and no matter what, that system would have died. But having a good Sonic game for the Saturn could have really helped out, and this game could have been that. Unfortunately, Sega doesn't know how to manage themselves, and just like plenty of other Sonic games, this Sonic game just went into failure and obscurity. Because of this game not being released, Sega had to re-release Sonic 3D Blast with a slightly better look to it, and they had to rename the upcoming Christmas special on Extremely Sonic Christmas to Sonic Christmas Blast. Now, am I disappointed about this game not being released? Yeah, it looked promising, but in the end, if Sega would have been forced to rush development, it probably would have ended up just like another Sonic 06. And I'd rather have no Sonic game than an extremely bad one for the Sega Saturn, like Sonic R. And that was top 10 canceled Sonic games. If you guys liked this video, then go check out Sonic Retro. It's where I got a lot of the information from to make this list, because they always find the most obscure things about Sonic the Hedgehog and catalog it. So if you just want to find out some obscure information about Sonic, or just standard information, go check out Sonic Retro. Hello everybody, Dylan here today from DHT Games, Comic Series, and more. Today we are going to be doing a top 10, and today's top 10 is going to be top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog prototype characters. These are character designs that Sega had for characters, but then ended up ditching them for the designs we have today. So let's get right into this today on DHT. Now the first one we have is Mr. Needle Mouse. Mr. Needle Mouse was a prototype design for Sonic the Hedgehog, and as you can see, he's a short stubby little thing with 2 googly eyes. Now this is mostly just a joke sketch, and Sonic went on to be the design that we know today, but I do find this design very entertaining to look at. He's cute and bubbly, and he's become kind of a meme character amongst the Sonic the Hedgehog fan base. Do I think he should have been the design for Sonic? No. I enjoy the design we got today, and I think this character should just stay as the joke prototype design we know him as today. Now the next one is Silver's prototype character, Venice the Hedgehog, or Venice the Minx, whatever he was originally. Now this character looks very similar to Silver, that's because he is, and the only main difference he has is that he has a little bit more of an edgy look to him, like he's seen some shit, and his hair goes down until he uses his telekinetic powers, then it spikes up. I think that's a really cool feature, and Sega should have left that in because it shows how much his telekinesis affects his surroundings. It even affects his hair. So do I think this would have been a really cool design for Silver? Yes I do, and I would have loved to have seen this worked into Silver's actual design. Now number 8 is Cream the Cat. She really looks similar to Cream the Rabbit, but the main thing is that she's a cat. Now would I have really loved to have seen this design? No, there isn't a lot to say about it because it's literally just Cream the Rabbit if she's a cat. It would kind of mess with her gameplay though, because her whole thing is that she can use her ears to fly. She can't really do that now since she's a cat, so I think this would really limit her. It's a cool design to look at and a cool design to think about, but it's really impractical seeing how we already had Big the Cat and we would later get Blaze the Cat. So Cream the Cat, will I miss her? Not really, but she is something interesting to think about. Now next is the design they had for Blaze when she was going to be in Sonic Adventure 2. For those of you who do not know, she was actually going to be the character who was Sonic's rival until they replaced her with Shadow. Shadow will appear later on this list. I like this design for her, and I call her Shadow the Cat because she doesn't have an official prototype design. She's a black inky blob type character. Now the next one is an Eggman prototype design when they were trying to come up with hero characters for the Sega Genesis, and all I have to call him is Sleepy Old Man because that's all I've heard anybody call him. It's Eggman but more adorable. He's in a set of pajamas, he's got a little stuffed animal, and he just looks like a little chipmunk or something. Would I like to have seen this design? No, because Eggman's a villain to me and that's all I'll ever see him as, but I would have loved to hear what the gameplay would have been for him and what his storyline would have been. Like, what villains would this sleepy old man have to fight? But in the end, I do prefer Eggman over Sleepy Old Man, but it's still a cool design to look at. Number 5 is another character design for Sonic the Hedgehog, and this one's way more radical and different than Mr. Needle Mouse. This is Feel the Rabbit. When they were coming up with concepts for Sonic the Hedgehog, originally they didn't think of the fast hedgehog we know today. Instead, it was going to be a rabbit that grabbed things with his ear. Yeah, this is a very strange design, and I was interested in the gameplay style, but now since I think about it, they've already done this with Sonic Unleashed with the Werehog and with Rystar. So if you want to see what Feel the Rabbit would have been like, just go play Rystar. It would have been an interesting experience, but in the end, I still prefer Sonic over Feel the Rabbit. Do I think Feel the Rabbit should be brought into the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise? Possibly as like an Easter egg or something, but I wouldn't really consider him to be like a main character. He's just kind of a bland looking rabbit character. In the end, Cream is the way better rabbit out of the two. Number 4 is the prototype design for Dr. Robotnik for the Sonic SatAM series. Now, I don't know what they were going for here. He looks nothing like Dr. Robotnik. He's some type of weird horned monster, and I think he's derived from some of the concept art from Sonic 1 for what the main villain was going to look like, but I'm really glad they just went for the redesigned Dr. Eggman that we got in Sonic SatAM. You can kind of see some leftovers of that in the Dr. Robotnik we got in Sonic SatAM because he's got the same pointy-ish head, same cape design. He looks very similar to this villain, but you can tell that Sonic SatAM wanted to be something different. They didn't want the cartoonish and crazy Dr. Eggman. They wanted a real, serious, mean villain. But in the end, I prefer the Dr. Robotnik we got in SatAM over this weird horned monster Robotnik. Now for number 3, we got yet again another Sonic SatAM character, and this time it's Princess Sally. She's not Sally Acorn. She would either be Sally the cat or just Princess Sally. Now this one was going to be far different personality wise than the Sally we got. She was still going to have the same attitude and still be the leader of the group, but she was going to be more teasing with her flirting. Instead of letting Sonic kiss her on the cheek, instead she like slaps a fish in his face. She was going to be more cartoony with it, more playful with it. Would I like to have seen this character character? No. I think she'd be annoying and just a typical cartoon girl for back then. I'm glad with the Princess Sally Acorn we got today. Now, number 2 is yet again another Blaze prototype, but this one I really love, and its name is, I'm gonna try to say this, but I'm gonna butcher it, Silo the Wildcat. Now, Silo looks very similar to Sonic. She's different shades of blue, she has some bright reds popping out, and her hair looks like Sonic spikes, but it's flames. I would have loved for her to have the exact same power set as Blaze, but still be able to run as fast as Sonic, and it would really show off that she's supposed to be the Soul Dimensions version of Sonic the Hedgehog. Would I have loved to have seen this character? Yes, I would have loved to her been in there instead of Blaze. I would have loved to have seen her. She really would have made a good counterpart to Sonic in the Soul Dimension, but I still really like Blaze, and I can't really say I want Blaze to be replaced now because I'm already so used to her. But Silo the Wildcat, your design's amazing, your colors are bright and vibrant, and I would have really loved to have seen you in the games. And number 1, I have to give it to Shadow the Hedgehog's prototype design for being so different, Terios the Hedgehog. Now, I don't know if he would have the same power set, but he went through a lot of redesigns. He had a scar on one side, he had weird goggles, he was really buff, he went through a lot, and even name changes. I would have really loved to have seen this guy in the games. I would have really loved to have seen his character, how he would act, and to be honest, I think he was scrapped very late in development because it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. In Sonic the Hedgehog Adventure 2, Gun mistakes Sonic for Shadow. If Shadow was still Terios and basically a black looking Sonic, it makes way more sense. He has the same spikes going down, he has a very similar look and a very similar body structure. If he was in the shadows when they seen him, no pun intended, they could have easily mistaken him for Sonic. But now since we have Shadow in that scene, it's really hard to see why they would think that he's Sonic. He looks nothing like Sonic. They just both happen to be hedgehogs. So would I really love to have seen this character? Yes. But just like I said with all the other characters, I like Shadow. I've already grown attached to Shadow. He's the edgy hedgehog that I know and love, and I really wouldn't like to see him replaced at all. So Terios the Hedgehog, you're my favorite prototype design character, but just like with everyone else, I prefer the main design they went with. Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT Games, Comics, Theories, and more. I'm back from my little break. I just needed some time off. I was feeling really sick, and I'm really grateful that so many people asked if I was okay, and thank you to everyone who filled in for me while I was gone. But now since I'm back, I'm gonna hop straight into the usual videos. Today's video is gonna be a top 10. Today's top 10 is gonna be top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog bootlegs. Now this is gonna be characters that steal the likeness of any Sonic the Hedgehog character. Now since you know the boundaries of this top 10, let's get into it today on DHT. Number 10, we have a bootleg Sonic Angry Bird. Now the art I'm showing you is sometimes affiliated with these bootleg games. They don't stay on the app stores too long, so they get taken down. So this game that I'm showing has a different art style, but I'm pretty sure this one's gonna be gone soon anyway, if it's not already gone. This game was called Sonic Bird Run Adventure. You gotta love that broken English that this game has. Now you think it's gonna be a typical Angry Birds knockoff with you flicking Sonic. No, it's just a typical cheap 2D platformer that all these fucking app stores make. There's nothing unique about it, nothing special about it. It's just complete shit. So yeah, they took an Angry Bird, made it blue, gave it spikes, gave it ears, and then boom, Sonic. And there's not much more to say about this, just unoriginal. This game actually has a few sequels. This is called Spider Sonic Skating Free, and it's a Blaze Spider-Man mix. I don't know why these two franchises should cross over. There was actually a Spider-Man Sonic in the comics, but for some reason this character started off on DeviantArt, and then some bootleggers decided to make some shitty app games of it. This one was fucking horrible. I hated this app game. I can't record the tablet or else I'd show you gameplay footage of it, but you're riding around this skateboard and it's hard as fuck to steer this thing, and it's the laziest app game I've ever fucking seen. These screenshots on the screen are totally fucking deceiving. They're not, this isn't what the game fucking looks like. They're just fucking tricking you. All it is a fucking PNG on a skateboard. Skateboard's wheels don't even move. They slide the PNG across the fucking game. It's that fucking lazy, and it got sequels too. This game got sequels. Out of all the shitty bootleg things to get a sequel, Spider Sonic Skating Free had to get a sequel. And yet again, you really showed that you don't know English, game developers. So yeah, if this game is still available, go get it. It's a piece of shit, but you'll get a laugh out of it at least. Now, this next one is from an arcade, and it had a weird Sonic Tails hybrid. It's got Tails' fur on his cheek, and it's got Tails' two tails, but it has no spikes. So I'm guessing this is supposed to be Sonic the Fox. I would be more willing to believe this if he had like a white face, but instead he only has like weird scruff on the tip of his cheek. So he's still got the hedgehog face, he's still got the hedgehog belly. It's all he's got is some of Tails' features. This is really lazy, and it looks like they somehow used Photoshop way back then. This is like from a 90s arcade in some foreign country. So just enjoy the off-brand generic fucking art that is this monstrosity. I call it Son Tails. I know it's some type of shipping name, but it just seems appropriate for this weird fusion of Sonic and Tails. And now, speaking of Sonic and Tails hybrids, this next one is horrifying, and it comes from Super Mario and Sonic 2, and for some reason it has Chip and Dale on the cover. Mario from Super Mario Land, because he's got the bunny ears. Tails, and for some reason, Blue Tails, which is actually just an edited Sonic, and the original art looks creepy as all hell, but the resolution was total fucking shit, so I had to remake the art, and thankfully, to help you guys, I made the art less terrifying. Just look at that thing. It's fucking gross. All they did was take Tails' head, change the coloring, and slap it on Sonic's body. They didn't even get rid of the spike on his back. That is some lazy fucking bootleg art. And the 2 isn't even the same color as the Super Mario part. They stole the Super from a Super Mario game, but they wrote the fucking Mario and Sonic in a different font. Really fucking creative. I wish I knew what game this was, then I could show you some gameplay footage and possibly send you to a ROM, but I have no fucking clue what this bootleg Famicom game is. If you guys know, then tell me down below, and I'll see if I can put some links in the description. And now we're immediately back to the App Store. Yeah, I know a lot of these shitty bootleg games are coming from there, but they have a lot of really weird bootleg games involving Sonic the Hedgehog, so I feel like I have to tell you about these. Now, this next one is a game where you fly around avoiding obstacles as Metal Hedgehog, or I like to call him Iron Man Sonic, or Sonic Iron Man. I have no fucking clue why they felt like they needed to put Sonic in an Iron Man suit, because they could have just turned him into Super Sonic and made the exact same fucking game. So, even in the world of this bootleg, it makes no fucking sense because there was already a practical answer. He could have just been Super Sonic. Was the game good? No, it's shit, just like every other of the bootleg games, but this one's a little bit more playable, and at least it isn't just a generic fucking 2D platformer. So, I'd recommend this game, but only if you're really curious to see how shit it is yourself. But yeah, Iron Man Sonic. Very weird mix-up. I don't get why they keep mixing Sonic characters with superheroes, and hopefully that's the last one we have for this list. And now, for number 5, we have a total fucking badass character. It's called Super Sonic 2, and this Sonic has a K in it. I don't know if this is from a card game, or if this is from some type of bootleg game. I couldn't find any info on it, but Super Sonic himself looks fucking badass. He looks like Hypersonic, kind of, how his hair's spiking up like that, but he has pure black eyes that kind of look like it's supposed to be a visor, so that's really fucking cool, and he has like one piece of hair going down to show that he's a complete fucking badass. If I had to nitpick, I would wonder why they're using Sonic Adventure art for everybody else, but that's classic Sonic with a K. It's just a little bit of a nitpick, but other than that, he's a pretty badass fucking bootleg. When it comes to bootleg characters, you don't get any cooler than Sonic. So let's move on to number 4. Okay, number 4. Now this one is not a video game mascot trying to rip off the likeness of Sonic. This time it's a food mascot. A ravioli mascot to be exact. This orange cat is identical to Sonic. It's even doing the exact same pose as him. It's clearly a knockoff of Sonic. I'll give them points for creativity. They gave it a tail. They gave it a chef hat. They changed somewhat of the appearance of Sonic. But if you took all that shit off, it's Sonic. And if they're cheap enough to rip off Sega bootleg as mascot, I'm pretty sure the raviolis aren't that good. So let's move on to number 3. And now on to number 3. I know you think that's just Mario, but no, that's not Mario. That's Somari the plumber. Now I know what you're thinking. What makes him different than Mario? He's on the NES. Oh wait, Mario's on the NES too. Well, he's actually just fucking Sonic. When you play the game itself, you see that he runs through loop-de-loops in the exact same world as Sonic, and his legs do the little fucking circle movement when he's running. He's clearly fucking Sonic. He can even roll up into a ball like Sonic. It's sad that Somari the plumber was this much of a fucking ripoff. It got to the point where companies bootleg this bootleg to make an actual Sonic game for the NES. All they did was change the Somari sprite to a Sonic sprite. So there's a bootleg of a bootleg of a bootleg that looks like Mario in a Sonic game. Now this character has become a meme as of late, and now the Sonic community just embraces him. There's even a hack with Somari the plumber. There's one original level created by the hacker himself, and then the rest is just Sonic 1 like Somari does. So if you want to go play that, go to Sonic Retro. It's there. It's a pretty good hack if you really like that first level. So onward to number 2. And now number 2, one of the most famous Sonic the Hedgehog bootleg characters. This one comes from Ogorky Pickles. This is a weird green Sonic that looks high off his ass with how fucking big his pupils are. Look at how big his pupils are. But other than that, he's identical to Sonic. He has like a few extra spikes on his head and a few extra spikes going down his back, but he's doing the exact same pose as Sonic, and they literally just colored him green. It's so fucking lazy. I have no clue if this company is still using green Sonic as their mascot, but he is so fucking weird. This character has recently started to become a meme and people retweet this photo a lot, but I would like it if it was more of like a Somari level meme, because look at that fucking thing. It's creepy as all hell, and it's just fucking lazy. So yeah, that's number 2. Let's move on to number 1. I don't even have to introduce number 1 because everyone should know what number 1 is. It's Obama Harry Potter Sonic 10. Coming from a backpack in some backwards country, this bootleg character gets his name because randomly written on the backpack is Obama in rainbow colors, Harry Potter at the top like this is some type of brand, and it shows Sonic with a 10 on his chest. Now, one thing you'll notice about this Sonic is it looks like a fucking 10-year-old drew it. The colors make no sense. He has yellow eyes like he has some type of fucking disease. He looks like he has a yellow Hitler stash. He has one red glove, one yellow arm, one red arm, and one of his spines are randomly yellow while the rest are blue, and all of his outlines appear to be gone for most of his areas. It's just really lazy, and if I could, I would get this backpack. I've seen plenty of fan art of this, and I don't know if there's an official hack, but I have seen sprite sheets of Obama Harry Potter Sonic 10. But I think that he's well deserving of his spot on this list because of how many memes he's created, how many times we've laughed at this character. He's even made it on multiple other bootleg lists. So if you see him, then remember he was on this list as well. Hello everybody, Dylan here, and today we are doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog doppelgangers. These are characters that either looked like Sonic or tried to impersonate him in some way. I'm leaving all canons available to be picked at, so these Sonics can come from anywhere. Video games, comics, graphic novels, they're all available. So let's get right into this today on DHT. At number 10, we have Zonic. No, not the Zone Cop. Instead, it's this cheap little metal Sonic wannabe from the Sonic novel Sonic vs. Sonic. And that's literally all he is. He's a metal Sonic wannabe. He is just a robot created by Eggman that looks like Sonic, and he gets killed in the first book he appears in. So let's just move on to number 9. This guy really wasn't even worth a mention. Number 9 is just yet again another metal Sonic wannabe. This time it's Pseudo Sonic. I'm not picking the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Pseudo Sonic because he doesn't do much on there. I'm picking the comic book version because at least he has a little bit more story to work with. This one was created by Robotnik as a badnik, and he was designed to be the perfect rival to Sonic. Unfortunately, Robotnik made him so similar to Sonic, he disrespected Robotnik, he attacked Robotnik, he was way too similar to Sonic. I don't know why he would even design a robot that acted like his enemy instead of just looking like him. It's a really stupid idea. So Pseudo Sonic gets into Knothole, tries to reveal the location of Robotnik, and gets stopped by Tails really easily. After that, he gets sent to the Misfit Badnik Island, and that's basically where he stayed at. He didn't do a lot, but I do like the design of him. He's a more bulky looking Metal Sonic, and he has fully colorized features, and for once he doesn't have those black eyes with red pupils. He has like weird razor teeth, and he's kind of threatening, but he's also really goofy looking. Now, this next character you're gonna think I pulled straight off a DeviantArt, but no. He is a real character from the Archie comics, King Robert O. Hedge, better known as Robbo the Hedge. He is the cousin of Amy Rose, and he is the leader of the Crazy Critter Freedom Fighters. He helps Amy Rose out a lot and helps Sonic out, fight against Robotnik in the Archie comics. This guy looks almost identical to Sonic, and it's really creepy that Amy kind of has like a crush on Sonic when her cousin looks like almost identical. I know they're all hedgehogs, but it's really weird. He's a slightly lighter shade of blue. I don't know if you can tell from the photos I'm showing off, but he's a lighter shade of blue, and his eyes are a lighter shade of green. I do wish they would have been more creative with his design by like making him a different color. Like I get that teal is cool, but you could have made him like green, purple, anything would have done better than just blue, because now it's creepy, makes me think of cousin loving. But yeah, Robert the Hedge, he's a freedom fighter, Amy Rose's cousin, and brings up a lot of weird things with the Archie Sonic universe. This next one is Badnik Sonic. He comes from the Sonic the Comic line of comics, and he is a very unique robot. I'm not gonna call him a Metal Sonic knockoff because he is just like every other Badnik. In case you don't know how Badniks work, they have animals inside of them powering them. So what he does is he captures Sonic, locks Sonic inside of him, and uses Sonic as a power source to transform into his next form. And if it wasn't for Sonic breaking free, he would be trapped inside of that robot forever. And that robot was a killing machine. It was so deadly. I really wish that they would try something like this in other forms of media, because it looked so cool. But yeah, the only sad thing about this is he only lasted one issue. It was really a bummer, but Badnik Sonic, you're a badass. Number 6 is Sonic Man, and I'm choosing Sonic Man from Sonic 06. I'm choosing this one because I haven't really read Sonic Man in the Archie comics, so I don't know much about that Sonic Man. Sonic Man is a civilian who dresses up like Sonic and runs around helping people with everyday problems. I know he doesn't look like Sonic, but he puts on a t-shirt and a Sonic hat. It's pretty funny. I like him. So yeah, number 6, Sonic Man. You keep trying to help people out there. Number 5 is Old Sonic. Old Sonic is from the Sonic the Comic series. He is an elderly blue hedgehog who claimed to be Sonic from 50 years into the future. He looks, sounds, and acts just like the much younger Sonic. Although he has white whiskers under his chin, he wears glasses, and has slippers instead of Sonic's iconic sneakers. Old Sonic claimed to come from a dystopian future in which the freedom fighters had been killed and Robotnik's tyrannical rule over Mobius had become much worse, when in actuality, Old Sonic was a clone created by Dr. Robotnik from Sonic's DNA as a part of a scheme to defeat the freedom fighters. Old Sonic truly believed that he had time traveled from the future due to implanted memories, but when he discovered the truth that he was not the real Sonic, he turned against Robotnik. Old Sonic had all the same abilities as the regular Sonic. He was just as fast, although using his super speed exhausted him and caused his body to age at an increased rate. He ended up turning into energy and died the same issue he was introduced. Number 4 is yet again another clone from the Sonic the Comic series. They had a bad problem with clones in that series, and as you know, clones never work out good in comics. Extra Life is a clone of Sonic the Hedgehog created by Dr. Kento Bar before he became Dr. Robotnik. It only appeared in Sonic the Comic issue 13. It's unknown exactly how this extra life was created, nor why it turned evil, or how it became imprisoned. It was left abandoned in Emerald Hill Zone for some time until it was found by Tails while playing football. Believing it to be Sonic, Tails activated the monitor device that contained it. The duplicate was released and went on a rampage across Emerald Hill Zone, destroying destroying the village and starting a forest fire. Wow, he's a dick. The extra life went toe-to-toe with the real Sonic and very nearly defeated him until Tails caught up to him and re-imprisoned him in the monitor. Then Sonic, being a total asshole, kicked the monitor into space and it flew off and it hasn't been seen ever since. So that's how you deal with your problems. You don't question the thing. You don't try to figure out why it exists. You just kick it into space. I love Sonic's mindset there. Number 3 is yet again another Sonic the Comic character, and this time it's Super Sonic, or like I like to call him, Fleetway, from the Sonic the Comic lines of comics. Now, this character started off as just Sonic's super form, but every time Sonic turned into him, it would go on a rampage, taking over his body, trying to kill his friends, attacking enemies without mercy, and then eventually the two got separated and he became his own being. But in the end, he ended up mixing back together with Sonic, and Sonic had to deal with the Jekyll and Hyde thing until the comic got cancelled. So I really like this character because I like the idea of there being an evil Sonic and Sonic having to fight the inner demons inside of him. I think that's a really cool concept, and I get that that's what they were kind of trying to go for with Dark Sonic. I just wish that something like this would happen in some other Sonic media, or that Sega would come back to revisit this idea, because I really like the idea of Fleetway. Speaking of evil Sonics, you can't have a doppelganger list without the anti-Sonic himself, Scourge. Scourge has been Sonic's opposite in the Archie comics for a long time. When Sonic goes Super Sonic, he gains powers, and then when he comes out, he's fully healed. When Scourge goes Super Sonic, he comes out almost dead. They are the exact opposite. He is the thing you think of when you hear the word Sonic Doppelganger. But unfortunately, I couldn't put him at number 1. I know some people are going to be mad about that, but there's just one more character that I believe deserved the spot of number 1 Sonic Doppelganger. Number 1 is Metal Sonic. Metal Sonic may know exactly what Sonic's gonna do, but that's not gonna help him because Sonic knows exactly what he's gonna do. Strange, isn't it? Yeah, I felt really cringy just by quoting that, but every time I think of this character, I think of that line. I love the idea of Metal Sonic. He is the robotic copy. He is like the cyborg Superman to Sonic. He has been there from all the way of Sonic CD to now even in Sonic Boom. He is the iconic Metal Sonic. Even though we got Mecha Sonic in Sonic 3, Metal Sonic returned. Even though Silver Sonic came before Metal Sonic still came back. He was even the main villain in Sonic Heroes, taking on a whole new form and showing everyone how powerful he is by being able to tap into Chaos Control. There's just no one who deserves this spot more than Metal Sonic. Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT, and today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is going to be 10 more Sonic the Hedgehog prototype designs. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to be looking at concepts for characters or just characters that were completely scrapped altogether. This covers video games, comic books, and cartoons, so expect a wide variety of characters. So let's get into this today on DHT. Number 10 is Princess Sally. This Princess Sally looks radically different than any other design for Princess Sally I've ever seen. This Princess Sally is a human. She looks more like your stereotypical princess, and she has pink skin for some reason, so they were still drawn on the whole pink thing. I would like to see what they were going to go with this princess, because no offense to her, she doesn't look like she's a fighter. She has a really tight dress, I'm going to assume that is. I don't think she's dressed to fight. So I'm wondering if they were going to go for she gets kidnapped by Robotnik and Sonic has to save her thing. It would be interesting to see what they were going to do with it, but I still prefer the more butt-kicking Sally that we got later on. So number 10, you look really interesting, but I still am glad that they didn't use you. Number 9, Queen Alina from Sonic Underground. This Queen Alina looks younger, more energetic, and she's a bright orange which catches your eye right off the bat, unlike the dull purple the finalized Queen Alina is. This Queen Alina has her quills more obviously shown, so it looks like she's more of a relative to Sonic than the Queen we saw. I don't know why, I think this one's just more stylized, and I think that she would fit into the show better than the Queen Alina we got. So yeah, number 9, Queen Alina. I really wish they would have used this design. Let's move on to number 8. Number 8, another Princess Sally. Now, unlike the last Princess Sally where I thought that it could have had some potential, with this Princess Sally, I don't like this design at all. all. She looks like a generic Amy Rose, and with the spikes on the back of her head, it looks like she was either going to be a Sonic fangirl or she was just going to be another generic hedgehog. You can barely even tell that she's supposed to be a chipmunk here. I'm really glad that they ditched this design. It's not appealing. I can see that she's developing her attitude here from the looks that she gives Sonic in these concept arts, but I'm really glad that they fixed it and went with the final product we got today. So yet again, this is another Princess Sally that I'm glad that we didn't get in the final product. This wouldn't be a top 10 character prototypes if I didn't throw Silver the Hedgehog on here again. Silver had a lot of interesting concept designs, and this one looks great. It's Venice the Hedgehog yet again at number 7. This one had a helmet on his head covering up his spikes, and I'm assuming the helmet might have even gave him his telekinesis. There's just so much mystery going on with him here. It looks like he came from more of a punk techno future, kind of like Tron. And if that armor would have lit up at night, I would have loved it. It would be like neon lights. It would look great. I would have loved to have seen this design, but I still like the Silver we got in the end. Number 6, we have the Human. The Human didn't have a name. He didn't have a personality. He's just a fat guy in overalls. He was put into the contest that Sega was holding for a mascot. So instead of Sonic, we could have possibly had this weird fat guy in overalls. I'm glad that the Human didn't win because he really doesn't have anything going on for him. We didn't know anything about him. We didn't know if he had any powers. He would have just been a bland generic knockoff of Mario. So I'm glad we got Sonic instead of this Human guy. At number 5, we have Jet the Hawk, but instead of a hawk, he's a dog. A fox? I can't really tell. He's got ears like a fox. He's got a tail like a dog. I don't know which one he's supposed to be. Other than his questionable species, I noticed that a lot of his design is the same. He's got chest fluff like Shadow the Hedgehog does. That's something that's interesting. He's got like a mohawk going on. And I don't know what that spike of hair in the back is supposed to be. I don't know what animal he is supposed to be. I have no clue. But in the end, I like that we got the hawk because I know what type of animal it is. The Babylon rogues came from the sky. There's a lot of symbolism going on there, especially with what culture they're supposed to be representing. I just prefer the birds compared to whatever this thing is. Number 4 is a Big the Cat prototype. Now, this Big the Cat looks more Japanese influenced. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the fact that he's shorter and more chibi looking. I really can't tell you. But I don't know that we'd get the same from this Big the Cat. He doesn't give the same blank, pointless stare, so maybe this Big the Cat would be more adorable. Maybe this Big the Cat would be more lovable. I can't really tell you which direction they would go with this character, but I prefer this design compared to the soulless stares of the idiot that we got. Now, number 3 is a character from a scrapped game I talked about before, and the father of a scrapped character I talked about before. This is Dr. Cyberewski or Bobowski, whichever one you want to go with. He's Tiara's father, and the game he would have been in is Sonic Extreme or Sonic Mars, whichever name you want to go for the scrapped game. Now, in one version of the story, he was a scientist that came up with a cure for a disease that Sonic and Eggman had contracted. So, he's a genius on that hand, and in the other version of the story, he is the ruler of Cyber Mobius. We didn't get a lot of information on either of these, but no matter which way it was, he was very important to the plot of Sonic Mars or Sonic Extreme. I hate that both him and the game had to be canceled because I feel like that game was an important piece of the Sonic lore and it's just something that we won't get. So Dr. Cyberewski, I wish we could have known more about you. You're a very intriguing character. Let's move on to number 2. Now, number 2 are some very important characters. They're badniks from concept art of Sonic 1. No explanation was given to these characters, but they clearly don't look like badniks. These are little monsters. This one's a hand with wings growing out of its back, and the other one's like a little gremlin with giant hands and tiny feet. They worked for some evil hooded figure that I didn't put in this list because there really is no information on him at all, and I couldn't find a good recreation of him. But I don't know what storyline this game would have had originally. It looked like that Eggman might have just been a pawn for a greater evil. This is back when Sonic had his girlfriend Madonna as well, so I would really love for Sega to clear up the story of the original Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Who are these badniks? Who was the big bad guy that we didn't get to know anything about? What role did Madonna even play in this story? Is Eggman a pawn, or is he secretly willing to turn against the even more evil villain that we know nothing about? These are all questions that turn around in my head when I see this concept art, and I know it's questions that Sega probably won't ever answer. So that's why I found these two badniks, quote unquote, interesting enough to put at number 2. Number 1 is Knuckles the Echidna. Now, I put this Knuckles the Echidna at number 1 because I have a really interesting story to tell about this. This is one of the original concepts for Knuckles the Echidna before Sega tried to get a deal with Nike. So as you can tell, he doesn't have the logo on his chest. And it's very interesting to see which route they were taking with this character. He looks hardly anything like the Echidna we have today. His spines are more like popping out of his skull rather than being dreadlocks. The Jamaican influence is still there because of the colors of the shoe, and he just doesn't really fit in with the art style of Sonic. He looks weird. He's very out of place when compared to the Sonic designs at the time. I find this character really interesting, and I'm wondering if he'd still be the cunning Echidna that we would get. I love that the deal with Nike falling through is what gave us the iconic Knuckles that we got today, but this Knuckles is very interesting to look at. Knuckles has a lot of history behind him in the development stage that is very interesting. I've talked about this before in my top 10 Sonic misconceptions, and it goes into the whole Knuckles being Jamaican thing, so watch that video. I'll plug that video at the end of this. Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT, Games, Comics, Theories, and more. Today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is going to be Top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog Character Prototypes, Part 3. If you haven't seen Part 2 and 1, be sure to go watch them before this, because I cover a lot of characters in those, and I want to be sure that you don't recommend characters that I've already covered after the video's over. So, let's get right into this today on DHT. Number 10 is Bunny Rabbit. Now, with this Bunny Rabbit, she looks a lot different than the Bunny Rabbit we know. Instead of a robotic arm, she has these weird robot shoulder plates. It looks really odd on her. She also has like an energy crystal in the middle of her chest. It might be a reactor like Tony Stark's suit has. And her robotic legs look less detailed, but that could be the fact that it's just a rough sketch. One thing that I don't like about this design is her ears. She has really small ears, and I just prefer the long floppy-eared look on her. Overall, with the lipstick, the nose, the ears, the weird chest design, I prefer the Bunny Rabbit we got. But that's why this is number 10. Let's move on to number 9. Number 9 is Dr. Eggman from Sonic Boom. Now, the funny thing is, I always thought that his outfit was supposed to be inspired by a military outfit, like a captain of the Navy or something in that regard. But looking at this concept art of him, he was so clearly inspired by the Beatles. You can tell by the sunglasses, the shorter mustache, and the obvious marching band uniform and the gloves. This is a Beatles-inspired getup, and I get why. Because the name The Eggman is a pun to the Beatles, so I get what they were doing here. They were revolving it all back around to the Beatles, and I think that's a really cool concept, and it really puts in some insight to Eggman. I like this more chilled and laid back look for Eggman because it would kind of work with how he acts in Sonic Boom, but I don't mind the look that we got, so that's why this one's at number 9. Now, number 8. This one's a confusing one, but it has an interesting story to it. Honey the Cat. Now, I know what you're saying. Honey the Cat isn't a canceled character. She's been in the Sonic comics, and she was in Sonic the Fighters on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. And to that, I have to say, yes, she did get in Sonic the Fighters, but only the re-release, and she has been in the comics. But originally, she was supposed to be in Sonic the Fighters,
and she was yoinked out. She was inspired by another Sega character, and she was mainly only used during the development of Sonic the Fighters. I don't know if they actually intended her to be in the final game, but when people found out about her existence, they really wanted her. So eventually, when they went to port the video game over to HD for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, they added her back in. But she had already been in the comics before that, so she's kind of a character that died, then got revived due to the fan base. So Honey the Cat has an interesting story, but she was still a canceled character at one point, so she counts for here. Now, number 7 is a character I've touched on before, and I've had her father in the last characters list. Her name is Tiara Bobowski, or Tiara Cyberuski. She was going to be in the cancelled Sonic Extreme game. There isn't a lot we know about her. We knew that she was going to be like the equal to Sonic. She could run almost as fast as Sonic. She was as adventurous as Sonic, and she was meant to be a love interest for Sonic. Someone that Sonic might actually want to get with. But unfortunately, her game was cancelled, and we don't know what they would have took with this character. From the development stories, we heard that she was a princess that Sonic would be trying to win the affection over during the game, no matter which version of the game it was. So, what do I think of Tiara Bobowski? She looks like an interesting character. I like the attitude aspect to her. I like the fact that she's a princess, because we already had one shit princess in Sonic. We might as well get a decent one. I just think that in theory she sounds like she could have been a good character, but because we never got to see where the storyline was going and the game never got completed to begin with, I don't know what to say about her. She never got into any comics afterward, and she's mainly just been adopted by the internet. So, Tiara Cyberuski, Tiara Bobowski, you're a decent character, but I really don't know what to think of you. Now, number 6, we have Anti-Sonic. Now, I know what you're thinking. Dillin, this Anti-Sonic looks nothing like the one that we know. And you're correct. This Anti-Sonic is instead a weird, scrungy, hobo-looking Sonic. And he was going to premiere way before the original Anti-Sonic premiered. As you can see with this cover, which is concept art from the Archie comics, he was going to take the place that Pseudo-Sonic had in Pseudo-Sonic's debut. Now, you see that they call him Anti-Sonic right there, and instead of the Anti-Sonic that we know with the glasses and the jacket, instead he has dirt all over his fur, he's got patches all over his clothes, he's got torn gloves, his ear is partially gone, he's got a bandage around the other ear. This just looks like a dirty, scroungy Sonic. I guess this is what they meant with Anti-Sonic. The regular Sonic is a clean and presentable guy, this one's a dirty and evil guy. I'm really glad that we got Pseudo-Sonic in this comic and that we would get Anti-Sonic that we know later on and then Scourge, because this Anti-Sonic, I don't see him being memorable. Like, he's just a hobo. I don't know why they would go with this idea. I'm really glad that they didn't. So yeah, number 6, Evil Sonic, Anti-Sonic, whatever you want to call him, I'm just glad they didn't use him. Number 5 is Chow's from Sonic Boom. That's right, you heard it correctly. Originally, Sonic Boom was gonna have chows. There was gonna be 2 different types of chows. There were gonna be these little creature chows, like normal chows, and then there were gonna be these stone chows, and each one were gonna evolve in different ways. This idea was scrapped in the original Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric game, but it would be used in Sonic Dash, Sonic Boom Edition, the one that was the sequel to Sonic Dash. But you may not know them as chows because they were renamed to sprites. Yeah, even these ones were called Chow Sprites, so maybe they were always intending for it to be sprites, but then they just dished the Chow aesthetic altogether. I really wish they would have kept the name Chow, because Chows are just so recognizable, and it would make us have something more to identify the Sonic Boom universe with the regular Sonic universe. Plus, if there's Chow, then there's usually Chaos Emeralds around, and I'm not fully convinced that the Sonic Boom universe doesn't have their own mystical gems. So, I really wish that Sonic Boom would have kept these creatures around, but I can understand why they got rid of them for the sprites. So let's move on to number 4. Now, while looking for concept art, I found something that was really interesting. I know Sega would never use this, but number 4 is the werehog. It was so weird seeing what the werehog originally looked like. This werehog looks more like Bigfoot, and he's obviously more of a monster. You can barely even recognize that he's Sonic through all that fur. With this design, his arms do definitely look like they were going to stretch out more and that he could punch, but this design just doesn't look practical. How would you even know this is Sonic? He doesn't have Sonic's gloves, he doesn't have Sonic's shoes. The only thing that indicates that he is a Sonic character is Sonic's face. I can see why they ditched this design. I like that it took inspiration from like werewolves traditionally, and it took inspiration from Bigfoot, but it's like, this design just isn't iconic enough to be in Sonic Unleashed. And I feel like that if Sega would have went with this design, Sonic Unleashed would have been even more unliked. So yeah, this design is something that's goofy and fun to look at, but in practicality, I don't see it working. So let's move on to number 3. Number 3 is Lyric from the Rise of Lyric. Now I know what you're thinking. How did we get from a snake to an owl? And that's a question I can't answer you. But I can say this. In the original Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric game that we got, he would take control of Eggman's robots and then use those to attack Sonic. This Lyric had his own specialized owl robots, so maybe he was like a scientist for the ancients and then he turned on them, or he just didn't see eye to eye with them, or he was trying to take power for himself. There's just so much mystery with this guy. I love his grand outfit. I love how smart, wise, and powerful he looks. He's just an overall better design than the snake we got. I don't know why we got a snake that was obsessed with tech that's supposed to be from the ancient past, but I would have really preferred this owl and his owl machines over the snake. So yeah, Lyric, I really prefer your original design compared to the design we got, but then again, it might be because the game wasn't that good that went with it. And now number 2, you knew he had to be on one of these at one point, and now he's finally here. Nazo the Hedgehog from Sonic X. Now, originally this was just a mysterious outlined character from the Sonic X trailer, the Japanese trailer, and everyone was trying to figure out who is he, and the fan base adopted him and gave him a backstory and did several animations with him to where he was a villain that takes after Cell from Dragon Ball. But in reality, he was going to be Sonic's hyper form for Sonic X. But unfortunately, Sega does not consider the hyper form to be canon, and they had Sonic X remove it from their animation. So that's why Nazo isn't in Sonic X, that's why this transformation isn't in Sonic X, because Sega's trying to distance themselves away from Hypersonic, because Hypersonic isn't canon. They've confirmed this before. Supersonic already has basically unlimited power, so to go beyond that is just completely pointless to Sega. So Nazo or Hypersonic, I love your design, but I understand why they didn't use you. I just appreciate you more as a fan character. And now, number 1 is a character only known as the Ancient. I'm really shocked that no one's made theories about these characters because the Ancients are so mysterious in Sonic Boom. The only thing we know about them is that they existed a long time ago and they helped seal away Lyric. They have statues dedicated to them and this concept art dedicated to them. As you can see with this concept art, this is one of the Ancients that is probably the ancestor to Sonic. You can tell this because he has spines going down his back, as you can see his robe pokes out, and he's obviously blue. We can see that from the little bit of fur that pokes out. Now, this culture obviously revolved around rings. You can see that on his glove. It's holding his cloak together, and he's making a ring levitate. So ring was probably the pinnacle of their technology. Now, with how much Sonic mentions rings in Sonic Boom, maybe this was an indication that rings were more important than what we thought. Maybe the reason why they always talked about rings is rings are actually a really significant plot line to the original Sonic Boom that we now no longer know about. I want to know more about these Ancients. I want to know more about the past civilization. I want to know more about what the life was like before Lyric got locked away. there's so many secrets involving these ancients that we don't know about, and I'm really shocked that people aren't pushing to get this information out, because now we know one of the ancients is a blue hedgehog. There's so much to work with here, and that's why he has to be number 1. Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT. Today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is going to be Top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog Character Prototypes Part 4. Now, I had a lot of fun finding these and finding out the stories behind them and recreating some of the artwork. And if you want to see the artwork, I'll be posting it on my Twitter. The links are in the description below. So, let's get right into this today on DHT. Let's start with number 10. Number 10 is Dr. Eggman. Now, this Dr. Eggman from Sonic the Hedgehog 1, and he looks very odd. He looks very similar to the Dr. Eggman we would get, but there's two things that are quite strange with him. For one, he has like a one-piece bodysuit with a collar when normally he wears pants with this suit. The suit has a weird bumblebee look to it, but the collar is blue. These colors seem really odd together, but it does make his getup very unique. Now, the main thing that's odd with this Dr. Eggman is there's a bigger bad guy behind him just staring over him. So is Eggman his lackey? Are these two villains working together or competing against each other? I'm just really interested to see where this Eggman was going, because it really doesn't seem like that this guy is the main villain here. So from his weird bumblebee getup to the fact that we can't confirm he's the main villain, this weird prototype Eggman is really interesting, but because his design looks similar to the original Eggman, I thought he'd be great at number 10. So let's move on to number 9. Number 9 is Blaze the Cat. Now, this Blaze the Cat, just like the Eggman before her, has a body practically identical to her official counterpart. What makes her different is the small details, like her clothing. Now, this Blaze has clothing more similar to Indian culture. Why is Indian culture important? Blaze is inspired by Indian culture, as you can tell by the dot on her forehead. Now, this Blaze the Cat, I love the color scheme that Sonic Guru gave her. This was redrawn by Sonic Guru, and I think that Sega would have gone with something similar. She's wearing baggy pants and what appears to be a golden belt with a little necklace attached to it, similar to how belly dancers wore in India. She also has a tank top shirt, which is yet again another thing that is popular in Indian culture, so they wanted her to look beautiful and they were going for more of an Indian look. Another small detail is her hair. Normally her hair is parted back on the top of her head, but instead this time it's split into two. I wonder why they went with this. It looks unique, but I'm just curious to why they would part her hair like this. So yeah, Blaze the Cat, you get number 9 on this list. Number 8, the Werehog. Now, this Werehog I call Werehog with tribal tats because he looks like he has a weird dragon tattoo surrounding his body. I'm wondering why they went with dragon. Maybe they hadn't developed the storyline yet, or maybe Dark Gaia was originally going to be a dragon. Now, this Werehog looks a lot more menacing. He has like razor sharp teeth that are in like a weird wicked smile. His eyes look more like cat eyes. This one just looks menacing. He looks more like the villain to a Sonic game, not Sonic himself. So I'm kind of glad they didn't go with this, but it is a really unique design to look at. Also, despite his menacing look, he still has Sonic's regular shoes, so I guess this is before they decided to go with the spikes on his shoes. I like the Werehog design we got. This one's just a little too creepy looking, and I wouldn't expect him to be the hero of any game. Number 7 is Cream the Squirrel. Now, Cream the Squirrel looks really similar to Cream the Rabbit, except for she has her hair put up into a little scrunchie with bubbles on it. It might not be bubbles, it might just be hard little knockers. She has a zigzag little tail. She's just a really adorable design. There isn't much to say about her, but what I would really be curious with her is her gameplay. Cream the Rabbit's gameplay revolves around flying. So would this character be a digging character like Knuckles or Rouge? Would she be able to glide like a flying squirrel? Who knows? Like, it could be anything. She could be able to fly like Tails as far as we know. So it seems like there's an infinite amount of possibilities of what this character could have done, and she's just really cute. So I would really like to see what Sega would have done with this character. Cream the Rabbit, I would prefer Cream the Squirrel. Let's move on to number 6. Number 6, Splats the Rabbit. Now, Splats the Rabbit is a badnik that was scrapped from Sonic the Hedgehog 1. He would have a little spring on his body and he would hop around trying to stop Sonic. This seems all good. Why didn't he get in the game? Well, that's the complicated part. He did get in the game. Sega coded him. He had a sprite. It's in the game, and you can even put it in with debug mode, but for some reason, they just decided he didn't need to be in the final product. And what's even stranger is they put him in promotional material, the comics, and they even made a toy of him in Japan. I don't know why they canceled Splats the Rabbit. I don't know what happened to him, but he's just gone. I guess they thought they had too many badniks and he was the one that got cut. I feel bad for him. And like, if you actually debug the game, you can put him in so you can see that he worked fine. So I just feel bad for this character. Splats the Rabbit, it's a shame that you didn't get to be in the game. Number 5 is E102 Gamma. Now, originally he was gonna look much like an Egg Robo, but instead of having a pistol, he was gonna have 2 cannon hands. You can see that he has some of the designs that would be later added into Gamma, being the front bumper and the light, but other than that, he looks identical to an Egg Robo. This one seems very odd, and maybe he was just supposed to be a modified Egg Robo to begin with, but this is the design that stood out the most with me when it comes to E-Gamma, and I would really like to have seen this one, but I do prefer the more original concept we got later on. Now, E-Gamma is one that had plenty of unique concepts, and I might actually revisit him if I do a part 5 video, but for right now, this weird twin cannon E-Gamma will have to do. So let's move on to number 4. Number 4, Jet the Cat. Now, the color scheme was chosen by me because I'm the one that touched this up and colored this, so we can't really talk about that, but we can talk about the accessories he's wearing. As you can tell with this one, he looks much more like your stereotypical biker gang leader. He has a bandana over his head, he has goggles on that could very easily be sunglasses at this point, we can't really tell. He has much more intimidating look to him, he's frowning, so he could just be a generic gang leader here. I like that he's a cat. I assume that he would still be green, and I still gave him the red and white color scheme. I would have really liked to have seen this character, but still, I like that we got the Babylon Rogues and that they were all birds, because that's a much more unique thing to Sonic, because there isn't many bird characters in Sonic. So Jet the Cat, you look cool, I like your clothing, but other than that, I like Jet the Hawk more, sorry. Number 3, Rouge the Bat. Now this Rouge the Bat looks radically different than the one that we're used to. This Rouge the Bat was redone by Nibrock, so if you want to go check him out, go look him up. He makes great 3D renders. This pose is why I decided to make this part 4 video. Now, she looks really different compared to her main counterpart. She has an earring in her ear, she has little spikes of hair coming down in front of her face, she has a much more punk look to her, and I really like that look. Her wings are also jagged and spiky, and it has little spikes on the tips. It looks really cute for her. She doesn't have as big of boobs as normal, and that seems odd to me, but it does look like she's going for much more of a punk or tomboy look to her. She's wearing like a weird Laura Croft get up, how she has like a tank top shirt and short pants and boots. I would have really liked to see where this character was going. I like the Rouge that we got, but I don't know. I'm willing to consider taking this Rouge. She just looks a lot more unique than the Rouge that we got, but oh well, I'm happy with what we have. Let's move on to number 2. Now number 2 is Metal Sonic from Sonic Extreme. Now this Metal Sonic, the reason why I like him is he takes influence from all 3 robot Sonics that came before him. He has the spiky look to him like Silver Sonic from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, he has the visor Mecha Sonic from Sonic 3, and he has the overall feeling of Metal Sonic from Sonic CD. Now this one was definitely intended to be a threat to Sonic, and it was supposed to be a more physical opponent. You can tell by how sharp he looks and the fact that he literally has abs. This can fly, but the only way he can fly is if his feet retracts into these sharp points, so he's hovering above the ground. I would have really liked to have seen this guy in action, but unfortunately he was in Sonic Extreme and Sonic Extreme got scrapped, and we don't even know how in Sonic Extreme he was because all the screenshots we see has a giant Metal Sonic that just looks like Metal Sonic. So yeah, this guy was cool, but unfortunately Sonic
Sonic Extreme got scrapped, and a lot of people don't talk about it, and a lot of people don't talk about this guy. So I hope you at least like seeing him, because you probably won't hear anybody else talk about him. So let's move on to number 1. Number 1, Metal Sonic Mach 3. Now, you wouldn't really know this is a Metal Sonic unless I told you, because he looks nothing like Sonic. Continuing on with the whole spike fetish they had, he has drills for hands, drills for feet, and a drill for a head. The reason why he gets to be number 1 is just how unique he looks. Yeah, he looks really unique, but he has nothing to do with Sonic. Hell, he practically looks like a Digimon or a Mega Man villain. He doesn't have the spikes or anything. The one thing that's unique about him is he would transform. He could transform into several different drilling robots, so maybe he was possibly intended to be the boss of multiple levels. Now, I thought that was a unique concept and something we've never really seen Sonic bosses do, so I would have liked to have seen him, but I still think that if we're gonna call him Metal Sonic, even if he's Metal Sonic Mach 3, he should at least look like Sonic. But he was definitely unique enough to get a number 1.
Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT. Now today we are going to be talking about my top 10 favorite Wisp. Why am I bringing up the Wisp? It's because they will be featured in the new game Sonic Forces. They will be powering the weapons the creator character uses. So I thought I'd explain to you the 10 Wisps that I like, and hopefully show off some of the Wisps that will appear in Sonic Forces. So let's get right into this today on DHT. Number 10, Green Hover. Now this was first featured in Sonic Colors, and it allowed Sonic to turn into a little hovercraft and fly around in the sky until the time ran out. If Sonic saw rings, he could also ring dash in the sky. This was a pretty fun little wisp, and I liked the feeling of flying around. You just gently flew higher every time you tapped, and I thought that this wisp was pretty fun, but it does need some balancing. It is pretty slow, and it does seem like it's scripted, so that's why it got to be here at number 10. Now this one was also featured in Sonic Colors, and it allowed Sonic to turn into a blue cube with Sonic eyes, and he would smash down, destroying all the enemies around him. And it would turn solid blue cubes into transparent blue cubes, and it would turn transparent blue cubes into solid ones. This was a pretty cool gimmick for platforming, and it really changed up how Sonic played in Sonic Colors, and I really liked this wisp because you could just smash down, destroying a bunch of enemies around you. It really made you feel powerful, and it was a neat little gimmick to change up the platforming of Sonic Colors. But there's a lot of great wisps beyond this one, so I had to put it at number 9. Let's move on to number 8. Now, you know how I just explained why I like the blue cube, the fact that you could smash and destroy everything around you? Well, that moves on to our number 8 selection, the Gray Quake. The Gray Quake turns Sonic into an iron ball that generates shockwaves and destroys all enemies and obstacles around it. This really makes you feel powerful because you just see everything falling apart around you. And it's just basically the blue cube, but even more destructive and even more powerful. This wisp was featured in Sonic Lost World 3DS, how very unfortunate for it, and the reason why I featured it on here is it's just a better cube, and people might not know it because not everybody played Sonic Lost Worlds for the 3DS. So let's move on to number 7. Number 7, the Orange Rocket Wisp. Now this wisp turns Sonic into a literal rocket, and he flies up into the sky and then explodes. When he explodes, he pops into his normal form and then comes gliding down, and you can guide him and grab rings that way. Now, the one downside of this transformation is you can only shoot straight up. If you could actually change the direction the rocket ship was flying, then this would definitely be higher in the list. But other than that, I love everything about this transformation. I love the power you feel when you fly up in the sky. I love the announcer saying the Rocket Wisp name. It's just all wonderful. But unfortunately, because you can only go straight, it gets a number 7 spot. So let's move on to number 6. You know how I said the downside to the Rocket Wisp is you can only fly straight up? Well, the Crimson Eagle is here to help you. The Crimson Eagle turns Sonic into a literal eagle, and he can fly around for a limited amount of time. He can fly up, he can fly down, and he can boost. This is an amazing transformation, and you actually feel like you're flying. I never knew that I wanted to fly as Sonic in a Sonic game, but this Lost World Wisp definitely shows you how fun it can be. Most people don't like the Wisp, but I think Crimson is definitely a good example
example to how Wisp can improve the gameplay of Sonic games. So let's move on to number 5. Now, if you liked the last one seemed fun to you, you're definitely going to love the Red Wisp or the Red Burst Wisp. This turns you into a living fireball, and it allows you to perform mid-air jumps, which is similar to flying, and you have charged explosions. Now, this is like mixing the Crimson Wisp with the Iron Ball Wisp. You get to destroy everything around you, and you get to fly through the air. Not actually flying, but double jumps are fun too. So yeah, this definitely earns a spot as number 5. Number 4 is the Black Wisp or the Black Bomb Wisp. This wisp turns Sonic into a giant bomb, and he can roll over enemies and cause explosions, wiping out enemies and obstacles around him. This is basically an upgrade to the Gray Wisp or the Quake Wisp, but without the earthquakes. If you love just causing destruction and mayhem, this is definitely your wisp. And just how Sonic looks like when he transforms into this, it definitely looks evil. It looks like it's gonna cause so much destruction. If you just like destroying stuff in games and causing a lot of destruction, this is definitely the wisp for you, and I had a lot of fun playing as it. This wisp can be found in Sonic Lost World, and it's definitely worth it. This is the special edition of Lost World, just so you know. Now, you may have noticed a trend up until now that the wisps that cause destruction and mayhem tend to be my favorite ones, and that's because it's really different than normal Sonic gameplay, and I just love smashing stuff. This trend continues with Violet Wisp, our number 3, or Violet Void. This turns Sonic into a black hole that sucks in enemies, objects, rings, and Sonic will grow bigger with each enemy that he sucks in. This wisp is amazing. I loved using it. It's the epitome of destruction. But unfortunately, number 2 and number 1 causes even more destruction than this wisp, so let's go on to number 2. Now, number 2 is a classic wisp from Sonic Colors. This wisp is the Purple Wisp or Purple Frenzy. Now, purple is my favorite color, so this wisp catches my eye right away. This wisp turns you into a monster that eats everything in its path, and the more that it eats, the bigger it gets, and the more out of control it gets. The fact that you can't control which way it's going, and the fact that it's just jerking around the screen like a rabid dog, really makes me love this wisp. It just causes mayhem everywhere it goes. But, unfortunately, there's one more wisp that's more destructive than this one, and wisp that I like more. Let's see what number 1 is. Number 1 is Indigo, or the Indigo Asteroid. Now, this wisp turns Sonic into a blue planet-like object with a ring around it. Some could say it's a Saturn, and funny that it's a blue Saturn, just like Sega Saturn's logo. Now, this causes anything Sonic touches to disintegrate and surrounding into his orbit. The bigger his orbit gets, the more range he'll have to destroy stuff. This is the best wisp when it comes to destruction, because the destruction just spreads. He just keeps getting a wider range and a wider range, and you can just see everything slowly disintegrating, turning into cubes around him. This is the best when it comes to destruction. The Cube Wisp can't compete, the Purple Wisp can't compete. Like, this is the pinnacle of destruction when it comes to Wisp. So yeah, this is definitely my number 1 favorite Wisp when it comes to Sonic thus far. Hello everybody, Dillin here. Now, today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog character prototypes part 5. I looked throughout all of the Sonic news articles, throughout all of Sonic's comics and everything to find 10 more of these to bring to you guys. So let's get into looking at these today on DHT. Number 10 is Terios. Now, I know I had Terios all the way back in my first video from last year, but I think this one's unique enough to have him on here again. This Terios, instead of having a weird visor thing over his eyes, instead has one blind eye and a scar by that eye. I would really like to know why this Terios is blind, and I would like to know why his inhibitor rings look more like handcuffs. I also like the scarf design on him, and I keep insisting that Terios the Hedgehog's designs were worked into Infinite, and I think the main reason why I suspect this is because no matter which Terios there was, they always had a weird thing involving their right eye, and this Terios also has that. And what do we see on Infinite? His left eye is blocked off, and we can only see his right eye. So I think that yet again Sega's working some of the concepts from older Sonic games into the newer Sonic games, and I think Terios has been recycled into Infinite. Number 9 is Styx the Badger. Now, if you saw my Sega's stupid video, you would know why Styx is on here. She did make it into the final product, but she was neutered from her original version. Originally, Sonic and friends were gonna go meet Styx in the woods where she was a tribal leader, and then they befriend her and she decides to go back to their village with them. This explains why Styx is kind of crazy and off-putting. It's because she lived in the woods her whole life with her tribe. She is like a tribal person, so she doesn't know how the real world works. That's why she seems like she's a little off-putting, why she's a little crazy. It's not because she's actually insane, it's because she's been sheltered her whole life in the woods. So if you do that with anybody, they're gonna seem a little bit off when they're interacting with city people or town people like Sonic and his friends. I hate that we didn't get to see this, because now people just think Styx has a mental condition rather than her just being a weirdo from the forest. Number 8, Venice the Minx. Now the reason why Venice the Minx is back on another one of these lists is, unlike all the other ones, this one doesn't even look like silver. You wouldn't even know this is a silver prototype unless I told you. The only thing that's remotely silver about him at all is his chest tufts. Other than that, with his weird futuristic headband and everything, you can't really tell who the hell he's supposed to be. He gets on here for originality and for looking unique, but other than that, I like the silver design we got. I don't think I would like this Venice the Minx, and he's kind of giving off a create a character vibe from Sonic Forces. So yet again, more concepts that are looking like stuff that's being worked into Sonic Forces. Lovely. Number 7 is Charmy Bee. This Charmy Bee comes from the Sonic the Hedgehog manga, the very same manga where a hedgehog named Nikki turns into Sonic the Hedgehog. There isn't much known about this Charmy Bee because unfortunately the manga he premiered in is now lost. If you can find that manga, give it to me on Twitter because I would love to be able to read it and review it. But right now, all I can say is he was some type of bee that appeared in the Sonic manga. I'm sorry, there isn't much info on this at all. Number 6 is yet again another Gamma prototype. Now, in the last video I did, we had a Gamma prototype that looked just like an Egg Robo. This one still kinda looks like an Egg Robo, but you can see that he's developing some Gamma features. His gun is an exact copy of what Gamma's gun would be. This robot also has some weird Eggman-like features, seeing how he has Eggman's pants, buttons, collar, and overall design of Eggman. I would have liked to have seen this one, but yet again, I still prefer the one we got. If they want to work this little guy in as some other enemy in some future game like Sonic Mania 2, I wouldn't mind seeing him. Seeing how he has the classic Eggman logo, he would fit in with all the other classic enemies if we do get a Sonic Mania 2. Number 5, we have Sonic the Werehog. This Sonic the Werehog, unlike the last one I showed off, looks closer to the final product that we got, except for this one is very luchador looking. He has flame designs all over him. His arms go into flame design, his face has flames on it looks really cool, but the problem is the Werehog has no fire abilities, so it seems like these flame designs would really throw people off when you find out he doesn't actually have any fire abilities. I like this look, but I still prefer the one that we got. What's weird about this look is he actually has Sonic the Hedgehog's regular shoes in this design, which is also something that's really weird because a lot of the other Werehog designs still have the spiky shoes. So from the non-spiky shoes to the weird flames, I'd have to say I prefer the Werehog we got, but this one is really cool looking. Number 4, we have Metal Sonic from Sonic Extreme. Now, if you've seen any of the other Metal Sonics that I've shown off from Sonic Extreme, you would know that the Extreme team for some reason had a vendetta towards this character because practically every single design they tried to give him was absolutely terrible. This one is no different. This guy looks like he should be in Kirby, not Sonic the Hedgehog. He doesn't even look like Metal Sonic. He has weird orange eyes and he looks more like a shark than he does Sonic at all. I'm really glad that they didn't use this design, and I'm really glad that the game got canceled if this was going to be the main villain. Does this guy scream out main villain to you? No. I'm glad that he got scrapped, and I'm glad that the game got scrapped if this was gonna be our main villain. Like seriously, look at this guy. He looks like something out of Kirby, not Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 3 is yet again another character from Sonic Boom. This time it's Dr. Eggman himself. Now, one of the unique things about Sonic Boom is that they were told they could do anything they wanted with the characters. So because sky's the limit, they started redesigning them. And out of all the Eggmen, I like this one the most because he looks more like Ovi Kentobar. For those of you who do not know, Ovi Kentobar is from the Sonic the Comic line of comics, and he is the good version of Dr. Robotnik. He's what Dr. Robotnik was before the lab accident. You can tell this is what they were going for here because he has practically the exact same hairstyle as Ovi Kentobar. Now, I'm assuming he would still be a villain, but we know nothing about this guy. He still has the weird little communicator that Eggman has, and he still has Eggman's goggles, and he does look evil, but there definitely could have been a chance of them pulling off an Ovi Kentobar and Dr. Robotnik thing yet again in Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom had so much potential, and I love hearing about the characters and concepts that they had for the original game, and I hope you guys like this Eggman as well. Now, remember what I said about the last entry, how when it came to the Sonic Boom development, sky was the limit? The main character that they wanted to modify was Sonic the Hedgehog himself, and with this design, you could see how radically different Sonic could have been. This design took influence from Ratchet and Clank. You can tell that with the different looking eyes and his overall body structure. I like that this game was inspired by Ratchet and Clank and that they're willing to say it because it explains a lot of the design choices and a lot of the level choices and a lot of the gameplay choices they chose to implement in Sonic Boom. You could tell that a lot of the puzzle elements was taken from Ratchet and Clank, and I'm glad that we can see the developer notes and see the character concepts so we can come to this conclusion and figure out why this game looks the way it does. Now, do I like this design for Sonic? Yeah, I do like this design for Sonic a lot, but I prefer him to be someone's DeviantArt project rather than an official version of Sonic the Hedgehog. I always like different interpretations of Sonic, but this is just a little too strange. And the fact that now his blue tape is also accompanied by tribal tats, I don't know, it just seems a little too off-putting for me. But I still like this design for Sonic the Hedgehog, which is why it gets up here at number 2. Number 1 is Amy the Hedgehog's prototype from the Sonic manga, the very same manga that has Nikki and Charmy B in it. Now, what makes Amy different this time is she's more of an orangish color, she has a completely different hairstyle, and she's actually Nikki's girlfriend, and she still admires Sonic. So in a way, Sonic and Amy are actually together in this manga. Now, you're wondering to yourself, why does she have an E on her shirt if she's Amy? Nikki has a giant N on his shirt because that's his name. The reason why she has an E is because her name is actually spelled Imi, E-I-M-I. When it's translated into English, it's Amy. So this is just yet again another interesting thing about Amy. Amy did premiere in the manga first, so this is technically her character prototype. The Amy Rose we would get in Sonic CD is based off of this one. In the manga, Amy was Sonic's girlfriend, and she was always getting kidnapped by local bullies, and Sonic would have to go save her. So it's very interesting to see this totally different interpretation of Amy, and it's weird to see that Amy was originally designed to be Sonic's girlfriend, and then when it came to the video games, they just decided to make her a love interest instead. It's really weird seeing how far she's changed from this initial concept design to her video game counterpart nowadays. But overall, I would say that I still prefer the Amy Rose we got today. Hello everybody, Dillin here. Now, today we are going to be doing a top 10. I know I haven't done a top 10 in a couple months, and my top 10s have been kind of sporadic for the past year, but the reason for this is there's not a lot of top 10s you can do with Sonic the Hedgehog without heavily looking into the information. There's another top 10 channel that's been doing Sonic top 10s, but they just take stuff from everywhere. Meanwhile, I prefer to take stuff strictly from canon. I like to stick to somewhat of a canon to any of the Sonic series. Like sometimes I'll take stuff from the manga, sometimes I'll take stuff from the comics. It really doesn't matter. But today I am making a special exception. Today I'm going to be exclusively looking at meme characters. You heard me right. I'm going to be doing a top 10 on Sonic meme characters. So let's get right into this today on DHT. Number 10 is Sunky. Now Sunky is a cute little cartoon version of Sonic who
who has little dots for eyeballs and a cute little cartoonish body. This guy appeared in a few different parody games, and the two that I can remember off the top of my head is Sunky the Game and Sunky.MPEG. These are parodies of creepypasta game Sonic.exe, but instead of gathering its friends to kill them, Sunky is throwing a dance party for them and eating cereal with them. If you've thought that creepypastas was retarded for a bit now, you'll actually find some enjoyment in Sunky. It's just a nice, cute little meme game. So yeah, I would definitely recommend this game for you guys, but he's kind of new on the meme scale and he didn't really do much with his game franchise, so he deserves a spot at number 10. Now, number 9 is a parody character made by user Really Freaking Clever for his Sonic reviews, and this character is called Josh the Hedgehog. Now, normally I'd give a brief summary of what they're about and why they look the way they do, but Josh already does this on his first appearance, so I'm just gonna play that clip.
Greetings, humans. I am Josh the Hedgehog, a totally original character the likes of which you've never seen. I may have lost my arms in the war for the Insanity Sapphires. They're twice as strong as the Chaos Emeralds, but using the power of the Sapphires, I have the special ability to control the comments section. In one fell swoop, I can let angry Sonic fans know that this series is just a work of parody and is not to be taken seriously. So please, don't leave foolish death threats or other angry nonsense in the comments section below, or be prepared to face my wrath. Seriously though, don't be a dick.
As you can tell, Josh is a brown cyborg looking hedgehog. He's just really freaking clever with a voice modifier, and instead of Chaos Emeralds, he wants Insanity Sapphires, which are supposed to be even stronger. His character design looks like a mixture of Gotta Go Fast and Sonic. It's just really poor artwork, and it's made to look bad on purpose to make fun of OCs and fan characters, and I really like his self-awareness and the fact that he's just one big parody of the fan base. He's a big parody of people who comment, well, Sonic 06 is bad, but Sonic Forces is worse, or in reverse, you know, those people. So I find a lot of enjoyment in Josh the Hedgehog, especially because of my opinions on the Sonic fan base and the comments I receive in my videos, so I can relate a lot with Josh, I really can. Number 8 is Cardboard Silver, or as he would later on be known as Sliver. This character is made by YouTuber Peter Canetter, and he does reviews with Peter. Now, originally Silver was just a parody of the Sonic 06 Silver, but slowly he ended up also becoming a parody of the Sonic fan base itself. He's really defensive of Sonic 06, he's really defensive of the fan base, and he's kind of pathetic and geeky. He started out as being an annoying character, but slowly he's become endearing, and he's even become the mascot of Peter's channel. I really love seeing all of the moments with Cardboard Silver, and there's a good reason why he is still around, but people like Cardboard Shadow and Cardboard Sonic have just disappeared. He's a good representation of the fan base, and he's a nice little meme character for Peter Netter's channel, and soon I think people will be able to identify Cardboard Silver as soon as they see his outline. So I really like this character. It's just there's not too much to say about him because he's only existed for a couple years now, but I think he definitely deserved this spot at number 8. Number 7 is yet again another YouTube Sonic fan character, but this time it didn't start off as a YouTube Sonic fan character, and there's actually a good story to tell behind this. There's this user called Courtney that runs this channel called Project S&T. People were asking her why it was called S&T, what was S&T. She ended up revealing that she did a fan comic years back involving her OC, S&T. S&T is a creation of Dr. Eggman, and she's some type of weird genetic modification of a hedgehog and a fox. She has tails, 2 tails, she can fly. She's a really Mary Sue character, and the comics are really cringy, but she read through them all. She got good voice actors to read the parts of Sonic, Shadow, Amy. It's just a really good story, and as the story goes on, we find out that there's no ending to the story. So Courtney actually had a live stream with all of the people involved, and everyone came up
with an ending for Project S&T. I'm gonna be having her videos linked in the description below. It's really good. Check out S&T. I love this character. She's just so perfect. You need to go check her out. Go check out this character. So great. But unfortunately, because of how new she is to the meme status, she only gets number 7. So let's continue on to number 6. Now, this one's a really old meme in the Sonic fanbase, and if you've been around for as long as I have, you probably knew about this one. This is Donkey Kong. Now, the origin of this meme goes all the way back to 2010 when a YouTuber uploaded a clip of the final Jeopardy round of the game show Jeopardy, in which contestant Jen McFan answers, "What is Berkeley?" in response to a clue about the only United States city to share a name with an element from the periodic table. Now, the way that she spelt this was so funny that it actually spawned a meme where a user ended up photoshopping a screenshot to say, "Who is Donkey Kong?" in response to a blue character who runs around collecting rings. Now, according to Jeopardy, a question about Sonic has never been asked, so this is 100% fake. But if you actually know the origin to the meme, like I just told you, the funny thing is how she spelled it, not actually how ridiculous the answer is. So now, hopefully, some of you know the origin to Donkey Kong. Now, the artwork that goes for Donkey Kong is really hilarious. It's always a mixture of Sonic and Donkey Kong, and I've enjoyed seeing the Donkey Kong meme for years. I just didn't know that it wasn't an actual answer, and hopefully you guys learned this too today. So let's move on to number 5. Number 5 is Ugandan Knuckles. Now, Ugandan Knuckles was originally made by a video game YouTuber who was doing a review and had a little cartoon Knuckles who said, "Oh no." Someone took that cartoon Knuckles and then made him sing "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire" later on. Now, this isn't too important to the meme because this just is the cartoon character that someone took and made a 3D model of. Now, when they made this 3D model, it would be used in a game called VR Chat. When it was used in the game VR Chat, people ended up making him Ugandan, and when he's Ugandan, they ended up taking aspects from a movie from Uganda called Who Killed Captain Alex, and most, if not all, of what he says is a direct reference to that movie. It's a poorly translated movie, and all the English is extremely broken. There's a bunch of stupid lines like "Do you know the way?" and it's just really silly, really dumb, and it's an innocent meme. Now, some people are claiming that this meme is racist. Yes, there are racist variations of this meme, and some people can see it as racist with the clicking noise, but I would say that this is a caricature, and it's done out of just the sake of a meme. It's not done in the attempts to hurt anyone or to make black people look lesser than white people. It's just a nice, wholesome meme. Even the creator of Who Killed Captain Alex likes this meme and has been tweeting it out left and right. I think some people are looking too into it. Now, there are some racist versions of this meme, just like with Pepe, that being the watermelon Knuckles that is completely black with a watermelon on his chest, but I wouldn't let these variations ruin the meme for you. If you want to go on VR Chat and put this skin on and pretend to be Ugandan, you go right ahead, but I would assume that later on this might get banned because VR Chat is going to want to try to protect its image, so enjoy it while you can. If this meme ends up taking its racist status like people are trying to push it as, I could easily see Ugandan Knuckles being the Sonic fan base's Pepe in a few years, if he isn't already. So he definitely earned his spot in this list despite how new of a meme he is. Number 4 is Sonichu. Sonichu was made as a sincere comic by Kristen Weston Chandler, and it's supposed to be a mixture of Sonic and Pikachu, and he goes on wacky adventures with Chris Chan. It's just a really dumb, offensive, and sexual comic, and I wouldn't recommend any children read this comic because it's really vulgar and really inappropriate. But because of places like 4chan and Something Awful taking this comic and exposing it to everyone, and the Sonic fan base just memeing the hell out of it, it's gained popularity throughout the years, and now people know who Kristen Weston Chandler is, and they know of this comic despite it being absolutely terrible. There's been multiple parody comics, that being the real Sonichu, Asperchu, and Rosachu story, that have all picked at this character. There's been tons of fan art of this character. There's been jokes like saying that Sonichu was gonna be in Sonic Forces, people making games like Sonichu Kart. I think it's safe to say that Sonic
Sonichu is a big Sonic fan base meme. Even the Sonic Twitter has made references to Sonichu. This is how we know that this meme is here to stay. Not to mention Christian Weston Chandler is still making new comics as Christine Chandler, so I could see this meme gaining popularity in maybe another year or so, but right now it is definitely a cult classic meme. Speaking of Sonic fan characters, you can't have a list talking about fan characters without bringing up one of the best parodic Sonic fan characters, that being Cold Steel the Hedgehog. Cold Steel the Hedgehog has been a meme since way back in 2013 when user Granfalanga, sorry if I fucked up your name, posted an illustration of Cold Steel the Hedgehog with a copy pasta containing his bio, his likes and his dislike. Now, this was a great image. I love this character altogether. He's got earrings on his quills, his ear is chipped, he's wearing black makeup, he has red eyeballs, and the edgiest jeans and chain combo you've ever seen. The chain is hanging off of his tail. And if you actually read his bio, which I'm not going to here because that would make this whole thing last for 3 minutes, and I'm trying to keep it at like maybe 2 minutes at most, you would see just how far in parody this guy's description goes. It's just completely silly. I'll have it up on the screen so you can read it if you want to. Cold Steel is such a good parody of fan characters and overpowered and ridiculous fan characters that he is everyone's go-to when talking about bad Sonic OCs. So he definitely deserves a spot on this list, and he definitely earned the number 3 spot for how terrible he looks and for how amazingly hilarious his backstory is. And now it's time to talk about the granddad of all Sonic memes, Gotta Go Fast. Now, some people falsely associate him with Sonic, but Sonic was actually inspired by Gotta Go Fast, not the other way around. This fan art came all the way back from 2008 when it was posted to YouTube forums. I have no idea what those are or even if it still exists, but it was also on Sonic Central, and it was just really bad Sonic fan art that said Gotta Go Fast. In April 22nd of 2008, this started spreading around everywhere. People started making their own variations of the image, and the art got everywhere. Gotta Go Fast has even appeared in Steven Universe. That's how well known this Sonic meme is. There's been hundreds of variations of this meme. This meme even went on to inspire Sonic, and Sonic is a whole nother story, but Gotta Go Fast definitely deserves his spot up there with the Sonic meme gods because he's been everywhere for the past 10 years, and he's definitely earned his spot at number 2. Now, even though Gotta Go Fast came first, he definitely doesn't compare to Sonic Hedgehog. Sonic Hedgehog is definitely the more popular of the two and is definitely the more well known of the two. Sonic Hedgehog first appeared back in 2010 when a YouTuber, Ani X Heart, uploaded a video entitled How to Draw Sonic Hedgehog, and this was footage of them drawing a poorly done Sonic, and you know this art, everyone knows this art. It would be featured on the Sonic Twitter a lot, it would be featured in multiple videos, it would even end up in the Sonic YouTube channel and now an official Sonic game. In Sonic Forces you can get Sonic t-shirts, so Sonic definitely earned it placed at number 1 Sonic meme because he's in a fucking Sonic video game. This meme has actually made it into the official Sonic franchise, so it definitely earns its spot at number 1 for sure because it's been acknowledged by Sega and it's even appeared in their products officially. So yeah, he definitely earned his spot at number 1 for sure.
Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now normally with my top 10s I give big history lessons on each one of my entries and inform you guys a lot where they came from and why I like them. Today I'm going to be talking about something that is really simplistic, so don't expect a lot of detail. Today I'm going to be talking about the Sonic animal friends you might not know. Now the Sonic animal friends that are strongly promoted with Sega are the ones from Sonic 1, you know, Flicky, Cucky, people like that. But the animals I want to talk about are the animals from Sonic 2 and Sonic CD. These are official and they have sprites that are in the games, and they've even been used in Sonic Mania. So these are real characters, and I think you guys would appreciate seeing some of the artwork. Now, some of this artwork is fan-made, so I'm telling you that now. It's done in the same art style it would have been done in if it had an official sketch, and one of these characters is getting a sketch for the first time. So hopefully you guys enjoy this video. Just know there's not going to be a lot of commentary because I mainly pick these guys based on looks alone. So let's get into this video today on DHT. Number 10 is Docky. Now Docky is a gray little bird from Sonic CD. This bird was hard to find, so he definitely earned his spot at number 10, but the reason why he's so low on the list is he's just a gray flicky. And flickies have been in plenty of games throughout Sonic's history. They've even had their own arcade game, and they've even been like co-stars in games like Sonic Adventure. So flicky is not an animal that is rare. Flicky is not an animal that is obscure. We see flickies all the time, but no matter what he looks like, he is technically a different species called Docky. So yeah, Docky, you earned your place at number 10, but you're definitely not getting higher by looking exactly like a flicky. Number 9 is Wiki, and he has a lot of problems that the last one had. He's from Sonic CD, so he's really hard to find, and he looks like an already existing Sonic animal, the Pecky. And no offense to him, but Peckies are cuter. Peckies are known to have a little bit of yellow feathers in front of their face, and it just makes them overall the more adorable penguin. So I understand why Peckies went on to be in Sonic Lost World, meanwhile Wikis just kinda got forgotten. Oh yay, at number 8 we have yet again another random bird. This little yellow bird is called a Lucky. Just like the other two, he's from Sonic CD, and as far as I know, he hasn't been seen since. The reason why he's higher than the other ones is he has a little bit of uniqueness to him. He has some unique chest patterns, and that chest pattern is also repeated by his eyes. I also like the curve of his beak and the curve of his feathers on his head, but overall his design is just kinda unappealing. It's very generic, and we have plenty of Sonic birds, so I'm really eager to move on to the more original animals later on this list, so let's keep moving forward. Number 7 is the Nicky. Now the Nicky are little angelfish that are found in Sonic CD, and they come in two different patterns, red and blue. Now what makes these guys unique and why they're higher than the other ones is they are actually a callback to Sonic 1. In Sonic 1, if you looked in the sky of these special stages, you would see 3D birds and 3D fish, and these guys are identical to the fish in those special stages. And because I love Sonic 1 so much, I had to put them on here. Not to mention there are plenty of birds in Sonic, so these are the fish to even that out and make the special stage have more meaning to it. So I like the Nicky, it's just too bad we don't really get to see them anymore in Sonic. Now we get to move on from Sonic CD onto a character from Sonic 2, and this guy's artwork is actually done by Naito Oshima, so I'll give him credit for that. This is Locky the Eagle. Locky is very cute, and he's striking a little pose by patting himself on the chest. I really love his design, and I really love how cute he is. It's just such a shame that Sega has never really used this art anywhere else. It didn't make it into the Sonic 2 manual, it didn't make it into any of the promotional stuff, it only made it into like a few of the magazines, and we never really gotten a re-release of this character. He has no figures, no merchandise. I would just really love to see Sega put Locky on some stuff. This artwork was done by Naito Oshima, so you have to have the artwork. I would really love to see Locky and the other ones that have official artwork come back, Sega. Number 5 is Tookie. Tookie is a turtle that appeared in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and just like the last character, he had artwork done by Naito Oshima, and just like the other one, his artwork hasn't been used in anything other than a magazine, which is a real shame, and Sega should use its art. But unlike the last guy, Tookie actually appeared in the Sonic Archie comic as Tommy. Tommy looked just like this guy, except for he was green, and from Tommy's attitude, he resembled this guy in appearance and mannerisms as well. Tommy was kinda shy and timid and droopy, but he was also known to be a happy character. He was actually killed off from the Archie comics later on down the road. So the fact that he reminds me of an existing Archie character definitely boosts him higher up in this list, because I feel like he has just a little bit more potential than the other guys, because at least he got recycled into something. So Tookie, you earned your spot at number 5. Number 4 is yet again another animal from Sonic CD. This one is called Flocky. Now I'm gonna admit my bias. I like sheep looking characters, and this guy is a ram, so he's adorable. I really like him, he's cute, and I'd love if we got more of these guys in the actual Sonic games. There's not very many sheep character in Sonic, and I would like it if we got some more sheep in there. This guy's cute, and he definitely earned his spot at number 4. Number 3 is a monkey from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 named Walkie, and the reason why he gets so high up on the list, he reminds me of my favorite badnik, Coconut, and it probably helps because he was drawn by Naoto Oshima, same as Coconut. Now, the reason why I like this guy so much is Coconuts is my favorite badnik. I even have a little figure of him that I showed off in my figure opening video, so I obviously have a bias towards this character, not to mention as a kid and growing up, I've always liked monkeys. I think they're cute, and I think this guy is cute. He has a very nice simplistic design. I love this look, and it's a shame that he's not one of the core flicky animals that Sonic hang out with. I would really like to see this guy make a comeback. He's really cute, and I could see people wanting to buy merchandise with his face on it. You already have the art, Sega. You could use this anytime you want to. Number 2 is Becky. Now, Becky is a cute little bear from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and out of all the Sonic the Hedgehog artwork, he is definitely my favorite of the animals. He's got cute little arms, cute little legs, he's short, fat, and chibi, and I love him. He's got a little nose, he's got a crescent moon on his stomach, which kind of looks like Knuckles' pattern now since I look at it, and he kind of reminds me of the Pokemon Teddy Ursa. I don't know if they're both inspired by something Japanese, or if the Pokemon was inspired by this guy, but they're both definitely cute, and he gets points for reminding me of the Pokemon. I love this guy, he's my favorite art from Sonic 2, and it just reminds me that it's so upsetting that Sega just won't reuse this art. Look at this guy. He would be at number 1 if it wasn't for the story that I have to tell about the number 1. So let's move into it right now. Now, number 1 is special in so many different ways. I told you earlier that a lot of the animals from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 had official artwork done by Naoto Oshima. Well, one character didn't for some reason. This was a little mouse that appeared in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Now, for some reason, this guy actually didn't even have a name, and we only just got a name when he reappeared in Sonic Mania. This guy's name is Mickey. Now, because he didn't have any art, I had to contact the artist that I know and who has done artwork for me before, Kira. Now, Kira drew this guy, and she did a great job recapturing Naoto Oshima's artwork. So hopefully you guys can see him right now. This is the first time he's ever had artwork done for him as far as we know, and the reason why I think that he was hidden and his artwork wasn't shown off is because of his name. His name is Mickey, and he's a mouse. It doesn't matter if it's spelled different. Sega probably just didn't show him and didn't name him out of fear that Disney would sue for some reason. So it's a disappointment that we didn't get to see Mickey for so long, but now thanks to my friend Kira, we actually get to see him. He's really cute. I really like his design, and I could actually see Mickey turning out like this. Thank you, Kira, for giving us a chance to actually see this guy for once, and he definitely wins for the most obscure Sonic friend. Hello everybody, Dillin here on DHT. Now, today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is going to be top 10 Sonic related YouTube channels or playlists. They're not strictly Sonic tubers. Some of them are people that just have one Sonic the Hedgehog playlist that I really want to recommend to you guys. So yeah, if you were thinking this is going to be a Sonic tuber list, no. A lot of Sonic tuber channels are just either top 10s or just gameplay footage, and I'm not really into that. But hopefully you will go and watch these channels for yourself and you will enjoy them like I have throughout the years. So let's get into this today on DHT. Number 10 is Megapie from Megapie Central. Now, Megapie does comic readings, comic dubs, and he also does Sonic the Hedgehog news. He uploads weekly, so there's always new Sonic content coming in, and unlike me, he actually reports all of the news and not just the stories that I want to tell you. So if you want consistent Sonic the Hedgehog news and you like Sonic the Hedgehog comic dubs right when they come out, Megapie is a good channel to follow. I follow him because I know him in real life and he's a pretty cool guy, and I follow him because I want to know when the Sonic the Hedgehog comics come out, because I'm always really behind on this stuff. So he's a really good channel. He brings a lot of personality to the table. He works on multiple projects and he's always producing producing Sonic the Hedgehog content. I can't recommend this page enough. Go check it out. Now, remember earlier when I said not every channel on here is going to be strictly Sonic the Hedgehog related? Well, this is the first channel, Project S&T. The reason why I'm recommending this channel is just because of one series, and that being the S&T series. S&T follows the character S&T, and yes, I know I'm saying that a lot, but it's the username and the series name. Now, the character S&T is the definition of a Mary Sue, and this follows her adventures with Sonic the Hedgehog and friends. This is a cringy fan comic written by S&T when she was a child, and it's so good reading this. It's so good hearing the dub of this. The characters are self-aware, she's self-aware, and they constantly pick at the stories and point out the flaws of the story, and the finale is really good because the comic didn't have a finale. They ended up writing a finale live in front of everyone, and it's just really good. I'm not even gonna spoil it. Go check this out. If you like stuff like Sonichu, S&T is definitely up there with the cringe, but so cringy it's good. So yeah, check out this series if you enjoy cringy Sonic content like that. Number 8 is Moogie Mikey. Now, Moogie Mikey has been animating on YouTube for years, and if you're an older viewer of mine, go check him out. He makes a lot of more adult-oriented humor, and he uses a lot of not safe for work content in his videos, so if you're a child, you might not want to be watching this channel. I'm sure your parents wouldn't appreciate it, but he has plenty of great animations. I can't even begin to tell you all the animations he makes that I really recommend, but I'll name off two. Goku and Anne Frank Till the End of Time, really good animation, and the Mighty and Ray Meet Sonic the Hedgehog, really good. Just go check it out. Really good adult-oriented humor. I don't see that a lot with Sonic the Hedgehog, so it really makes his page stand out alongside all the other Sonic the Hedgehog YouTubers. The next channel is another one of those channels that's not strictly Sonic the Hedgehog related, but has a Sonic the Hedgehog playlist that I want to recommend. Goomba Guy Videos has been doing a series where he's been reviewing all of the Archie comic issue by issue. How he does his reviews is he sums up the entire comic, tells you what happens throughout the whole story, and then gives his thoughts about the story plot. And I really like this more analytical style of reviewing. It reminds me more of the Linkara type of reviews. So if you like Linkara's reviews and you want to see it done to the Archie comics, this is definitely a good channel to check out. He's been reviewing all of the Sonic Archie comics, and I really enjoy his reviews. Now, this channel is very similar to the last channel, that being that they both review Sonic Archie comics, but the way he reviews is completely different. This is the Jackadex. Now, the way that he reviews the comics is he reviews story arcs. Instead of just reviewing everything issue by issue, tearing apart every little flaw, he sums up what happens throughout an entire story arc. He would hit the Endgame saga, the Mecha Madness saga. So if you want a more comedic review and a more laid back review and a less analytical review that just sums up everything, this is the series for you. If you don't want to see someone pick apart every issue by issue of the Archie comics, but you want a comedic retelling of those story arcs, this is definitely the channel for you. It's a really good series. I watch them every time they come out, and here recently he's actually gone back to hitting the original Archie stuff, because before he just hit the sagas, now he's been reading the Sonic archives. So I can't recommend this page enough. The humor is really good here. It's a comedic reviewer, so go check him out. Number 5 is Billiam. Throughout the years, Billiam has done a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog related content. Originally he was doing a series called What the Fuck Sonic, where he points out flaws with the series, flaws with the fan base, and makes fun of Sonic the Hedgehog. But later on he would actually do full-on reviews of Sonic the Hedgehog, and last year he did a full series reviewing every single game and giving the history behind every single game in Sonic the Hedgehog. And then he made a giant video summing up all the playlists, and it's a 2-hour series, so I would definitely recommend you go check that out. I'll have that linked in the description below. But even though that came out, he's still doing Sonic the Hedgehog related content. He's finding more obscure things to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog, and when the new games come out, he's still reviewing them as well. Billiam brings a lot of humor to his reviews, so if you want to see more humorous video game reviews and a good retrospective on the whole series, go check him out. I can't recommend him enough. Number 4 is the Sega Scourge, the Sonic Theorist, and out of all the Sonic Theorists, I personally think that his channel is the best, because unlike all the other ones, he has well-timed jokes, funny side characters, and he hits really obscure theories that I would have never thought to cover myself, like how Sonic can breathe in space and how the ancient Babylonians influence the architecture in the Sonic games. He has really high quality videos, but unfortunately that high quality does mean that there is a gap between uploads. So if you don't mind waiting on content, this is definitely a channel I would check out. He's always producing good Sonic content. It's just unfortunately he doesn't upload that frequently. Number 3 is Peter Netter, and he has the series What's Up with Sonic. It's a comedic review series, and he ends up covering everything from Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons, Sonic the Hedgehog anime, and Sonic the Hedgehog games and spin-off games. If you like comedy style videos, then this is definitely the channel for you. Peter is really funny, and his side character Cardboard Silver or Sliver is really hilarious. I can't recommend this enough if you're into comedic reviews. Now we have number 2. Number 2 is Radical Soda. Radical Soda started out doing Sonic the Hedgehog Let's Plays and Sonic the Hedgehog animations, and those are really high quality. His animations are really hilarious. But now he's been doing Sonic the Hedgehog game reviews, and his Radical Soda Sonic the Hedgehog game reviews are perfect. He has plenty of skits between his reviews. He has plenty of funny side characters. It's just really good live action comedy skits while reviewing Sonic the Hedgehog video games. Here recently, he also did a review of the Sonic the Hedgehog voice actors, and he ends up giving a history behind that, and that's a really good episode of his show. There's just way too many of his stuff to recommend to you. If you like Sonic the Hedgehog content, his page is full of it, but he also does reviews of other games, so just know it's not strictly Sonic the Hedgehog related. But I personally feel like he does enough Sonic the Hedgehog stuff to be considered a Sonic page, and if you haven't heard of him, go check him out. You can't do a Sonic the Hedgehog YouTube related list without mentioning the main man himself, Cybershell. For years he's been doing Sonic the Hedgehog related Let's Plays, but that's not what I'm here to recommend. Years ago he ended up doing a Sonic 1 bonus video where he told facts and trivia about Sonic the Hedgehog 1, but here recently he came back with his Sonic the Hedgehog 2 bonus video, and that's where his page really blew up. He started doing more of these fact videos covering the Sonic the Hedgehog lore, and he's dug up things that I really wanted to talk about but just never really had a setup to talk about it. So if you want to hear some really good obscure Sonic the Hedgehog lore, this is definitely the channel for you. But there is one major downside. He has been known to just randomly disappear and not come back for years. That's what he did originally, and now that's what I think he's been doing now because he's disappeared for another 5 months. So if you don't mind really waiting for your Sonic the Hedgehog content, this guy makes top quality videos and he covers everything Sonic the Hedgehog. No matter what continuity is, no matter what type of media source it is, if it's Sonic the Hedgehog, he'll talk about it eventually. Hello everybody, Dillin here today. Now today we are going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is going to be top 10 robot versions of Sonic. Now, I'm going to try to be a little bit more original with this list, so don't get upset that Metal Sonic isn't here. So, let's get into this video today on DHT. Number 10, Mecha Sonic. Now, the reason why Mecha Sonic is getting on this list is this Mecha Sonic can go supersonic. He was able to stand both Sonic the Hedgehog, Knuckles, and Tails, and overall I just really like his design. Most Metal Sonics or Robot Sonics are tiny, slim, and designed to go fast. This robot version of Sonic was solely designed to beat the crap out of him. I really like his Terminator-esque look, and I think he deserved his spot at number 10. Now, number 9 isn't on here for any feat he accomplished himself. Hell, he doesn't even have a name. He is solely on here because I want to tell you the story about how he came into existence. Sonic in the Archie comics was pulled into another dimension by Sonic the Zone Cop. When he was pulled into this other dimension, he was told that a Chaos Emerald had mutated the wildlife, meaning that there was monstrous Godzilla version of all of his friends. Well, it turns out Dr. Robotnik is good in this universe, and his name is
against Kento Bar, and his job is to go beat the crap out of the now mutated Mobians and take the Chaos Emerald so he can stop the mutation. Sonic does this, and to honor Sonic, Dr. Kento Bar builds him a robot. That robot is seen right here. We know nothing about this robot. We don't know how strong this robot is, but he has a Chaos Emerald, or at least half of the Chaos Emerald, embedded into his chest, meaning that chances are he's probably one of the most strongest versions of Metal Sonic out there, because Metal Sonic models that only had a shard of an emerald were able to do incredible feats. So if we ever do get any information on this man, chances are he's actually really strong, and I just love his backstory. Sonic ended up leaving before he could get a name for this robot, so sadly this robot has no name. Number 8 is Cyborg Sonic from Sonic Boom. Now, if you hadn't seen Sonic Boom, you would just think there's a generic copy of Sonic the Hedgehog, but in reality, it's much more. For those of you who have seen Sonic Boom, you would know that this is not just a robot, it's also a clone made by Bolts. Now, because he's a clone, he can match Sonic's speed in Sonic Boom, he has all the same abilities as Sonic in Sonic Boom, and he has Sonic's brain, meaning that he can think identical to Sonic. But he doesn't have the weaknesses Sonic has. He has hard metal skin, meaning that it's incredibly hard to destroy him. He can shoot lasers from the tips of his fingers, and he can fly using boosters in his boot. This guy is better than Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog is not needed in Sonic Boom because this clone / robot is 10 times better than he ever will be. Sadly, Sonic Boom is cancelled, so we never really got to show this guy flexing, but in the few episodes he was featured in, he is Sonic's equal, and I think he definitely deserves a spot in number 8. Now, if you see my Doppelgangers video, you're gonna think that this sounds really familiar, and that's because our next character takes heavy influences from a story from the Fleetway comics. This character is, at number 7, Future Sonic. Now, this future Sonic came back from the future to tell Sonic about how his future was destroyed by Eggman, how he lost everything, including his eye. His design is really cool. He loses all of Sonic's bright colors, and instead he has a trench coat. He has battle scars, including losing one of his eyes. He takes heavy influences from Nick Fury, Terminator. He just looks really cool and badass. Now, it turns out that this actually isn't a future Sonic the Hedgehog because Sonic doesn't trust him and follows him around to see what he's doing. And then he catches him talking to Robotnik, and he realizes that this is a robot. This isn't even really a special robot. He wasn't designed with any special abilities. He's just your average run-of-the-mill robot, so they're able to defeat him pretty easily. I put him on here not because of his strength or his feats. I put him on here for his design and his story. If you haven't read the story, go out and read it. It's really good. It's called Sonic Tales of Deception. It's a kid's novel, but it's a pretty good story. Number 6 is from the Archie comics, and it is Captain Metal. Captain Metal originally started off as Sonic 3.0 until he was destroyed by Blaze the Cat. Then he fell into the ocean, and he slowly climbed his way back on top. His body being destroyed, he had to rely on plundering other robot pirates and stealing their parts. So when you look at him, he is actually pretty scary. He has weird limbs because those aren't his own. He has weird crab-like legs that make him even more menacing. He has a weird claw for an arm. Not to mention, half of his face has been destroyed, making him really menacing. Now, he wasn't actually serving to do an Eggman plot when he became Captain Metal. Instead, he just wants to gather the Soul Emerald and use them to destroy Blaze and take over her world. And he was actually achieving his goal. He won multiple fights with Blaze the Cat and other Mobians. He's actually stronger than any Metal Sonic I had seen. Any standard Metal Sonic anyway. Well, eventually he has to go up against Super Blaze, and he goes the way of every robot Sonic. He's torn to bits. But because he's not dumb and he actually knows what he's doing, he ended up backing his brain up into one of Eggman's computers. And I'm sure if the Archie comics would have continued, we would have seen more of him. For being so resourceful and being so menacing, he definitely deserves his spot here at number 6.
Number 5 is Mecha Sonic. Now this Mecha Sonic is not the same as earlier. This is instead a roboticized version of Sonic the Hedgehog, meaning that he can move as fast as Sonic the Hedgehog, but he's even stronger than Sonic the Hedgehog because his robot parts give him a strength boost. This guy is able to lock onto targets, he's able to see heat signatures, meaning that if you're hiding, he can find you and he will kill you. He can shoot blast out of his hands, he can fly. The only reason why he was stopped is because Knuckles turned himself into a robot and beat the crap out of him. He is freakishly strong, and I'm sure that he could take out all the Freedom Fighters by himself and help Eggman take over the world if it wasn't for another fighting robot kicking his ass. Number 4 is Shard the Metal Sonic. This is the original Metal Sonic in the Archie comics. He was defeated by Sonic the Hedgehog and then upgraded by Eggman to have a crystal inside of him. That crystal gives him the ability to think like a normal animal would, and it allows him to actually keep on the same pace as Sonic the Hedgehog. He can shoot nets out of his hands, he can move practically at the same speed as Sonic the Hedgehog, possibly faster at one point, and he was a even fight for Sonic. And he ended up actually developing a sense of justice, and he ended up saving Sonic from falling into lava, but he fell in the lava. Then he was recovered later on and he was given a new design and he actually became a good guy. I would keep going, but his history is pretty big. Just know his abilities are very similar to that of Metal Sonic's but amplified, and unlike Metal Sonic, he actually has a personality and he actually is self-aware. So he can decide what is good or evil and he doesn't have to serve anyone. Number 3 is a superpowered hedgehog named Cosmic. Cosmic came flying into Mobius in the Fleetway comics claiming to be a superhero there to help Sonic and friends. Sonic isn't dumb, so he immediately caught on and realized he was a robot. To test him to see if his superpowers are real, he decided to challenge him to a race. Cosmic couldn't even get through a loop-de-loop. Then, when Cosmic was defeated, he revealed his true form to be Metamorpha. Metamorpha is a shape-shifting robot from the Fleetway comics. So that means that Cosmic would have all the same abilities, powers, and strength of Metamorpha. Yeah, he can't run as fast as Sonic, but he's practically stronger than Sonic, and he can fly, he can shape his body into any form, and he can create weapons out of nowhere, meaning that his potential is actually really high. Now, this wouldn't be the last time we'd see Metamorpha. Metamorpha would also turn to some civilians sometime to trick Sonic, and she even turned into his brother, Tonic. Sonic never really falls for these traps. I don't know why she kept trying this, but Metamorpha is definitely a threat, and in return, Cosmic is a threat. So just know if you ever see this weird green man online, he is not Sonic the Hedgehog, he is not related to Sonic the Hedgehog, he is instead a robot. Number 2 is Emperor Metallics. Now in the Fleetway continuity, the Metal Sonics ended up going rogue and creating their own cult. When they created their own cult, they needed a leader. So instead of looking for someone or getting one of them to be a leader, they built a leader. That is Emperor Metallics. Emperor Metallics towers over all of the other Metal Sonics. He is giant. Not to mention, it's claimed that he's made of gold. This really shows just how cool he is. He's dark red color. You can see a weird shine to him. Not to mention, his chair that he sits on claims to have anti-gravity features. It can teleport. It can suspend people in midair. He has a lot of really cool features, and I think he was definitely built to be the leader of these robots. We never really got to see him do much, but I'm sure he would actually be stronger than all the other Metallics or Metal Sonics in that comic. It's really a shame that we never really got a conclusion to his arc, and we never really got a conclusion to his character. He's a really cool character with a really cool design, and it's interesting to see how many Metal Sonics go rogue despite the continuities being so different. He definitely earned a spot at number 2 though. Number 1 is Sonic Man. Not the Sonic Man from Sonic 06, but instead the Sonic Man from the Sonic Mega Man crossover in the Archie comics. This Sonic was roboticized, but not just roboticized. He was roboticized with Wily's technology and Eggman's technology, meaning that he is as strong as the Mecha Sonic from earlier, but even more so. He also has Mega Man's copy ability. He can create force fields, he can gather ring energy to amplify his power, and he can
can use chaos abilities because he is a roboticized Mobian, meaning that the potential of how strong he is fucking insane. Not to mention he also has Mega Man's Mega Blaster, which can be supercharged up, meaning that if he were to go rogue or no one was able to stop him or revert him back to Sonic, he could actually destroy everyone and everything, because with Mega Man's copy ability, he can kill a bunch of other robot masters, steal their abilities, and continue to upgrade himself and become an unstoppable killing machine. His potential is too high, and he is definitely greater than any Sonic robot that's ever existed. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now today we're going to be doing a top 10. Today's top 10 is going to be top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog badniks. Now we're not going to be doing a Sonic the Hedgehog badniks 1 from Sonic 1 and a Sonic the Hedgehog badniks part 2 from Sonic 2. I'm just going to be covering every badnik from any game. So let's get into this today on DHT. Number 10 is the Egg Robo. Now I put the Egg Robo here because he is a very iconic villain and has played a lead role multiple times. The first time being in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. When you're playing as Knuckles, the Egg Robo is the main villain, and Sonic Mania, where the Egg Robos get turned into the hard-boiled heavies. Now the Egg Robos themselves are the badnik to look the most like Dr. Eggman, and I feel like the Egg Robos would go on to inspire both the Egg Pawns and the E10 whatever series of robots. So I feel like the Egg Robos are a very important part of badnik history, and it's the gap between badniks and Egg Pawns, and we would see Eggman slowly make more and more robots similar to the Egg Robos as the games continued. Number 9 is the Buzzer. The Buzzer is basically the improved version of the Buzz Bomber from Sonic the Hedgehog 1. The Buzz Bomber would shoot at random, meanwhile the Buzzer will stop and attack you. The Buzz Bomber would shoot just one bullet, meanwhile the Buzzer will continue to shoot bullets as long as you're near him. The Buzzer also doesn't have wings because they don't really need wings. They've always just had jetpacks even when they were Buzz Bombers, and I really just think that the Buzzer is the more intimidating version of the Buzz Bomber. But overall, I just like this design slightly more than the comedic Buzz Bomber, and that's why he gets at number 9. Number 8 is the Roller. Now the Roller has a lot going on for him. First of all, I like that he's an armadillo because it makes me feel like that this is a reference back to Mighty the Armadillo, or the fact that Sonic was originally going to be an armadillo. Now the reason why I love him as a badnik is his main form of attacking. Most badniks will either walk up to you and try to shoot you, or they'll fly above you and try to shoot you. He takes it personal and he attacks you in a very similar way that you would attack every other badnik. He rolls up into a ball and launches himself at you, and the only way you can actually stop him is to wait for his roll to be over and attack him when he's vulnerable. And in this way I feel like this is the first hint of a metal Sonic, or a robot similar to Sonic, where Sonic has to use his own moves against a robot fighting like him. So I really feel like that the Rollers are important, but unfortunately they can still be killed pretty easily, so he earned his spot here. Number 7 is yet again another Sonic the Hedgehog 1 badnik, and no shock, that's my favorite game, so a lot of the badniks are gonna be from that game. But the reason why I love Sonic 1 badniks so much are they have specific ways to kill them, and you have to figure out these ways to kill them. Like, they're not your typical badnik where you just run up to them, dodge a bullet, and then hit them. When it comes to the Caterkiller, it looks like you should just be able to kill him standardly, but no, he is designed in such a way to where you have to hit his head. Any other part of his body, yeah, he'll be destroyed, but you won't free the animal, and you'll be hurt by his spikes, and he will launch off into multiple different directions, meaning that he can hit you multiple times. There's multiple variations of him, but I've decided to go back to the original because the original is the one that probably killed you the most as a child. So Caterkiller, you deserve your spot here at number 7. Number 6 is Scorp. Now the reason why I like Scorp so much is Scorp was put into a desert level, which really fits his animal theming, and his attack pattern. His attack pattern is he has a little stinger, and on that stinger he has a spiked ball. So if you try to just lunge right at him, chances are you're going to get hit by the spiked ball. And in some situations you won't even have much time to react before he launches the spiked ball at you, and he can retract it and continue to launch. The only way you can really get him is to either sometimes roll into him or to hop onto him when he launches his attack, meaning that this is a very skilled type enemy, but his difficulty isn't that hard, so he gets his spot here at number 6. Number 5 is yet again another Sonic 3 and Knuckles badnik, and it is the last Sonic 3 and Knuckles badnik to make it on this list. That badnik is Dragonfly. Now, I really hate Dragonfly, and the reason why he's here at number 5 and not up higher is I really feel like he's an unfair badnik, and I really feel like that his learning curve was a bit too strong to be a level 1 type badnik. Yeah, if you're playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles, it's cool to see that this badnik is later on, like this is the second half of the game, you've already had to learn the badnik patterns. But if you're just playing Sonic and Knuckles and you realize that this guy can only be hit on his head, and if you try to hit him from any other position, you're gonna get hit by his tail, that's very nerve-wracking, and it's very off-putting that he would be in the first level. Now, I get it that Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a full game and you should play it like that, but some of us had the misfortune of playing Sonic and Knuckles first, and this guy really caught us off guard. And seeing how there really isn't any more badniks similar to him in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or Sonic and Knuckles, just the Sonic and Knuckles half of the game, it's kind of off-putting that such a difficult badnik would be in what is seen to me as a level 1. Number 4 is the Shell Cracker. Now, if you played Sonic the Hedgehog 2, which I guarantee most of you, if not all of you have, and you've actually beaten the game, Shell Cracker is your mortal enemy. When you get to Metropolis Zone, Shell Cracker is always placed in the worst spot he could be placed in, just outside of your reach, and more than likely he is going to punch you before you have any chance to actually defeat him. So the best way to defeat him, from what I've seen in most of his positioning, is to take the hit, use your invincibility frame, then kill him. He is needlessly hard, and he is definitely earning his spot here at number 4, because as far as I'm aware, in most spots they place him in that game, you have to get hit to beat him. Now, I'm sure there's some elite person out there that can beat him without getting hit, but I'm definitely not that person, and I've seen so many people die by this badnik. Now, number 3 is very similar to number 4. Number 3 is a badnik from Sonic 2, it's a badnik from Metropolis Zone, and it's very difficult because of how it launches its attack. But unlike our previous badnik, this one can actually be overcome pretty easily. Number 3 is Slicer. Now, Slicer is a praying mantis type badnik that will launch his arms at you, and once he launches his arms at you, he'll be completely defenseless, unless you go off screen at just the right time to where his arms regenerate. So as long as you let him launch his arms off and you see them fall off, he won't get them back, and then he's open for attack. Now, all of his Slicer attacks have a pattern, so if you can learn his pattern, you can actually avoid the attack completely, which is why I put him above the Shell Cracker, because unlike the Shell Cracker, you can actually learn from this badnik and learn to avoid it, so the better you get at the game, the less likely you are to get hit by him. Number 2 is the last badnik from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. This badnik is Coconuts. I put him so high on the list because 1, I like monkeys, and 2, he is the first badnik you encounter in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. And being the first badnik you encounter, he actually teaches you how the badniks will work in this game. When you're running along, you'll see coconuts. If you try to jump at him at the wrong time, you'll get hit with a coconut. If you try to ignore him and just goof around, you'll get hit with a coconut. He teaches you that the badniks in this game have patterns to their attacks, and you have to attack them when they are vulnerable. So in a lot of ways, Coconuts is one of the badniks that teaches you how to play Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's many people's first badnik, so he definitely earned his spot at number 2. Number 1 is the Motobug. Now, the Motobug isn't number 1 because of its difficulty. Motobugs are really simple to kill. The reason why he's number 1 is the Motobugs are practically the Goomba of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. They constantly come back, they're the first enemy you ever encounter, and they are very simple to teach you how to play the game. In Sonic the Hedgehog 1, when you're running through Green Hill Zone, you see the Motobug. You can either hop on top of it, you can either push down to roll into it, or you can get hit by it. This badnik teaches you everything you need to know in Sonic the Hedgehog 1 before you even leave Green Hill Zone, before you even go into Green Hill Zone. This enemy is placed right at the beginning of the map. And this enemy is still very relevant all the way up until today. They get featured in practically every single game, and even though they're so easy, people really do love this badnik. There's even whole hacks dedicated to playing as this badnik. One of the hard-boiled heavies even rides a Motobug. Motobugs are an insanely popular Sonic the Hedgehog badnik, and they definitely deserve this spot at number 1. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now today we're going to be doing a top 10 that I've been recommended to do for a while. This top 10 is Top 10 Sonic the Hedgehog Character Concepts Part 6. I know that's a long title, but this has been a long series. If you haven't seen the other ones, go watch that now. But let's get into this one today on DHT. Number 10 is Shadow the Hedgehog, and as you can tell, Sega was really hitting it out of the park with the creativity on this one. I can really just imagine what the thought process was when they were designing this guy. They're like, we need an evil Sonic, so how about we take Sonic, we make him black, and give him emo bangs. I'm sure that this Shadow would be loved by everyone. Actually, no. He looks like a DeviantArt OC, and I'm glad that he never came to be. But he's something we can laugh at, so he at least earned his place here at number 10. Number 9 is the Wisp from Sonic Colors. I feel like I really need to tell you that these are the Wisp, because if you just look at them at first glance, you really wouldn't be able to tell. This is a really early sketch of what they wanted the Wisp to be, so don't judge it too hard. But even from this early sketch, I have no idea what they were going for here. They look more like chows with their simplistic faces, and when they look like this, you really can't even tell what their purpose was. I gave them all colors, but I just gave them random colors. The only one that barely even looks like a Wisp is the yellow one, and I made him the yellow Wisp because I thought he was kind of shaped like Drill. I don't like these designs, and I'm really glad with the Wisp that we got at the end of the day, because these kind of look like weird chow rejects more than anything. Number 8 is a character that I never really liked too much to begin with, but I also really don't like this design. This character is Chip. Now Chip is also known as Light Gaia in Sonic Unleashed, and he ends up basically being one of the highest ranking gods that we've seen in the Sonic world, that being a god of creation, a god of light. He is the one to battle off Dark Gaia. Now imagine how weird it was to find out that guy was the god of creation, and then imagine how weird it would be to find out that this thing is the god of creation. A little cartoony 1950s looking fish. Now, the only thing I can really say about this is there's a fish and chips joke for you Brits to enjoy, but other than that, I really hate this design, and I'm glad we got the Chip that we have. Number 7 is a character that's been on here a lot. This character is Cream the Rabbit. This time Cream is a red panda, so I gave her a color scheme very similar to a Gretzico. And I really think that a red panda would be an interesting character to have in the Sonic franchise, especially in the IDW comics. In the IDW comics, we've been getting a lot of unique Sonic species. We got a lemur, we got a sheep girl, we got some skunks. She doesn't have to be a main character. I would really just love to see this character come to life. But would I want it to be Cream? No. I still think that Cream's design is the best design we could have got for this character, but I do feel like this character could be used for something else. Now number 6 is just a straight up ugly design. This is Bunny Rabot's design from the Sonic SatAM cartoon. Now I think they kind of missed the mark on this design, seeing how she is supposed to be named Bunny Rabot, and that's supposed to be a pun on how she's half rabbit, half robot. She's a Rabot. Instead, she's not even half rabbit. She's more like 2/3 robot, so the naming pun doesn't work. I don't like how her ears are wrapped up to imitate a ponytail. It looks ugly, and she looks more like a rabbit grabbed Tony Stark's first suit and then just decided to be a ghetto superhero. I don't like this design. I think it's terrible, and I'm really glad we never got to see it in the comics or the cartoon. We go from a really terrible concept to yet again a really good concept. This is Infinite the Buffalo. Now, do I want Infinite to be a buffalo? No. I really like that Infinite is a jackal. I like jackal symbolism throughout all of history. I like the jackal symbolism throughout Egyptology. So no, I wouldn't want him to be an American buffalo. But I do think that this could have worked as like an assistant to Infinite. You know how Infinite originally had the Jekyll Squad before he transformed? What if instead he had more animals that were embedded with fake phantom rubies? I think that would be a really interesting concept, and I love this guy's color scheme. He has purple gloves to imitate the purple of the phantom ruby, and you can see a
slight glow behind his mask instead of the glow that takes over Infinite's entire eye. I really like this design, I really like this concept, and I would really love if this buffalo made it into a what if or somebody's fanfiction. So yeah, I like the character, but I wouldn't want it to be Infinite. For number 4, we go back to the canceled Sonic Extreme game to see one of the bosses that was going to be in the game. This boss has no name, it is just a robot sitting in a chair. When you first encounter him, he is a complete robot, but as you fight him, he ends up tearing his body in half, and when he tears his body in half, he can actually use his middle half to fly around and shoot laser beams at Sonic. I think that's a really cool concept for a boss, and I really like that this isn't just your standard run-of-the-mill robot. But unfortunately, because Sonic Extreme was cancelled, we have no idea what else this guy could do, what purpose he served to the plot, and sadly, he's just gonna be forgotten about. So unnamed robot, you earned your spot here at number 4. Now, number 3 is a design that Naoto Oshima really liked and he kept pushing into everything. Originally, he was entered to be Sega's mascot and that didn't work. Then his design got worked into Sharp's Chicken, one of Sonic's bandmates, and that didn't work. Then finally Max the Parrot was invented. And Max the Parrot is just a really cool looking parrot. He has sunglasses on, he wears a Letterman jacket, he has shoes very similar to Sonic, and he was invented around the same time that Sega Sonic was, so he was pushing for him to be friends with Sonic along with Ray and Mighty. And we all know what happened to Ray and Mighty, they disappeared for like 20 years. So this guy's disappeared for even longer, and unlike Ray and Mighty, I don't think he's coming back. I really like his design, but unfortunately, I don't think he's ever gonna be in anything. Number 2 is yet again another character from the scrap Sonic Extreme game. This is Metal Sonic. Now, I've been wanting this version of Metal Sonic to be on this list for a long time, but unfortunately I was unable to restore his concept art because it was so distorted. But luckily I hit an artist up on Twitter and she was able to fix him up for me and design an all new concept art based off of the original, and I hope you guys like this. If you want to see more of her artwork, go in the description below. She will be credited for this piece. Now, as we can see, this Metal Sonic is unique and he still looks like Sonic, which is something I said was very important with the other Metal Sonic designs, but he has some aspects from other robot Sonics. He has weird little chain link arms and he has cool little shoes that look like Sonic's, and unlike all the other robot Sonics, he actually has a mouthpiece, so I think that this Metal Sonic could actually talk. I really would have loved to have seen this design, and I'm really sad that it didn't get worked into anything, but I do feel like it was kinda worked into Shard the Metal Sonic. As you can see, he has a little triangle on his stomach, and Shard the Metal Sonic premiered at about the same time this game was cancelled. So I would really love it if his design did get worked into Shard, but if it didn't, I would still really recommend people to check this art out. It's really good, and if you want to see more art from the artist, go down in the description yet again. Number 1 is Robotnik from Sad AM. Now, this piece of artwork is important because it's one of the pieces of art that actually inspired me to make this series to begin with. Now, this art was in a terrible looking sketchbook and there was no way that I could actually restore it. It was thanks to my friend Marsh, who is an artist and will be credited for this art down below, that he was able to finally come to life. And as you can tell with this art, they took the name Robotnik very seriously. He looks really menacing and they made his robot parts obvious. His arm is obviously robotic, you can see that it's very Terminator-esque, and his face has robotics too. I couldn't tell if that was supposed to be a pig nose or a robot nose, so I made it a pig nose because I thought it would be funny because he's fat. And I really like that his eyes are black because they're robotic in this. In the finished cartoon and in most depictions of Robotnik, he actually still has the black eyes and the red dots, but I really like that they did it because he was a robot like Metal Sonic. I really like that explanation, and I kind of wish that that translated over to the cartoon. But the thing that I don't like about this design is the robot ponytail. I think it looks goofy, I think it would really date the cartoon, I'm really glad it wasn't in there. I like Cluck, and I like that he has a little spiked ball tail. Hello everybody, Dillin here. Now, for those of you who have been following my channel since 2014, you would know that one of the first top 10 lists I ever did was top 10 forgotten Sonic characters. Now, I ended up updating this list in 2016, but that was 2 years ago, so I'm feeling like for 2018 we need to update this list at least one more time, because a lot can change. Some characters get more exposure, some characters are even more forgotten. I feel like it's time to go back and talk about this top topic yet again. Now, will this make my other videos irrelevant now, the 2015 2016 ones? No, some of those characters are still forgotten about. The only reason why I'm making this update is I want to inform you on characters that are slightly more forgotten in 2018. So let's get into this today on DHT. Number 10 is the Oracle of Delphius. This is a character from Sonic Underground, and he is very important to the plot despite how goofy he may look. He's actually one of the strongest magic users in the Sonic Underground canon, and he has the ability to see into the future, project himself, and he can levitate other objects. These are just some of the powers we know that he has. He's a trusted friend of Sonic's mom, and he was supposed to help bring the kingdom back to power, but unfortunately the show got canceled before we could see anything of him, and now he's just kind of a joke amongst the Sonic community, and he is forgotten about because he hasn't been in anything since his appearances in this cartoon and the comic books. Number 9 is Witchcart from Tails Sky Patrol. Now, Witchcart only appeared in this game, and in this game she is the main villain. The story of this game is Tails is on an island, Witchcart decides that she wants to take over that island, so she goes with her sidekicks to take over the island and kick Tails off of it. So now it's your job as Tails to awkwardly fly around and stop her from doing this. Now, some people would say she actually appeared in the Archie comics, and you're somewhat right. The character that you're thinking of is Wendy Naugus. She is the sister of Ixis Naugus, and she is based off of Witchcart, but she's not Witchcart. Witchcart is a completely different character who existed in only one game, and Ixis Naugus is not canon to the game. So Wendy Naugus, no, she's not actually Witchcart. She's just based off of Witchcart because really there's nothing you can do with this character. And that's why I think this character is abandoned and forgotten about, because what scenario could you think of where you could bring this woman back and make her a viable villain? Number 8 is the Great Battle Cuckoo. Now, for those of you who don't know who the Cuckoo are, the Cuckoo is a race of birds, and the Great Battle Cuckoo is their leader. He ended up taking his army to take over an island that Tails just so happened to be on yet again, and this time he actually had better motivations than Witchcart. His goal was to steal the Chaos Emeralds and use them to take over the world, and of course Tails stops him, and he's never seen from or heard from again. Now, if him or his son made it into the Archie comics, it had to be so old to where I don't even remember them being in the Archie comics. I know that his son had a little bit of motivation added to him in the comics, so I'm gonna leave his son out of this list, but the Great Battle Cuckoo definitely deserves to be number 8. Number 7 is Mindy Latour. Now, this character appeared in one episode in Sonic Underground, and in that episode she actually did nothing important. She got kidnapped, Sonic had to save her, so she's done nothing at all. She only appeared in one episode of the show, but yet people still know her, and people still make fan art of her. The reason why she gets on this list is she's just such a random obscure character. Her whole backstory is she happens to be the daughter of Sonia's mom's friend, meaning that Sonia's adopted mother is the only thing even connecting this character to the plot, and they don't even do anything productive with their screen time. So really, she's worthless as a character, but for some reason there's quite a few people out there that want her back. The reason why she gets on this list is Sega will never acknowledge her, and Sega will never use her again, making her a forgotten character. Number 6 is Princess Illusion. Now, I hope that I'm saying this name right, because really it's a weird and very uncommon name. And for all you need to know about her is she comes from the French Sonic Adventures comic, and she really has no connection to the Sonic canon at all. In this comic, the echidnas aren't extinct, and she's actually the leader of a tribe of echidna. And the reason why she's the leader is because she found a gray Chaos Emerald and she wears it as a crown. That means that she has respect throughout her people. And she was going to execute Tails and Sonic, but then Robotnik attacked and they had to team up to stop him, and that's how they became friends. Personality-wise, she's basically Knuckles. Even for the plot-wise, she's Knuckles. So really, there's nothing keeping her necessary to the franchise. Everything that she had, everything that she could offer is already done by Knuckles. She even has the Knuckles on her glove. There's really no use for this character besides to have a female variant of Knuckles. Number 5 is probably the wackiest character to be on here. Number 5 is Myrna the Merhog. Now, for those of you who don't know who this character is, she is a mermaid version of of a hedgehog. She is a mermaid hedgehog. And in the episode of The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog where she premieres, and the only episode she was in, Sonic has to go to her underwater city to save her from this random Captain Crunch looking guy who wants to destroy her city to make condos and mini malls underwater. And then Robotnik comes in a submarine shaped like his own face and stops the main bad guy because he wants to take over the underwater city full of mermaid hedgehogs. And then Sonic ends up stopping Robotnik. So Sonic only kinda helps her, but it's actually Robotnik that ends up saving her city from being turned into a mini mall. This is a very weird episode, but then again, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog is a very weird show, and I really doubt that Sega will ever acknowledge the existence of Merhogs ever again. Number 4 is from the Sonic the Hedgehog manga, and he is Nicky. Now, Nicky is technically Sonic the Hedgehog. Let me explain this. Sonic the Hedgehog in this world is actually the superhero ultra ego for Nicky the Hedgehog. Nicky the Hedgehog transforms into Sonic the Hedgehog and saves the day. But when he's Nicky, he's just a normal hedgehog. He's kind of nerdy, shy, and he's dating Amy Rose in this continuity. So for those of you who want that, that is a thing. Now, unfortunately, he's a character in the Sonic manga, which is no longer being made as far as I know, meaning that this character is forgotten, and I feel like Sega will never go back to using this character because of how far Sonic has come since then and how much he has changed now. Number 3 is yet again another character from the Sonic the Hedgehog manga. And if you're gonna be doing any story that's put in a school setting, you're gonna need the school bully. And Anton Veruca is definitely that character. If you've seen characters like Flash Thompson or basically any school show ever, you know exactly what type of character he is. He picks on Nicky, but there's actually a little bit of a difference with him. He actually messes with the hero too. Anton's family ends up teaming up with Dr. Robotnik, so he's not only picking on Nicky, he's also trying to fight Sonic the Hedgehog. He is seen carrying a large bat sometimes, but he's also a brawler and has some brute strength behind him. But he's never any match for Sonic the Hedgehog. And because this is a gag manga, we'll probably never know how strong this character actually is. But just like with Nicky, we know that he's gone for good. Number 2 is Roxy Raccoon. Now, Roxy Raccoon is a normal waitress who Sonic ends up meeting at a diner. When he meets her, she is actually being held up by 2 robot gangsters that work for Dr. Robotnik. Sonic ends up destroying these robots, and because of this, Robotnik ends up dressing up Scratch and Grounder like gangsters, like mafia gangsters, and sends them to attack Sonic. And Sonic ends up saving her yet again and freeing the diner from Dr. Robotnik's strong-arming. Now, to thank Sonic, she actually ends up kissing him, meaning that she is one of the few characters that has kissed Sonic the Hedgehog in any canon. So, for those of you who are wondering why she's on here because she is one of the few characters to actually kiss Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, do I think Sega will do anything with this character? No. She only appeared in one episode of a very wacky show, and I think that's how it should stay. But the fan base hasn't forgotten her, and people would wish that she isn't forgotten anymore. And finally, we have our number 1. Number 1 is Penelope the Hedgehog. Now, she probably just looks like a normal pink hedgehog to you, but she's actually really important to the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog lore. She is Sonic's ancient ancestor. It turns out that Sonic actually descends from royalty, and she ends up marrying Sonic, who is Sonic's ancestor, and they end up having Sonic's family line, meaning that Sonic descends from the ancient Egyptian royalty. It makes no fucking sense, and I don't even want to begin to explain what happens in the episode that she premieres in, but I'll give you a short summary of what happened. Dr. Robotnik builds a time machine because he can just do that, and he ends up deciding to go back to the past to get Chaos Emeralds, which is actually a good idea. That doesn't work out too well for him, so then he decides to use his time machine to go back and stop Sonic's ancestors from meeting, so then Sonic would never exist. Yet again, another really good idea. Weirdly enough, even though this cartoon is so weird, Dr. Robotnik is actually coming up with ideas that make sense for once. But in the end, Sonic ends up saving his ancestors characters, and they end up meeting. Most importantly though, his ancestor Penelope, she worked at a chili dog stand, meaning that in ancient times, ancient Egyptian times, they had chili dogs, and they had chili dog stands in the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog canon. I don't even want to begin to talk about how weird this show is, but one thing that I've learned from having to watch these episodes to prepare for this video, the show isn't that bad. It's funny, but it's only funny because of how weird it is, and that's why this character deserves to be at number 1. She is related to Sonic the Hedgehog, and she actually plays a big role in the Sonic the Hedgehog world. So yeah, that's all I have to say about her. Hey guys, Dylan here. Now today we're going to be doing a brand new series. That series being Top 10 Sonic Character Fusions. Now before we start this, I want to lay down some rules just so you know what will be accepted here. Rule 1, the 2 characters that fuse must be official Sonic characters, meaning there will be no crossovers, there won't be Mega Man fusions, there won't be Steven Universe character fusions, it's just Sonic characters. The characters cannot fuse using non-Sonic items, meaning you can't have like Steven Universe gems and you can't use the Patara earrings from Dragon Ball Z. No more than 2 characters can be fused, meaning no triple fusions or 4 people fusions. No children of 2 characters, meaning no Sonic and Amy child shit. That's not fusing, that's conception. And number 5, cosplay does not count as a fusion. If it's just a character wearing a different character's clothes, I'm not counting that. I want to see actual fusions, meaning that I want to see the characters take on each other's attributes and actually become something new. So now since you know the rules, let's get into this today on DHT. Number 10, we have an Amy and Cosmo fusion, and I really like this fusion. She looks really cute. I like that she took on the plant attributes from Cosmo. She has similar hair to Amy, and she has a rose motif, which also is taken from a fusion of Amy and Cosmo. I think that if Amy and Cosmo did fuse, they would heavily focus on roses because her name is Amy Rose. The color scheme is also really nice. It's like a light green instead of a darker green like Cosmo, and the flesh of the character almost looks cream colored like Amy's. So now let's move on to number 9. Number 9 is another Amy fusion, but this time it's Amy and Rouge, and I really like this. It looks like a really young, happy Rouge. We can see it, she got Amy's headband, she's got clothing influenced by both Amy and Rouge, seeing how she's got a more wholesome way of dressing. She's got the little bracelets from Amy, and she's just got a happy demeanor to her. And I also like that she has a beauty mark. I really like that. But she didn't really lose any of her body though. And I like that her wings are less like bat wings and more like angel wings. It really makes her cute. Also, she's not just completely white. She has like kind of a pinkish purple hue to her, which really just makes it all work. I also really like the collar she has on. Number 8 is a Blaze and Amy fusion. Amy is a really popular character to fuse. I like this character a lot because she looks really psychotic. She has like an evil grin to her. She has like spiky clothing. Her hair is spiky. She looks like someone that would actually brutally murder you, and I love it. I like the fact that if Amy and Blaze fused, it would make her more aggressive, and you can really see that they wanted to work in the fire motif. Even her name is Fire Lily. The name is really cute. The fusion is really cute. I'm just kind of upset that none of the purple from Blaze got worked into this fusion, but I like it. She's got Blaze's ears and Amy's overall appearance. It's a good fusion. Number 7 is a Shadow and Scourge fusion, and I like this one because he looks like a military commander. He looks like he was in the military. I like that he also has like a reference to Shadow's prototype. One of Shadow's prototype designs had a scar on his eye, so they worked in Scourge's scar on his chest to be a scar on this guy's eye. He got his green coloring from Scourge, he's got the red stripes from Shadow, and he's got blue eyes. His colors really complement each other, and I like his overall appearance. It's a shame that this artist didn't draw his shoes though, because I'm really curious if he would get Scourge looking shoes or Shadow Shadow shoes. Number 6 is a Vegito-inspired Sonic and Shadow fusion. I really like this. I like that the red and blue mixed together to be purple. It kind of looks like Dark Sonic too, which is very fitting because Shadow is a very dark and brooding character. And this person knew that the shoes are important, so they actually included the shoes and they look really cool. It works in the red, white, and blue of Sonic's design, but also adds in like the jet boots of Shadow. And I really like this overall. He's got the inhibitor rings, which means that he has the power and strength of Shadow, but he's also got similar quill designs to Sonic. He looks like he'd be really fast and really powerful. And I like that his chest tuft is a cream color like Sonic's, but it's spiky like Shadow's. It's a perfect combination of the two. I like that you can just feel his attitude radiating off of this character. Number 5 is a Sonic and Silver fusion, and I really like this design. It took a lot of the blue from Sonic, but mixed it in with the silver color from Silver, making it a very light blue. I like that he's got like a scarf of chest tuft like Silver, but then he's also got like a cream belly like Sonic. The only thing I really don't like about this design is the fact that half of his arms are like flesh color and then the other half is fur. That doesn't look good, and I don't like how it looks on this character at all. I like that they mixed the shoes though. That shows that they're paying attention. It's kind of like it's got the striped design of Sonic's shoes, but it's got the overall color scheme of Silver. I really like this fusion, and I like that he's hovering around rings. It's really cool. Number 4 is a Shadow and Sonic fusion yet again, and I really like this one too. They decided to go for something different than the other one. This one's got a happy, optimistic look, which shows that he took his personality from Sonic and not Shadow, but then his body overall looks like Shadow. He's got giant inhibitor rings, he's got giant rocket boots, he's got giant gauntlets instead of gloves, he's got a really cool like quill pattern. It's kind of like a mixture of Sonic's quills and Shadow's quills. It overall just makes him look more wild than Shadow or Sonic did. But yet again, my biggest problem with these two is that instead of just having stripes, they work in the having flesh and then having fur over the flesh. I don't really like that look for the characters, but overall, this design is really cool, and I think that this would be a great look for a Sonic Shadow fusion. Number 3 is a Shadow Silver fusion, and this one is probably one of my all-time favorites when I started looking into fusions. I like that the blue and the red from Shadow and Silver turned into a very bright purple. I like that the crooked design of Silver's gloves have worked into Shadow's, and you can even see that the lines are affecting his inhibitor rings. I like that he took the overall like stripe design of Shadow, but it has the quills of Silver. It has the spiked up marijuana leaf hair. I think that looks really cool. And the best part of this character overall is the fact that it took Silver's like weird scarf looking chest tuft and then mixed it with Shadow's to make him a really bushy character. He almost looks like a lion. I feel like he'd be a master of psychokinesis, and I think that would be really cool. You can see the purple energy just radiating off of him. I like that he's got orange eyes. He looks like a Halloween themed character. Number 2 is an Amy and Silver fusion. Silver and Amy are two characters that are very popular in the fusion scene, and this one is really cute. I like that it took the bangs of Amy and the bangs of Silver and mixed them together. It almost makes her look like a bunny. She's got the long hair of Silver, she's got the chest tuft of Silver, and she's got the dress of Amy, but it's got blue and dark blue mixed into it. I really think that works for her. She's got Amy's little rings, but they're inspired with Silver's stripes going through them. It's got Silver's circles on the gloves, and it's got a remixed Silver Amy hammer, and I really like the look of this character. Yet again, it's not completely silver. It's actually kind of like a light pink, and I think that works really well, and you can kind of see the little ribbon in the back, the little headband. This character is just really cute, and I think they deserve their spot at number 2. And number 1 is a Tikal and Rouge fusion. Now, I really love this design. I would accept this as her own character if they decided to do like more Echidna characters. This character is just absolutely stunning. I like that they take everything from both of the characters. You get the golden jewelry from Tikal, you get the bat ears from Rouge, you get the hair of Tikal, you get the overall adult appearance of Rouge mixed into this. You get the bat wings, you get the gloves of Rouge. It's just everything here works for this character. They took only the positive attributes of each of the characters, and just looking at this character, you couldn't say that it was really a bat or a Echidna. And I think that makes it work overall. Rouge loves jewelry, Rouge loves gold, and Tikal just so happens to also be decked out in jewelry. So I think the two just complement each other really well. Hey guys, Dylan here. Now, a couple months ago, I made a top 10 Sonic fan fusions, and that video was covering really good fusions, and we had some excellent artwork in that video. Today, we're going to be doing the exact opposite of that. We are going to be looking at bad fan fusions. Now, I want to say this ahead of time because I know I'm going to get some slack for this video regardless, but I'm not trying to hate on the artist as a person. I just don't like the art they did, and I'm going to be criticizing it and making fun of it throughout this video. So for any of the artists whose art is featured in this video, if you want me to remove the link, you can comment down below and I'll remove the link. I just so happen to not like this artwork. So the first one we've got is a Cream the Rabbit and a Rouge fusion, and I don't like this because it makes it look like Cream the Rabbit, which is an underage character, is dressing slutty. Like, they didn't really give her anything extra. She has really small tits, she has no curves, she doesn't look like an adult, she looks like she's only a little bit taller or just wearing boots that make her look taller. Really, it's just very off-putting, and I don't want to meet the Sonic fans that would find this attractive. I don't like this fusion, and I feel like there's not enough Rouge attributes for it to be a proper fusion. It looks more like Cream the Rabbit is dressing up like Rouge the Bat instead of the two characters fused. But this being number 10, the artwork still looks decent. It's not terribly drawn. So let's move on to number 9. Number 9 is a Sonic and Shadow fusion. Now, this design isn't entirely bad. It kind of reminds me of Shattuck in some ways, but I think where it gets bad is the fact that they didn't try to fuse the shoes together. They just gave him Sonic shoes, and the fact that they took and gave him red lines on his legs. As far as I'm aware of, Shadow doesn't have red lines on his legs, and this ends up making it look more like an Attack on Titan Sonic than a Sonic Shadow fusion. I feel like there's just too much Sonic here, and the few bits of Shadow really doesn't help it at all. It just looks very off-putting. It looks like someone stripped him of his flesh, and that's his exposed, like, flesh underneath the skin. It's very off-putting, and I don't like this art at all. But overall, it's not the worst I've seen. And now for number 8, we have a Knuckles Rouge fusion. Now, I know this is a trend, but people like to fuse stuff with Rouge, and it doesn't always come out the best. Now, this has so many things wrong with it. I'm gonna try to be nice and not go too in-depth on why I don't like this artwork at all. 1, it looks like he's staring off into the void. 2, the ears aren't angled in the right way that Knuckles is, or Knuck Rouge is, so the ears look like they were just plastered on there, or they're fake. And I don't like that the shield, which I think it's a shield because he has a sword, so I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a shield. The shield doesn't look like it's being held by this Knuckle Rouge fusion. Instead, looks like it's plastered onto their fist. I don't know why they incorporated a sword anyway, because neither of them have anything to do with swords. They're both very like hand-to-hand fighters. You think they would have focused more on that instead, but yeah, the only real Rouge attributes here are they made his legs really long and they gave him wings. Other than that, this is just Knuckles in drag, and the artwork is creepy to stare at because he's not really looking at anyone, and you can't really tell what emotion he's expressing, if he even can feel. Number 7 is a Sonic and Amy fusion, and I just don't like the proportions of this one. I don't think the idea of a Sonic Amy fusion is terrible. And if they worked the streaks in a different way, like more of shadow streaks, then this could have worked. But instead, they only have the pink highlights on the bangs and the little pieces of quill going down the face. If they would have worked in the pink more naturally, it would have really helped with this fusion. The hammer also looks too similar to Amy's hammer. I feel like you could have worked more Sonic colors into that. Like maybe make the hammer like multicolored. I don't know. I just don't like the look of the hammer. I don't like how short the hammer is. I don't like how stiff this character is. I like that they mixed Sonic and Amy's boots together. That's pretty clever. I don't like that they gave this character both the Sonic cup-links and the Amy cup-links. I think just the Amy ones would have worked. And I guess my biggest problem with this artwork is the fact that it looks like movie Sonic. The proportions make me think of movie Sonic, and if you just separated the eyes, you'd see exactly what I meant by it. So let's move on to number 6. Number 6 is one I actually really like, but I can't admit that it's good. That is a Tails and Knuckles fusion. Now, this fusion is very weird. It is obviously drawn by what I think is a child. The colors don't even really go all over the character, like near the chest they just forgot to draw or color that in at all. But overall, I like the idea of a Knuckles Tails. Like, I like that he's tall, I like that he's buff, I like that he tried working in some Knuckles attributes like the long quills in the back and the knuckles on his gloves. But overall, this looks more like a bear than it does a fox or an echidna. It's very weird, and if it wasn't for how childish the art was, it could actually be decent. I'm curious why his arms are so short though. If someone wants to redo this artwork, I would really love to see this because it's an interesting design. It's just not the best drawn. So let's move on to number 5. Number 5 is just terrible. I can't say anything else about it. It is a Sonic and Shadow fusion, and they decided to make it the worst thing ever. It looks like Ashura if Ashura was black and blue instead of black and green. Sonic's eyes look like he has a lazy eye, and they're looking dead set at the ground, and I don't know what the fuck he's looking at. And I think the thing that makes this worse than all of it, it's obviously traced. It's Sonic Adventure 2 artwork that they traced over to make this, and then they just colored splashed it together. They didn't even make his face a cream color. This is really lazy, obviously traced, and just bad artwork altogether. So let's move on to number 4. Number 4 is a special type of abomination. It is a Sonya and SPO fusion. And this one looks like it wants me to put it out of its misery. It looks like it's practically about to T-pose. It looks like someone's model that they aren't currently using. I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it. I don't like that the ears are a different color than the flesh. I don't like that the hair looks so unnatural on this character. Nothing about this character flows. Like, the colors don't blend well together. There's like so many different shades of pink and purple here. They gave the character heterochromia, which makes him very special. They made the muzzle too big. They made the head so big it looks like the character is gonna fall over. Nothing about this character looks pleasant to me. Nothing looks appealing to me. It's just really, really bad. And I can't go on talking about it because the more I nitpick it, the more I feel like I'm driving myself insane. I don't know why they decided to make SBO's horn this thing's nose, but it's just all unpleasant to look at. So let's move on to number 3. Number 3 is yet again another Sonic Amy fusion, and this one is bad in its own unique ways. Let's start with the head spikes. They tried to mix Sonic's quills with Amy's quills, but instead of it looking natural, it just looks like he's a shark. They should have made the quills flow down like long hair, like Amy's quills, or maybe just shaped differently because it doesn't look like a hedgehog. It looks like a shark character. And secondly, I can't tell if this character has abs or if it has very square looking tits. I guess the shape of the hand is weird and off-putting. I don't like it. The body has no like the leg. Look at the leg. The leg is perfectly square. It's not noodly like Sonic's legs are. The character looks like they're really stout, and I can't tell if it's supposed to be a male or a female, and it's really bothering me. Yet again, this character has too big of a head. Its eyes are too big. Its eyes are too separated. It looks like the result of inbreeding. I don't like this artwork. The only compliment I can give it is the fact that they decided to make it purple because pink and blue make purple now. So I guess I like it for that and that alone. And now, number 2, Son-ickles. I really like Son-ickles, and I don't care if that's how you say it, I'm saying Son-ickles. This is a Sonic and Knuckles fusion. They decided to make him orange and have stripes going down him like Shadow the Hedgehog, which I do like because I think that a fusion would incorporate the characters' likenesses together. I don't know why they gave him green shoes. That's very weird, but he has the Lego pieces from Knuckles. They just completely fucked up on the hands. Both of the hands are just completely fucked. They messed up on the arm, so they erased it, but they didn't erase it good enough to where I can't still see it. I like the shape of the quills, and yet again, this is a decent idea for a fusion, but because it was drawn by someone who doesn't know how to draw, it's poor looking. The muzzle's too long, the head is misshapen, the torso goes too far down, the legs are too short and stubby, the feet, I don't even know how they're connecting together, but they are. It's just a bad design because of who was drawing it, and I think if someone did a redesign of this, it could actually turn out decent. But yeah, now since you've seen all of them, let's go to the grand finale, number 1. Number 1 is the worst thing I've ever seen ever involving Sonic fusions. Let's start with the fingers. Why are his fingers 2 perfect squares? Why does this look like it's traced from multiple Sonic fucking character creators? Why does this look like Silver is dying on the inside, if you couldn't tell? I don't know what's nice to say about this. I have no pleasant things to say about this at all. I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it. And it might be a triple fusion. I could be wrong, and it could be a triple fusion, because that does kind of look like the soap shoes he's wearing, and he does have like the pale chest like Sonic, but I don't really care. I don't really care if I broke my own rules from the last video, because you can't convince me otherwise that this isn't the worst thing you've ever seen. You can see the pencil lines all over him. You can see that they couldn't even be fucked to draw an outline to cover that up. It looks like he has a twitch. They didn't draw gleams in his eyes, so it looks like he's a psychopath. This is the worst fusion I've ever seen, and I don't think I'll ever be convinced otherwise. In the other following bad fusions videos, whatever is at number 1, I can guarantee you is not worse than this thing. I want to give a little bit of a competition to see if people can do this. There's no prize, it's just getting your artwork featured in the video. Halloween is coming up, and I want to try to do a Halloween fusions video before we get to Halloween. So if you guys can make some creepy looking fusions, then I'll feature it in a future video. Now, I would prefer if you mixed like villains together, because those will probably come out creepier. Just try to take creepy aspects of the Sonic universe and mix it together. I'm sure you guys can give me something good, but if you guys end up not giving me enough artwork to work with before that date, then I guess I'll just scrap that idea. I hope to see you guys on Halloween, because I would love to do a follow-up video on this. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you liked this video, hit the like button. If you really like this video, then share it. And if you want to see more, then subscribe. Thank you guys for watching, and bye.